Chapter 1394 Killing with a Borrowed Knife. Chapter 1394 Killing with a Borrowed Knife. Bang! Little Fatty's round body flew straight out. Ouch, my butt. Little Fatty wailed miserably. Toward this poser Little Fatty, everyone all snickered endlessly. Heh, this reckless and blind thing, to actually dare be frivolous toward senior apprentice sister Lin Xiu, his brain is spoiled, right? Senior apprentice sister Lin Xiu is the inner court disciple's top talent. This Little Fatty actually had improper thoughts toward her. It's really a toad lus ting after swan meat. Yeah, senior apprentice sister Lin Xiu is a flower in our inner court, turning her nose up at how many young outstanding talents. How could she take fancy on this bull-like Little Fatty? When Jiao Chong saw this scene, he sneered coldly in his heart to no end. On his deathbed and he's still in the mood to pick up chicks here. This fool wouldn't really think that for him to be able to partic 1p8 in the 100 Cities smelting trial, it's because his talent surpa says others, right? Jiao Chong, as this season's number 2, was naturally selected for the 100 Cities smelting trial too. Little Fatty rolled and crawled to his feet, running to Lin Xiu's side again with a waddle, thickened his skin, and said, "A gentleman reasons things out and doesn't resort to violence." Xiu, senior apprentice sister, what are you doing here? Dare to talk nonsense again, see if I tear your mouth. Lin Xiu said coldly. Not saying anymore. Little Fatty mumbled. Right at this time, light shone brightly on the altar, spiritual energy surging wildly. Read more chapter on read novelful. Following that, everyone disappeared. Pares sing through a spatial Pares sageway, there was a blur before the group of people's eyes, arriving at a foreign space. What entered the eyes were actually 100 altars. Yo, isn't this Wu Meng's teacher Thundercry? You guys coming this time, which place from the last are you preparing to get? The moment they landed, there was an origin deity powerhouse by the side who made sarcastic remarks. This trip, apart from Qin Yuan Long, there was another teacher leading the team. It was precisely the Thundercry who gave Yi Yuan and the rest the entrance examination back then. Hearing these words, Thundercry's brows furrowed but unexpectedly did not refute. He just snorted coldly and ignored the other party. All of Wu Meng's students, especially the inner court disciples, were all filled with righteous indignation, with hi plussing to rush over and directly clash together with the other party. Senior apprentice sister? Who are they? Soc Kai. Little Fatty moved close to Lin Xiu's side and asked curiously. Lin Xiu's expression was very ugly as well as she said coldly, "They are Zhuxiong capital cities people. Their overall strength is sufficient to rank in the top 10 among these 100 capital cities. Most importantly, the Zhuxiong capital city and our Wu Meng capital city are sworn enemies. Every time, they would deliberately target us, snatc resources from our disciples. It's precisely because of them that our ranking is very low each time, virtually counting from the back." The moment Little Fatty heard, he said furiously, "So arrogant. This time, Lord Fatty, I must snatch all of the resources on them." Lin Xiu rolled her eyes at him and said huffily, "Just your bit of strength, it's not even enough to fill the crevices between their teeth. Still snatch their resources?" Little Fatty chuckled and said, "Senior apprentice sister, I know that you're strong, but Fatty, I already can't be compared to the past now. This time, I must let you see that your foresight is correct." This guy spoke rubbish. Lin Xiu glared fiercely, but in front of other capital cities' disciples, she could not flare up and could only endure it. When Zhuxiong capital city's origin deity powerhouse saw Thundercry say nothing, he was even more pleased with himself. He suddenly swept his gaze, landing on Yi Yuan, and said with a smile, TSK, Wu Meng capital city's young disciples are really getting more abysmal with each generation. A late-stage grotto profound can actually take part in the 100 Cities smelting trial too. Do you all really can't find people? Ha ha ha, Thundercry's gaze looked at him like looking at a fool. Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was indeed too confusing. But his strength could absolutely rank in the top 3 among this batch of outer court disciples. If Zhuxiong capital city turned the spearhead at Yi Yuan, they were bound to suffer a huge loss. But Thundercry naturally would not explain anything. Let this idiot invite ridicule upon himself. Zhongsheng, don't look down on people. Yi Yuan is the strongest one among our batch of outer court disciples. Even this season's top dog was defeated under his hand. Let your outer court disciples be more careful. Otherwise, if they lose their lives, don't blame me for not warning you. Just as Thundercry was secretly pleased with himself, Qin Yuanlong suddenly came forward and condemned Zhongsheng with righteous indignation. The expressions of Wu Meng capital city's students all changed. Qin Yuanlong's intention of killing with a borrowed knife was seriously too obvious. It looked like Qin Yuanlong was defending Wu Meng capital city's reputation. But in reality, he was warning Zhongsheng to target Yi Yuan. Qin Yuanlong, what's the meaning of this? Thundercry said furiously. Thundercry, Zhuxiong capital city is bullying people too far. Could it be that you can keep enduring? Qin Yuanlong said neither obsequiously nor haughtily. But by the side, Zhongsheng looked at Yi Yuan half dubiously and did not discover any unusual areas. A late-stage grotto profound could defeat the top dog. Was it this kid who was too strong, or Wu Meng capital city's this season's top dog who was too weak? Right at this time, a virtual image descended from the sky, appearing in the center of the plaza. Those origin deity realm powerhouses all bowed down and said, "We pay respects to Lord Xianling." Seeing this Xianling, Yi Yuan's heart stirred. The feeling that this virtual image gave him was the same as Wu Meng City Lord back then. They were actually both divine Lord realm powerhouses. Xianling nodded slightly and slowly said, "In a blink, it's been another 200 years. Each of you seems to have quite a few additional new faces again. I won't say much about the trial's rules, I presume everyone is already very clear. This old man only looks at the results, not the process. Regardless of what means you all use, whoever obtains the most number of natural treasures in the end will be the winner. The capital city that obtains first place this time shall obtain 1 4-star divine pill. The inner court's number 1 shall obtain a heavenly divine artifact, spirit gathering plate. The outer court's first place shall obtain 10 weeping spirit fruits. Everyone, work hard." The moment Xianling's words came out, it immediately caused an uproar. The rewards this time is actually the spirit gathering plate. With this, cultivation speed can be 10 times faster. Weeping spirit fruit. It's actually the weeping spirit fruit. 10 weeping spirit fruits is enough for me to break through to Heaven Glimpse realm. I didn't expect that the rewards this time are actually so generous. It looks like I have to work hard. Hearing these rewards, the several thousand people were all incomparably excited. Clearly, the things rewarded were all extremely rare items. Yi Yuan was also secretly startled when he heard it. That 4-star divine pill was clearly awarded to the capital city's city lord. It was just that, the one able to obtain it was just one city lord. No wonder each capital city paid so much attention to this 100 cities smelting trial. Xianling waved a hand. Several thousand green lights appeared in front of everyone. Yi Yuan's focused his eyes and looked over. It was a jade pendant. "You all keep the jade pendant well. Right away, I'll be sending you all to your respective areas immediately. Once you encounter any danger, crush the jade pendant. You all will be immediately transported back to the altar. Of course, the storage rings on you guys will also be left on the site." While talking, Xianling kneaded seals with both hands. Yi Yuan only felt his eyes blur, his body vonies. Hi plussing from where he was once again. Chapter 1395 Raising. Chapter 1395 Raising Pares sing through a dense forest. Over a dozen stalks of spirit medicines entered Yi Yuan's eyes. Didn't expect that my luck was so good. The moment I came out, I ran into a dozen over stalks of heavenly fragrance lotus lush grass. Yi Yuan had just been transported over no long and smelled the scent of spirit medicines, and searched all the way over. He did not expect that the harvests were considerable. Yi Yuan was just about to gather these heavenly fragrance lotus lush grass when there was another series of activities in the dense forest. Didn't expect to run into over a dozen stalks of heavenly fragrance lotus lush grass all at once. Luck is really not bad. A young man walked out from the other side of the dense forest. The words he said were exactly the same as what Yi Yuan said. However, he directly ignored Yi Yuan. This late-stage grotto profound rookie, he did not take him seriously at all. Kid, these spirit medicines, I'm collecting them. My, Grandpa Qiao's, mood today is pretty good, so I won't kill you. Get lost, the young man waved his hand and said very magnanimously. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he was tickled and said with a laugh, these spirit medicines were discovered by me first. It's not very appropriate for you to do so, right? Qiao Jie laughed loudly when he heard it and said, boy, you probably don't know your Grandpa Qiao, right? In a while, go and inquire about it, the name of Heavenly Feather Capital City's outer courts Qiao Jie. Yi Yuan said coolly, don't know, not interested in knowing either. Now, scram as far away as you can for me. Done talking, Yi Yuan walked straight for those spirit medicines. Qiao Jie's face fell, and he said with a cold snort, reckless and blind fool, refusing face when given. Qiao Jie directly drew his sword and stabbed towards Yi Yuan. He was actually really going to kill. Yi Yuan could not even be bothered to raise his eyelid. Waving his hand, a sword slashed out. Qiao Jie's aura was originally imposing. But the moment Yi Yuan's sword emerged, his face revealed a look of great horror, hurriedly changing the straight stab to a block. He never dreamed that a late-stage grotto profound could use such a heaven-shocking sword. This casual slash of Yi Yuan's shocked his 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls out. Clank. Qiao Jie's sword was directly cut into 2 parts. He repeatedly fell back several steps, the shock on his face lingering on for a long time. If that sword went a little deeper just now, he would be directly cleaved into 2 halves currently. Qiao Jie could not figure out how a late-stage grotto profound would have such powerful strength. You. How are you so strong? Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him, putting those heavenly fragrance lotus lush grass SS into his storage ring. Still not scramming. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he said in a solemn voice. Qiao Jie was startled and turned tail and ran. It was only to see him making 3 steps as if it was 2 steps, disappearing in Yi Yuan's line of sight in a twinkle. Yi Yuan slowly put away the storage ring and slowly moved forward. The storage rings on each person's hand were all newly issued by the person leading the team after entering the mystic realm. Prior to this, all of them were requested to not bring their own storage rings in. This way, it could prevent people from cheating. Furthermore, this storage ring was specially made. Once a person shattered the jade pendant, it would automatically separate from the body and become other people's spoils of war. Why didn't you kill him? At this time, Dustless suddenly spoke up. Yi Yuan smiled and said, we just came in, no hurry. Leave his small life. Later, I'll directly take it from them. Dustless was stunned when he heard it and immediately burst into laughter and said, you, punk, are too sinister. No wonder you had me plant a mark on every one of them. Turns out that it's actually this plan. Yi Yuan's meaning was, raise these people first, let them search for natural treasures everywhere. At the end, Yi Yuan would directly snatch the storage rings off the others. When at the altar, Yi Yuan had Dustless plan a mark on each of Zhuoxiong capital city's students. Dustless was an Empyrean spirit treasures artifact spirit. Leaving behind a trace of a mark on a bunch of Heaven Glimpse realms and Grotto Profound realms was all too simple. Of course, there were also Qin Tian and Qin Yuanlong they all. As long as these people entered a certain range of Yi Yuan's proximity, Dustless would be able to detect them. Weren't they here to kill him? Play hide and seek with them then. Heh, these outer court disciples, no body is my match at all. Those inner court disciples, I can't beat them either. This trial doesn't have much meaning at all. Therefore, better to not waste time on this. We'd best go find little Fatty first. If they can't find me, I'm afraid that someone will have ideas about him. If Qin family inner court disciples find him, that would be bad, Yi Yuan said. These few years, Yi Yuan directly consumed the medicinal pills that he newly researched. His realm was already no far from grand completion Grotto Profound. Coupled with sundering stars already gradually approaching grand completion, Yi Yuan's current strength was no idea how much stronger compared to when fighting with Qin Shao. Ordinary grand completion grotto profound realms, even half-step heaven glimpse, very few were Yi Yuan's match as well. Hence, these outer court disciples could not arouse his interest at all. Take that Xiao Jie just now for example. If Yi Yuan really had killing intent aroused, the other party would not even get to crush the jade pendant and would be instantly killed by him. Through 3 years of tempering, Yi Yuan became more and more accustomed to utilizing sundering stars. If not unleash Hi+ing with all his might, he could even achieve instant casting sundering stars, just like earlier. This jade pendant was in order to protect these disciples to the greatest degree. But in past trials, there was no lack of those who were killed before even Cruz Hi+ing the jade pendants in time. Firstly, those people did not wish to give up on the natural treasures they found until the end. On the other hand, even though the transported area was separated for outer court and inner court, these two areas were connected. Once there were inner court disciples who infiltrated into the outer court disciples region, suddenly sneak attacking, how could a grotto profound realm rookie react in time? Therefore, in this trial, everyone had to maintain a high-level mental tension. Any instant of relaxation might very likely be fatal. After several days, in the inner court region, 3 figures gathered together. Big brother Qin Tian, Qin Pei and Qin Zheng saluted to Qin Tian. Qin Tian nodded his head slightly and said, "Amen." Father expended considerable thoughts and effort for the same of the 100 cities smelting trial this time. Therefore, Yi Yuan must die this time. That is, of course, Yuer's enmity. I couldn't wait long ago. Qin Pei said indignantly. This punk swept away our Qin family's face in front of the whole city. Not killing him, it's hard to dispel the hatred in my heart. Qin Zheng also said. Clearly, they had great resentment toward Yi Yuan. Qin Tian suddenly flipped his palm over. A flesh-colored little bug was faintly discernible on his palm. Uncle Yuan Long already planted the child-mother heart-linking bug onto Yi Yuan with a secret art. I can already sense his position currently. We'll sneak over quietly so as to not let him discover us. This kid is very astute, we only have one chance. We must be doubly cautious. Before we make a move, we must have full assurance. If we let him crush the jade pendant, we won't have the chance anymore, Qin Tian said in a solemn voice. Qin Pei said, "Big brother, rest assured, with the 3 of our strength, plus the heart-refining turtle-breathing formula, even if he walks by us, it's impossible to discover it too." Qin Tian nodded and said, "Okay, let's set off." Chapter 1396 Don't be too harsh when doing things. Chapter 1396 Don't be too harsh when doing things on an open field. Over a dozen figures were currently chasing each other. Right at the front was a ball-shaped little fatty. Who could it be if not Xie Jingyi? But behind him were over a dozen people in hot pursuit. Little fatty was fat, looking incomparably clumsy. Yet, his movements were extremely swift and nimble. Those dozen over people could not catch up to him and could only eat dust behind him. These few years, Yi Yuan had been providing him divine-grade cultivation medicinal pills all along. Such a long time had Pares said, and Xie Jingyi already broke through to grand completion grotto profound. Coupled with the fact that he trained to the 6th level in the Rockwind Cave, and furthermore, cultivated one of the 6 supreme academy skills, God bewildering step, his movement technique virtually reached the pinnacle in grotto profound realm. For these people to want to catch up to him, it was easier said than done. Dam Fatty, quickly hand over the crimson firmament fruit and we'll spare you from death. Dam Fatty, don't run if you have the capability. Halt, you'd am Fatty. To actually dare take advantage of the situation and steal our spoils of war. When your father catches you, I'll definitely tear you into pieces. This group of people could not catch up to Xie Jingyi no matter what. Each and every one of them started cursing in exasperation. I say, you guys already chased Lord Fatty for 3 days and night, are you tired or not? Isn't it just a crimson firmament fruit? Is there a need to be like this? Xie Jingyi shouted loudly as he sprinted madly. 3 days ago, a group of people was currently in a fierce battle with 3 incredibly strong giant centipedes for this crimson firmament fruit. Little Fatty just happened to pass us by there. Seeing the group of people in the midst of fierce fighting, his thoughts stirred, making use of his movement technique's advantage, swiping the crimson firmament fruit. With this, Little Fatty incurred public wrath. Those people at the back forced the 3 giant centipedes away and chased after him desperately. This pursuit lasted 3 days and 3 nights. The crimson firmament fruit was a very rare spirit fruit, a favorite spirit medicine of body-refining martial artists. Little Fatty knew that Yi Yuan was a body-refining martial artist too. Furthermore, his strength was quite strong, that was why he had the idea. Isn't it just a crimson firmament fruit? Said it lightly. Damn Fatty, stop. How are you running faster and faster? Liu Jin was currently cursing when he saw a figure appear in front of Little Fatty, and could not help being overjoyed. The friend in front, help us stop that damn Fatty. Later, each of us will share with you 3 stalks of spirit medicines. Just have to stop him for a moment will do. Liu Jin shouted. Liu Jin and company were not considered far from Xie Jingyi. As long as he delayed him for a moment, they would be able to catch up. At that time, Little Fatty would be hard-pressed to escape even with wings. As for giving the 3 promised stalks of spirit medicines or not, it would depend on the mood. Little Fatty naturally saw the arrival too. But he was not alarmed and was overjoyed instead, his feet accelerating even more, sprinting over towards that person. Swooze. Plus Little Fatty's figure flashed and hid behind that person nimbly, and actually did not run anymore. When Liu Jin and the rest saw this, they could not help being overjoyed. It turned out that these 2 people were together. This Little Fatty's brain wouldn't be spoiled, right? To actually hide behind a late-stage grotto profound rookie? Heh, I knew that you would come and find. Lord Fatty indeed didn't judge wrongly. Those trash will be left to you. Lord Fatty was chased by them for 3 days and nights and I'm exhausted. I'll go and rest first. Yi Yuan had his hands behind his back as he said with a faint smile, relax, leave it to me. At this time, Liu Jin and the rest arrived. Looking at Yi Yuan with a cold smile, they said, Kid, your bit of strength also wishes to stand up for people. Yi Yuan said coolly, whether I have the strength or not, wouldn't you know if you come and size it up? Liu Jin laughed loudly and said, did everybody hear that? This late-stage grotto profound guy wants to size us up. Ha ha ha. Everyone roared loudly with laughter. Attack together, dice up this punk who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, then go capture that damn Fatty. Liu Jin shouted, wielding his sword and advancing. Facing a bunch of grand completion grotto profound powerhouses, Yi Yuan was firm as a rock. When this group of people came close, the evil extermination sword suddenly attacked, a sword directly sweeping across. A swift and fierce sword energy made the faces of Liu Jin and the rest suddenly change. Out. Liu Jin reacted fast too, directly doing a roll, narrowly avoiding this horizontal sundering stars. The few people in the middle clearly did not expect that Yi Yuan's strength was actually so powerful. Caught unprepared, it was already too late to dodge. Helpless, they could only crush the jade pendant, their figures directly vanish. Plussing from sight. Several storage rings dropped down from their bodies. Liu Jin did a roll and hurriedly crawled to his feet. Looking at Yi Yuan, he had an appearance akin to facing a great enemy. This kid is so strong. We'll do a 4-sided pincer and don't give him a chance to attack. Liu Jin shouted. He raised his sword and was just about to rush forward, but he discovered that no one behind him moved. There were even a few who took a few steps back, turning tail and directly slipping away. Got to be joking. That sword just now was too swift and fierce. Wasn't fighting with this guy seeking death. Can't beat, it was naturally running. You bunch of timid fellows. Traitors. Liu Jin said furiously. Liu Jin raised his sword and already rushed to not far away from Yi Yuan, but his figure abruptly stopped. He suddenly changed to a smiling face and said to Yi Yuan with a flattering smile, haha, just now, was just joking with Lord Fatty. Just joking around. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, are you doing it yourself? Or let me do it? Liu Jin's expression changed and he said embarrassed. I'll do it myself. I'll do it myself. That, if I hand over the storage ring, can I not crush the jade pendant? Yi Yuan nodded and said, that's fine. The moment Liu Jin heard, it was like he was granted amnesty, hurriedly taking out his storage ring and putting it on the ground, then running away. Little Fatty was absolutely tickled watching by the side and said with a hearty laugh, ha ha ha, this bunch of turtle grandsons, just now, they were still flaunting their might, why did they shrivel up now? To dare bully your Lord Fatty, you know my prowess now, right? Yi Yuan, finish off all of them. But Yi Yuan ignored Little Fatty and said with a faint smile, you guys too, put down the storage rings and get lost. How could the others still dare to stay? Each of them left behind their storage ring, fleeing like a puff of smoke. Regarding Yi Yuan letting them go, Little Fatty was very displeased and muttered, this Lord Fatty, I was chased by them for 3 days and night. You actually let them go just like this? Yi Yuan reached out his hand and beckoned, collecting all of those storage rings, and said with a smile, don't be too harsh when doing things, we'll always meet again. Don't you say so? Little Fatty's eyes swiveled around and he immediately said joyfully, ha ha, you, this fellow, are simply rotten to the bones. But, Lord Fatty, I like it. Ha ha ha. Little Fatty retrieved the crimson firmament fruit from inside his storage ring and threw it to Yi Yuan, saying, this thing is for you. Just a crimson firmament fruit. This bunch of bastards actually chased me for 3 days and nights. In the end, they even lost their own storage rings. Was it worth it or not? Ha ha. Yi Yuan received the crimson firmament fruit, his eyes lighting up. Dustless had once given Yi Yuan a body refinement pill formula before. These few years, Yi Yuan already gathered the other spirit medicines. He only lacked this crimson firmament fruit. He did not expect that he got it without any effort. 1. It also means bastard. Chapter 1397 Scapagoa. Chapter 1397 Scapagoa Hair. Thanks a lot, brother. I was just in need of this. Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Still saying this with me. These few years, I've eaten God knows how many of your medicinal pills. Want to really thank, I can't even thank enough for 10 years. Better talk about what we have to do next. Little Fatty said without a care. Yi Yuan said, there's a guy who just happens to be nearby. Just nice to deal with it together. Little Fatty was stupefied, not understanding what Yi Yuan was saying. Yi Yuan brought Xie Jingyi along and flew all the way, quietly walking into a dense forest. Suddenly, Yi Yuan made a shush hand gesture. The two people slowed down and quietly approached ahead. Not far away, a sound of a bout of fierce fighting came over. Little Fatty focused his eyes and looked over, immediately recognizing who was that person currently in a fierce battle with someone. That was a Qin family's outer court disciples called Qin Yu. He was a season ahead of Qin Shao. But his talent was clearly inferior to Qin Shao's, still remaining in the outer court. Little Fatty looked at Yi Yuan, quietly doing a throat-swiping motion. Yi Yuan smiled and shook his head, the divine essence within his body silently revolving. Before long, a flesh-colored little bug appeared on Yi Yuan's palm. Little Fatty was startled, immediately recognizing that this was a bug. It was just that the functions of bugs were infinite in variety. He also did not know what it was used for. But he saw Yi Yuan mutter away under his breath. That bug actually flew off Yi Yuan's palm and flew over towards Qin Yu. Qin Yu was currently in the midst of fierce fighting with someone else. How would he notice that a bug already silently attached onto him? Done with these, Yi Yuan made a gesture at Little Fatty and ran far away. Although Qin Yu's talent could not compare to those true geniuses, his strength was not common either. After a bout of bitter fighting, he finally forced the other party to crush his jade pendant. He picked up the storage ring dropped by the other party. Investigating it a bit, his face revealed a satisfied smile. Heh, what did you do just now? What use does that bug have? Little Fatty asked with a curious look. Yi Yuan smiled and said, just giving them a dose of their own medicine. That Qin Yuan Long planted a child mother heart linking bug on me and still thought that I didn't know. Heh heh, What expression do you think Qin Tian they all will have when they expended a tremendous amount of effort but found their own family's people? The child-mother heart-linking bug was naturally not discovered by Yi Yuan, but discovered by Dustless. Dustless had existed for millions of years, so what had he not seen before? Qin Yuan long thought that it was seamless, but under Dustless's surveillance, nothing could be hidden at all. Read more chapter on Read Novelful. Not only Dustless knew that he planted the child-mother heart-linking bug on Yi Yuan, he also knew the method to resolve this and to transfer it onto other people. Little Fatty's eyes lit up and he said with a sinister smile, Yi Yuan, I discovered that you're really DM and bad. When you scheme, it simply makes people impossible to guard against. Haha, I can already imagine the expression on Qin Tian's face right now. Yi Yuan smiled and said, one must not have malicious intentions, but also must not be without caution against others. I don't harm people, but I can't be harmed by others either, don't you agree? Little Fatty deeply felt that way too as he nodded. Back then when he got into big trouble, Yi Yuan directly came forward to shoulder the blame. This code of brotherhood was not what anybody could do. Oh, right, that Xiaoer of yours, what's going on? I didn't know that she's actually our Wu Meng Academy's number 2 person, an existence second only to Qin Tian, such a proud daughter of heaven, she can take a liking to you. Yi Yuan scoffed. The moment Little Fatty heard, he was indignant and said unhappily, TCH, no matter how proud the daughter of heaven, she can't escape Lord Fatty's fiendish palms either. Kaka. Yi Yuan was very curious. Although that Lin Xiao was very cold and proud, she clearly treated Little Fatty differently from the others. Even if she did not care about Little Fatty a lot, she did not push him 1,000 miles away like the rest either. In between this seemed to have some inside story. Hearing Little Fatty say so, Yi Yuan felt even more that there was something fishy. Lin Xiao had already entered Wu Meng Academy for several hundred years. She was clearly not a figure in the same generation as Little Fatty. But in the martial artist world, this bit of age did not count as a gap either. Especially to deity realm powerhouses, they all belonged to young people. At the very most, Lin Xiao could only be counted as Little Fatty's big sister. Just what the hell is going on, let's hear it. Yi Yuan had his curiosity stirred up too. Little Fatty said with a boastful look, Xia and I were engaged before we were born. It's just that she was born several hundred years earlier than me. Now, I chased after her footsteps and entered the Wu Meng Academy. How can she still run? Of course, all of this was thanks to you. When Xiaoer and I become a done deal, I'll definitely thank you properly. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he came to a realization. No wonder Lin Xiao was icy cold to Little Fatty, but she also looked very surprised. Clearly, she looked down on Little Fatty in the past. But she did not expect that not only did Little Fatty pass the entrance examination, he even took part in the 100 Cities smelting trial. Furthermore, Yi Yuan also saw through that Lin Xiao did not seem to be overly averse towards Little Fatty. This point was a very good start. Swooze. H. Plus swooze. H. Plus swooze. H. Plus several figures appeared in the dense forest. It was precisely Qin Tian Trio. This place's terrain is good, it's suitable for an ambush. H. Plus he's currently approaching in this direction. There's still an hour's journey. We'll set up an ambush here, wait for him to walk into the trap. Qin Tian said. Yes, big brother Qin Tian. Qin Pei and the other person responded. This brat is sly and cunning, you all mustn't reveal a hint of aura. When he enters my certain kill range, I'll personally take action. The two of you support through coordinated action, understood? Qin Tian arranged the specifics of the ambush in an orderly manner, scrupulous in every detail. He had never wanted to kill a person so intensely before. Starting from when Yi Yuan killed his younger sister, he already entered his must-kill name list. And the humiliation that Yi Yuan brought to him when he entered the Hall of Fame was even buried in his heart constantly these few years, unable to shake off for a long time. Therefore, this time, he must kill Yi Yuan personally. Regarding this, he did not permit any slip-up. Arranging the ambush positions, the three people each concealed themselves, just like becoming one with the surrounding environment. Looking from outside, It was really indistinguishable. Sensing the child-mother heart-linking bug getting closer and closer, Qin Tian's emotions actually became excited unconsciously. Must be calm, must not reveal any flaws. Qin Tian continuously warned himself in his heart, letting his mood calm down. With his strength, killing Yi Yuan was but a matter of waving a hand. But this matter was hard in that Yi Yuan had the jade pendant in his hand. Yi Yuan just had to crush the jade pendant and he could instantly teleport to the altar. Hence, he had to make Yi Yuan not react, killing in one blow. If he was slow by a bit, the Qin family's few years of effort would be completely wasted. Closing in. Even closer. Just a bit more and I would have sufficient assurance in killing him. Right at the instant Yi Yuan's figure stepped into the range, Qin Tian moved. He unleashed this sword with a momentum like a sudden peal of thunder which left no time for covering ears. Phut! How powerful was Qin Tian's sword? This sword said through Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness without any resistance. Qin Tian was overjoyed in his heart. Finally finished off this DAMN fellow. Chapter 1398 9 Transformations Golden Body, First Transformation. Chapter 1398 9 Transformations Golden Body, First Transformation. Qin Tian's brow furrowed, suddenly feeling that it was somewhat amiss. He abruptly turned around, suddenly feeling that the clothes worn by that person were rather familiar. Recalling the scene of him killing just now again, that person seemed to be Qin Yu. Big brother Qin Tian, killed the wrong person. It's little Yu. Qin Pei and Qin Zheng's actions were one beat slower than Qin Tian's, but saw a little more clearly. Qin Tian's sword just now infused all of his strength. It was incomparably fast, not planning on giving Yi Yuan any chance to catch his breath at all. Under such swift speed, even he himself also did not see clearly what the other party looked like. However, Qin Pei Duo did not have time to yell yet and Qin Yu was already dead. Qin Pei Duo's quivering voices abruptly startled Qin Tian awake. Impossible. How could it be little Yu? How could it possibly be little Yu? Uncle Yuan Long clearly planted the child-mother heart-linking bug onto Yi Yuan. Why? Why is it little Yu? Everything was arranged seamlessly. But why was the one who came to deliver himself to death was Qin Yu? Qin Tian racked his brains and could not think of a reason to. Until now, he was not willing to admit killing the wrong person, this fact. But he knew in his heart that he really killed the wrong person. Qin Pei and Qin Zheng, the two people, exchanged a glance, both with dazed looks. They also did not know why such a blunder would happen. This Qin Yu was different from Qin Shao. He was also a Qin family's lineal descendant, his bloodline relation very close to Qin Tian. Furthermore, this Qin Yu relations HI+P with him was normally pretty good as well, calling him big brother Qin Tian front and back, completely different from Qin Shao's coldness and pride. Now, he actually personally killed his own younger brother. This outcome, Qin Tian could not accept it no matter what. Big brother Qin Tian, could it be that Yi Yuan detected Uncle Yuanlong's child-mother heart-linking bug, then deliberately grafted it onto little Yu? At this time, Qin Pei suddenly said out loud. Clearly, this was the most likely situation to occur. Impossible. Uncle Yuanlong's expertise in bug Dao has reached the acme of perfection. Even teacher Thunder Cry didn't notice it when he planted the bug, so how could Yi Yuan possibly know? Moreover, even if he really knew, how could he possibly transfer Uncle's child-mother heart-linking bug onto little Yu? Qin Tian said furiously. It was precisely because he was very confident in Qin Yuanlong's bug arts that Qin Tian would deal out the killing blow so assuredly. Furthermore, when Qin Yuanlong planted the bug, even Thunder Cry, this origin deity realm mighty expert, did not detect it. How could Yi Yuan, a grotto profound realm rookie, possibly discover it? Boom. Under Qin Tian's fury, he smacked a palm out, directly sweeping out a piece of open SPSCE in the dense forest. Although he was unwilling to believe, he also knew that this was the most likely situation. Except, how in the world Yi Yuan did it made him very puzzled. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Yi Yuan, I must tear your corpse limb from limb. The current Qin Tian changed and became incomparably irritable from his former proud and aloof character. He was unable to accept that a grotto profound realm rookie toyed with him in the palm of his hand. The Hall of Fame that time was like this. This time, it was still the same. That stifling feeling accumulating in his chest made him virtually about to explode. He could clearly kill Yi Yuan with a wave of a hand, but the carefully planned killing trap actually became him killing his younger brother. This outcome practically drove him nuts. Read more chapter on read novel Full Qin Pei and Qin Zheng. The two of them were silent like cicadas in winter, not daring to say much either. They knew that Qin Tian already reached the brink of eruption. They did not dare to go and set off this catalyst. No idea how long had said either. Qin Tian finally calmed down. It was just that Qin Pei and Qin Zheng felt that Qin Tian seemed to be even more somber than before. Bury little you. I'll go and contact Uncle Yuan Long, tell him that the signation failed. We'll go do the mission first. I don't believe that this guy can keep on not show up. Qin Tian's tone was icy-cold, not containing a trace of emotion. In a certain corner of the mystic realm, Qin Yuan Long suddenly trembled, his gaze revealed a look of astonishment. Just earlier, he received the news Qin Tian transmitted. The signation failed. Yi Yuan saw through his child-mother heart linking bug and even transferred it onto Qin Yu. How was this possible? Yuan Long, what's wrong with you? Thundercry's voice sounded out at an inappropriate time, interrupting Qin Yuanlong's shock. Nothing. Qin Yuanlong's expression was not quite natural. They also had the mission of harvesting spirit medicines when they entered the mystic realm. These places were very dangerous. Ordinary disciples could not come over. It was just that along the way, Thundercry was just like a dogskin plaster, eyeing him at all times, leaving him no chance to leave at all. Previously, Qin Yuan Long was still secretly sneering at Thundercry. He already planted the child-mother heart linking bug, but the other party did not know. But now, all of the mocking became astonishment. Yi Yuan did not die. It was his nephew, Qin Yu, who died. Since it's fine, the spiritual energy of that area ahead is very rich. There might be spirit medicines. Let's go over, Thundercry said. Amen, let's go. Qin Yuan Long feigned an appearance as if nothing was wrong and followed Thundercry away. It was just that he was already cudgeling his brain for a plan to leave. Time said day by day, various places inside the mystic realm played out the fighting and killings among the various cities' disciples. But Yi Yuan hid in a concealed cave to refine a one transformation profound gold pill. One transformation profound gold pill was the body-refining pill formula that Dustless gave to Yi Yuan. With his current strength, Tier 1 divine pills were basically nothing difficult. He spent half a year's effort to research the one transformation profound gold pill's array formation thoroughly, finally refining this medicinal pill a few days ago. Inside the dark cave, golden light radiated, illuminating the entire cave akin to daytime. After another month of refining, Yi Yuan's 9 transformations golden body's first transformation was finally achieved. At this time, Yi Yuan's entire body was molded like a golden body, the entire body summing a golden color, looking very strange. No idea how long had said either, the light faded. Yi Yuan's skin finally recovered to its normal appearance. But his current fleshy body was filled with strength. Yi Yuan had a feeling that right now, by just relying on the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm, he could have a battle with Qin Shao. Unfortunately, my fleshy body hasn't broken through to the second transformation yet. Otherwise, my atavism dragon soul should be able to awaken for the second time, right? Yi Yuan pondered rather regretfully. Yi Yuan's atavism dragon soul's first awakening was ahead of schedule. But this second awakening kept failing to arrive. But after reaching the Heavenspan world, Yi Yuan also discovered that even one of the dragon race's paramount martial techniques, the voice of the dragon God, was also not considered a top-notch cultivation method in this place. This move could not possibly be like it used to be in the immortal Grove world, being ever victorious. At least, the sundering stars that he currently comprehended was more than a magnitude stronger than the voice of the dragon God. However, The voice of the dragon God was still a very incisive martial technique in the end. Furthermore, once he awakened for the second time, he could directly comprehend the power of laws to the limits of the second level. Helping him to leap realms to battle was also nothing difficult. It's almost time. I should also go out and settle scores. Yi Yuan slowly got up and walked towards the cave entrance. Chapter 1399 Limitless Challenge. Chapter 1399 Limitless Challenge. Heh, the few of you are from Wu Meng capital city, right? What a coincidence. Hand over the storage rings obediently, and then commit suicide. Qiao Jie brought along 5 Heavenly Feather capital city students and surrounded 3 students from Wu Meng capital city, with a look of swagger. Through a few months' time of wandering around, the majority of the capital cities were all able to gather a group of their own students. One person fighting alone could not compare to numbers after all. Apart from this, the relations HI plus PS between some capital cities were pretty good. They would even cooperate with each other to deal with other capital cities. Of course, some solitary people would also gather together, forming one small group after another. All in all, what this 100 cities smelting trial trained was not just the students' strength, it was more on their survivability. Under the circumstances of ensuring that they were not finished off, and finesse. HI plussing off others. Qiao Jie later inquired from many parties and finally knew that the late-stage Grotto Profound who broke his sword originated from Wu Meng capital city. Now, when he saw Wu Meng capital city's people, he vented his anger on these people. Our Wu Meng capital city and the Heavenly Feather capital city each stay in our own lanes. We'll just hand over the storage rings. Why is there a need to pressure people? Said a student from Wu Meng capital city. Qiao Jie had a smug look as he said, "Want to blame that fellow called Yi Yuan. Who asked him to provoke Lord Qiao, me? Turns out it's Yi Yuan. This guy is really a troublemaker, yeah. This guy went around to stir up trouble at the Wu Meng Academy. I didn't think that partic. 1p8ing in the 100 cities smelting trial, he still provoked enemies everywhere. Why doesn't that guy go and die?" The moment the 3 people heard that it was Yi Yuan who attracted the enemy, their temper flared up out of nowhere. In the 100 cities smelting trial, the biggest taboo was making enemies everywhere. But Yi Yuan provoked enemies everywhere. But now, they were made to shoulder the blame. This naturally made them very depressed. Originally thought that everyone is from the same academy, but you guys are talking bad about me behind my back. What should I do? At this time, a leisurely voice sounded out, making everyone get a shock. Qiao Jie's expression changed. This voice, he was too familiar with it. Who could it be if not Yi Yuan? Sure enough, Yi Yuan brought along a little fatty and appeared before everyone's eyes. Seeing Yi Yuan, Qiao Jie instinctively wanted to run. But he instantly saw quite a few fellow disciples around him, and immediately became much braver in his heart. "Hey, punk, you finally showed up. The score last time, we should settle it properly," Qiao Jie said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile, "We should settle it properly. The few of you, hand over your storage rings." Qiao Jie sneered coldly and said, "You're really arrogant. There are 6 of us today. Could it be that you plan on fighting 1-on-6? Yi Yuan said coolly, "So what if 1-on-6? Looks like you want me to take action." Done talking, Yi Yuan directly unleashed Sundering Stars over. Qiao Jie's expression changed drastically. This sword move was no idea how much stronger than that move used to deal with him back then. Only at this time did he know that Yi Yuan did not use much strength at all back then. This move of Yi Yuan's was incomparably fast. Qiao Jie simply could not avoid it. With strong unwillingness, he crushed the jade pendant. Yi Yuan swept a glance over the remaining people and said nonchalantly, "You guys want me to take action too? Your strength is even worse than his. If I unleash my sword again, you guys might not have time to crush the jade pendant." The remaining 5 people were all white as a sheet. How could they still dare to resist? They crushed their jade pendants in succession, transporting away. Yi Yuan reached his hand out and beckoned. 20 over storage rings came to his hand. Looks like letting that guy off back then was right. This half a year, That guy collected quite a number of storage rings. It saved me quite a bit of trouble, Yi Yuan said with a satisfied look. When the Wu Meng Academy's 3 people saw Yi Yuan eradicate Qiao Jie's 6 people with a wave of a hand, each and every one of their faces were very ugly. Yi Yuan never made a move in these 6 to 7 years. They completely did not know how powerful Yi Yuan's strength was currently. At that time, Yi Yuan defeated Qin Shao, but he was not powerful to this kind of degree. This was just 6 to 7 years' time, and Yi Yuan's strength was already no longer what it was before. What was laughable was that they were still talking about him behind his back just now, and yet, it was heard by Yi Yuan. With this, it was awkward. You fools, not taking the side of your own people in this 100 cities smelting trial, but you actually blamed Yi Yuan. Really stupid. This 100 cities smelting trial, if you don't provoke others, will others not come and kill you? Have you all stayed too long in the academy, your brains all gone soft? Little Fatty came forward and reprimanded those few people. We know we were wrong. Those few people's expressions were extremely ugly, but also did not know how they should refute, and could only admit their mistakes. The current Yi Yuan was already not on the same level as them long ago. Yi Yuan gave them a glance and said coolly, looking on the account of being fellow disciples, "You guys leave. But help me do something." Hearing Yi Yuan's words, the 3 of them were akin to being granted amnesty, and hurriedly said, "Junior apprentice brother Yi, feel free to instruct." Yi Yuan said indifferently, "A month later, I'll accept the challenge of all outer court disciples at Howless Ridge. No restriction on numbers, no restrictions on method. You guys help me to spread this news." The 3 people's expression changed, drawing a cold breath, using dumbfounded gazes to look at Yi Yuan. This was too crazy. Yi Yuan was going to challenge 100 cities geniuses with his power alone. Junior apprentice brother Yi, this is too risky, right? Yi Yuan said coolly, "Taking the risk or not, don't need you to worry about it. You just say that I have several hundred storage rings in my hands. As long as they are confident in themselves, they can come and challenge me." The 3 people exchanged glances, all being dumbstruck with amazement by Yi Yuan's arrogant words. This 100 cities smelting trial had been held for no idea how many seasons. No one had even been arrogant to the degree to challenge all of the 100 cities' elite disciples. But he, Yi Yuan, did just that. One had to know that although this smelting trial was called 100 cities smelting trial, the capital cities taking part were far from just 100 capital cities. In reality, the cities taking part were close to 200. Each city had 30 people taking part, which was also close to 6,000 people. According to the 1-to-2 ratio of inner court disciples and outer court disciples were close to 4,000 people. These 4,000 people were all elites among elites of each capital city. Every single one was a very formidable expert. But now, Yi Yuan wanted to challenge these 3,000 over geniuses with his power alone. They did not know whether such an action should be called courageous, or seeking death. When the 3 people came to their senses, Yi Yuan was already long gone. Are we really going to say that? This guy is also a little too crazy, right? But his strength is really powerful. I've heard of that Qiao Jie just now before. He's a heavenly feather capital city's peerless genius. His strength was probably not beneath Qin Shao's. Even he couldn't last past one move under Yi Yuan's hand. But Yi Yuan said, "No restrictions on methods, no restriction on numbers. One person challenging close to 4,000 people, just thinking about it is terrifying. Since he said so, we'll comply with it. Either way, if something happens, it has nothing to do with us either." Chapter 1400 Who Was Toyed? Chapter 1400 Who Was Toyed? Did you hear? There's a fool who actually wants to challenge all of the 100 cities geniuses at Howless Ridge. How is it possible to not hear of it? This wouldn't be news deliberately released by someone, wanting to ambush us halfway, right? I heard that this fool called Yi Yuan came from Wu Meng capital city and is just late-stage grotto profound. Late-stage grotto profound? Why is it more and more nonsensical? For a late-stage grotto profound to be able to survive until now is already a miracle. He still has the strength to challenge so many geniuses. No matter what, Howlis Ridge must be very lively now already. We'd best go and take a look. This 1 month's time, the news of Yi Yuan putting out the challenge for all outer court disciples at Howlis Ridge spread like wildfire. Some people dismissed this with a laugh. But some people were still moved by the storage rings in Yi Yuan's hands. More and more outer court disciples were currently plussing to Howlis Ridge. Not long after this group of people left, 2 silhouettes walked out of the dense forest. But these 2 people were Qin Yuanlong and Qin Tian. Qin Yuanlong tangled with Thunder Cry for several months and finally found a chance to shake him off. The 2 of them rendezvous in this outer court region. They did not expect that they would hear news about Yi Yuan. Humph. This brat is really rampant. He really thinks himself to be invincible under the heavens. He probably doesn't know that those from powerful capital cities, many disciples all intentionally suppressed their realms to comprehend the power of laws. Regarding Yi Yuan's arrogant actions, Qin Tian responded with a cold sneer. This punk is indeed arrogant without limit. But this kind of courting death action, we can make use of it, Qin Yuanlong said with a smile. With uncle around, since we know the whereabouts of that kid, he's naturally certain to die, Qin Tian said. The current Howlis Ridge had long gathered a large group of students already. Yi Yuan stood on the mountain, standing with his hands behind his back, with an attitude of standing proudly under the heavens. By his side, over a dozen figures already surrounded him. Sure enough, the first to find Yi Yuan was the Zhuoxiong capital city's people. Use your BUTT to think and you'll also know. Zhuoxiong capital city and Wu Meng capital city are implacable enemies. Each trial, they will eye Wu Meng's students to kill. This time, there naturally won't be any exception either. I heard that He Ning is Zhuoxiong's outer court's #1 person, an existence with hopes of breaking through to Divine Lord realm. Him alone is already very hard to deal with, let alone 15 to 16 people. Yi Yuan, this fellow is too ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. He Ning isn't the strongest. Yongdang capital city's Jin Yu, Changzhou capital city's Qiu Shuisheng, they are the most terrifying existences. He Ning was Zhuoxiong capital city's outer court's #1 person. His Sword Dao laws already reached the 3rd level of Sword Dao second-layered heaven, his strength extremely formidable. But Zhuoxiong capital city's might did not lie on He Ning alone. Those students by his side, each and every one of them, their strengths were not ordinary too. When he heard that Yi Yuan was Wu Meng capital city's disciple, he brought all of Zhuoxiong capital city's disciples and rushed over straight away. Towards Wu Meng capital city's disciples, they had never been soft-hearted. Furthermore, they never paid attention to fighting one-on-one. Want to fight, it was all together. Kid, I say, are you brave, or is your brain not working well? Looks like your Wu Meng capital city's this season's top dog is really unbelievably weak, to actually lose at the hands of you, this fool. Haha, He Ning said with a loud laugh. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, so much crap. If you're not making a move, I'm coming. Seeing Yi Yuan's plussing figure, He Ning said disdainfully, just this bit of strength. To dare be so arrogant, I even thought that you can let me enjoy to my heart's content. Facing Yi Yuan's attack, He Ning did not retreat, but advanced instead, his figure disappearing bizarrely. At the same time, Zhuoxiong capital city's other people also moved. The reason why Zhuoxiong capital city was powerful was not just because their students' strength was powerful, their cooperation was also incredibly close. The moment these dozen-over people made a move, it was akin to one person fighting, incomparably harmonious. Clank. He Ning exchanged a sword move with Yi Yuan in a blink, but he was shocked until his arm went numb, his long sword nearly slipping out of his hand. His expression changed, greatly astonished in his heart. How could a late-stage Grotto Profound's casual sword move have such terrifying strength? Clank. 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 Yi Yuan's sword emerged like the wind. Under the encirclement of over a dozen people, it came and went freely, without the slightest hint of falling into a disadvantage. In one exchange, all of Zhuoxiong capital city's people fell into immense shock. He Ning's expression turned fearful and he said in a solemn voice, all don't hide it anymore. 9 Firmament Sword Energy, Kill. Zhuoxiong Capital City's group of students cooperated seamlessly. Under He Ning's command, the within-the-group battle immediately crisscrossed with sword energy. Rays of terrifying sword energy slashed over toward Yi Yuan. Strength isn't bad. A little interesting. Facing the besieging of over a dozen experts, Yi Yuan did not seem to feel taxed. Instead, he appeared to have plenty more to spare. Zhuoxiong Capital City's 9 Firmament Sword Energy was indeed very strong. Displaying the move with over a dozen people joining hands, its might was even more unimaginable. Only such a battle could make Yi Yuan enjoy it. Those sword after sword of Yi Yuan's parried seemingly in a careless manner. Actually, each sword contained the sword intent of Sundering Stars inside. His utilization of Sundering Stars currently was long already not limited to that heaven-shocking chop. With every movement, releasing and withdrawing as he pleased. In such a small-scale battle, Yi Yuan practically utilized the sword intent of Sundering Stars to the limit. It was just that this battle was totally not the case in the view of outsiders. He Ning, stop playing. Is it fun to toy with the young man? Haha, you guys have to bring out a bit of strength at any rate. Otherwise, when other people see it, they'll even think that you guys aren't a match for a late-stage grotto profound. When can your Zhuoxiong Capital City get rid of this bad habit and stop playing cat-and-mouse games? Among Zhuoxiong Capital City's students, they could sense the other party's positions through the 9 Firmament Sword Energy. Hence, each trial, they could virtually find their companions the fastest. They would then regroup into a powerful team to crush the opponent. It was precisely because of so that their overall strength ranked among the best of these 100 cities. They also frequently surrounded their opponents and not kill, forcing the other party to crush their own jade pendant. This was a humiliation toward the opponent and also made many weaker capital cities gnash their teeth in hatred. This point, Wu Meng Capital City's disciples felt it the most. But, no matter how furious they were, no one could do anything to Zhuoxiong Capital City either. Powerful strength was so capricious. It was just that this time, it was totally not the case. He Ning knew his own pain. This Yi Yuan was really powerful to the extreme. The more he fought, the more alarmed he became. This brat cultivated no idea what kind of heretic martial technique. A casual sword move contained tremendous power, capable of easily breaking their 9 Firmament Sword Energy. This point, outsiders could not tell at all. Only by feeling it personally could one experience it. It was precisely because of so that it let everyone mistakenly thought that Zhuoxiong Capital City, these guys' old habit flared up again, deliberately playing with Yi Yuan. In reality, it was them who were toyed by Yi Yuan. Clank. Suddenly, a clear sound transmitted out. The long sword in a Zhuoxiong Capital City's disciple's hands was directly shook to fly out. And Yi Yuan's next sword move already slashed over like lightning. Chapter 1401 Shaved Bald. Chapter 1401 Shaved Bald. Over a dozen swords stabbed over towards Yi Yuan at the same time. They wanted to besiege Wei to rescue Zhao, 1. However, it was like Yi Yuan did not see it. The evil extermination sword suddenly accelerated, chopping down with immense speed. The expression of that Zhuoxiong Capital City's student changed drastically and knew that there was no more chance of a fluke cruise. HI plussing the jade pendant and transporting back. Right at this time, over a dozen long swords arrived. Go to HELL. Currently, Yi Yuan's move was already ending and he was unable to save himself at all. He Ning could not help being overjoyed when he saw the situation. But right at this moment, a layer of golden light surfaced on Yi Yuan's body. The long sword struck back at a strange angle. Clank, clank, clank. Yi Yuan's long sword swept, sweeping away all of the dozen over swords. Quick as thought. The entire process was also nothing more than a flash, fast until everyone did not react to it. 9 transformations golden body, first transformation grand completion, He Ning said in disbelief. The surrounding students were all incomparably shocked, not daring to believe the scene before their eyes. What the HELL? They messed up, played their own people to death. Just now, that was 9 transformations golden body? Isn't it said that the 9 transformations golden body's cultivation speed is very slow? Even exceedingly talented people could only have some attainments in 1,000 years. This Yi Yuan's strength is uncommon. He actually still had time to go cultivate the fleshy body. This Yi Yuan is so bizarre. Not only is he completely unscathed under the besieging of over a dozen people, he actually even counterkilled a person instead. The cultivation of the fleshy body was an extremely slow process. Even with the assistance of medicinal pills, it was also very hard to have some achievements within a short time. But once they had some achievements, it was rare to have opponents in the same rank. If one's strength was not powerful to a certain degree, one could not breach their defenses at all. Furthermore, the 9 transformations golden body could do what ordinary people could not. One's control over their bodies could reach an inconceivable degree. Just now, Yi Yuan's sundering stars had an imposing momentum. If it were others, it would be tremendously difficult to pull back. But he relied on the toughness of the fleshy body and performed the inconceivable action. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Quite interesting, continue." Done talking, his long sword swung. Another sword slashed over towards He Ning. He Ning's pupils constricted, hurriedly dodging aside. The group of people fell into a group battle once more. This time, no body mocked Yi Yuan anymore. They discovered that the battle situation was completely different from what they imagined. Even though Yi Yuan looked to be in perilous danger under over a dozen sword lights, the Zhuoxiong capital city, these people always seemed to be lacking a little. On the contrary, Yi Yuan's occasionally slashed-out sword was accurate and fierce, always throwing one of them into confusion. Before long, Yi Yuan saw a chance and decisively attacked again. That Zhuoxiong student's gaze revealed a look of despair, shattering the jade pendant. More and more other capital cities' students gathered around. But the vast Howlis Ridge became quieter and quieter. Time slowly trickled by. Zhuoxiong capital city's people became lesser and lesser. No idea how long had Pares said either. The people discovered to their shock that Zhuoxiong capital city was actually only left with 3 people at goodness knows when. What happened? Why do I clearly feel that Yi Yuan isn't very formidable, but he can finish off Zhuoxiong capital city's people? Asked an outer court disciple to the person next to him somewhat woodenly. His sword art seems to be average. Actually, he suppressed the power of laws to a very small range. Only by coming into contact with his sword can one sense the might of his sword art. Although his realm isn't high, even though the power of laws of sword Dao First Layered Heaven hasn't reached grand completion yet, his utilization of the power of laws already reached the acme of perfection. At this time, someone beside him suddenly explained. Then, how did you tell? But this time, that person no longer answered him. He turned his head around rather curiously, his gaze suddenly turning intent. Jin Yu. 100 cities number 1 person, Jin Yu. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually called down this great god too. Jin Yu's gaze never left Yi Yuan's body for an instant. A surge of powerful fighting intent rose from his body. Looks like this time, Zhuoxiong capital city has utterly stumbled. Jin Yu, you're moved. Another voice was heard. The gaze of that person previously turned intent again as he cried out in shock, Qiu Shuisheng. These 2 people were both the pinnacle-most existences among the 100 cities. It was said that their power of laws were already comprehended to the grand completion realm of Second Layered Heaven. In Grotto Profound Realm, they did not have opponents at all. Jin Yu did not turn back and just said coolly, "Didn't you come too?" I really didn't plan on coming. Originally, I thought that it was just a clown seeking popularity by saying something sensational. In the end, I still couldn't resist my curiosity. It's just that, didn't expect that this visit was an eye-opener, Qiu Shuisheng said with a light laugh. Are you going? Or me? Jin Yu said coolly. Do you have a assurance? Qiu Shuisheng answered with a question. Jin Yu slowly shook his head and said, we'll only know after fighting. Qiu Shuisheng smiled and said, since you came, you go then. If you can't even beat, then I'm pretty sure I can't win. Jin Yu said nonchalantly, all right. These 2 people chipped in a word each, already directly casting that student who asked questions previously to one side. His heart was gasping with astonishment listening by the side. Jin Yu was known as the 100 Cities' #1 person. Even he actually did not have assurance in dealing with Yi Yuan. He finally knew where Yi Yuan's confidence in setting up the arena lay. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. H. Plus Yi Yuan released 3 sword moves consecutively as fast as lightning, sealing off all of He Ning's escape routes. He Ning's countenance was greatly shocked, carrying intense unwillingness and cruise. I plussing the jade pendant. At this point, the Zhuoxiong capital city was completely wiped out. Yi Yuan fought the Zhuoxiong capital city's 15 people with his power alone and slew all of them. If not for the jade pendant's transportation, none of these 15 people could be spared. The previous period's top 10, the Zhuoxiong capital city, was actually shaved bald this time. This result shocked everyone until their jaws dropped. Yi Yuan casually beckoned. 100 storage rings landed on his hand. He examined these storage rings, a ray of light flash. I plussing in his eyes. The Zhuoxiong capital city was indeed well deserving of being a major force ranked in the top 10. The harvest was plentiful. Yi Yuan put these storage rings away. Surveying the surroundings, he said coolly, "Who else? You guys can also attack together." One sentence immediately ignited everyone's fury. These words were too arrogant, not taking them seriously at all. It was just that now, all of them knew that Yi Yuan had this strength and confidence. He was arrogant because he had the capital to be arrogant. He's just alone. Right now, we have several hundred people here. Everybody attack. I don't believe that he can deal with it. Finish him off. Everyone can divide the storage rings with individual ability. At this time, someone suddenly shouted loudly, immediately making everyone's heart stir. But right at this time, Jin Yu moved. His figure shook, already arriving opposite of Yi Yuan, saying indifferently, "I'm first. If I'm defeated, it's not late for you guys to go again." Yi Yuan looked at Jin Yu rather surprisedly and said with a smile, "Looks like you're very powerful. What's your name?" 1. Idiom that references romance of the 3 kingdoms. Relieve the besieged by besieging the besiegers. Chapter 1402 Battling 100 Cities #1 person. Chapter 1402 Battling 100 Cities #1 person. He actually doesn't know Jin Yu. Did this guy pop out of a rock? These 100 over cities people, there's actually still someone who doesn't know Jin Yu. If say who has the greatest hopes of reaching the Divine Lord realm in these 100 cities, it's none other than Jin Yu. There's actually someone who doesn't know him. Yi Yuan's question made everyone burst into an uproar. They were unable to imagine that there was actually still someone taking part in this 100 cities smelting trial who did not know Jin Yu. Qiu Shuaisheng was first stunned, then immediately laughed in spite of himself and said, "Perhaps this is precisely why he's powerful." Jin Yu was also stupefied and blurted out, "You don't know me?" Yi Yuan also saw through from other people's reactions. This Jin Yu did not seem to be simple. He could not help chuckling and said, "Apologies, this one entered the sect for a short time and really never heard of your esteemed self's great name before." Jin Yu's actions were worthy to be called above board and forthright, not willing to take advantage of him. Toward such an opponent, Yi Yuan was still respectful. Especially under this situation, storage rings affected the owners. HI plus P of the final reward. But the other party clearly regarded a good opponent more highly. Jin Yu nodded his head, considered to have acknowledged Yi Yuan's argument, and said, "This one is Yongdang capital city, Jin Yu." Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, "So, it's brother Jin. Make your move then." Jin Yu said, "You just went through a big fight, better take a break first and recover some divine essence." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "No need, those few guys were too weak." Jin Yu's heart went cold and actually could not figure out the truth and falsehood of Yi Yuan's words for a moment. Was this guy posturing, or he really did not expend much energy? This battle just now, if it were him, he could naturally accomplish with ease too. But he absolutely would not say this kind of words. After all, He Ning, this level of expert, his strength was still very strong. Moreover, there were still 14 other Zhuoxiong capital cities experts. It was just that Yi Yuan's words, in other people's view, were undeniably him posturing. I admit that this guy is very strong. But saying this kind of words in front of the 100 Cities #1 person, Jinyu, I seriously can't listen any further. This guy wants to keep up appearance to cover up his predicament, right? Amen. At least if he loses, he can also say that he went through a big fight earlier. Who? He completely doesn't know who Jinyu is, and he also doesn't know how powerful Jinyu's strength is. Ning isn't worth mentioning at all in front of Jinyu. This guy is too condescending. How could they know that while that battle earlier looked fierce, Yi Yuan's expenditure was actually really not that much? Although Yi Yuan was unrestrained, wanting to challenge the 100 Cities geniuses with his strength alone, he still attached great importance to tactics, and did not underestimate the 100 Cities geniuses. To him, the final result was secondary. What he valued the most was the interaction with these 100 Cities geniuses. Hence, that battle earlier, he actually fought very conservatively. Each fraction of divine essence was carefully calculated. Coupled with that his divine essence was incomparably refined in the first place, this degree of battle was nothing to him. Seeing Yi Yuan's calm eyes, Jinyu nodded and said, "Since that's the case, make your move then." Yi Yuan did an inviting gesture, the evil extermination sword suddenly attacking. Sundering stars. Although it was sundering stars back and forth, this move had countless variations played by Yi Yuan. This time, Yi Yuan did a lifting action, going from bottom to top, cleaving Jinyu. Attacks from this angle were very hard to defend. Jinyu's expression turned solemn, instantly sensing that this sword's intensity was no idea how much stronger compared to dealing with Ning just now. He did not dare to slight it. A beautiful tumble to the side, his long sword already attacked. However, this sword of Jinyu's was a straight stab, pointing at the flat of Yi Yuan's blade from the flank with a bizarre angle. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, instantly knowing that he ran into an expert. Jinyu's comprehension toward battle was no idea how many times stronger than Ning. Martial artists' battles, even when reaching deity realm this level, it was not simply relative superiority or inferiority in power of laws and realm. It was just that powerful strength often made people neglect some subtle things. A battle constantly changed. Oftentimes, a minor detail could determine the outcome of a battle. Yi Yuan had experienced God knows how many big and small battles, and had long already turned fighting into an instinct. Hence, he could grasp every detail to win. The battles that these Academy's geniuses had experienced were not few either. It was just that their battles were a completely different concept from the battles that Yi Yuan experienced. What Yi Yuan experienced were all life and death struggles, not allowing the slightest hint of soft-heartedness. The opponent would not give you the slightest chance as well. But the Academy's geniuses at most just sparred with each other. There were very few people who experienced those kinds of life or death struggles. Only by waiting for them to promote to the inner court and go out to carry out missions would they experience that kind of life and death struggle. But even then, the battle experience of inner court disciples also could not possibly be as rich as Yi Yuan's. Very clearly, Jinyu was not a guy who only knew how to cultivate. This aspect just now displayed his skill fully. Regardless of whether it was evasion or resolving his move with a tap, it all demonstrated his precise grasp of battles, without the slightest sloppiness. More importantly, his realm and law comprehensions were all much higher than Yi Yuan's. This sword had not touched the flat of Yi Yuan's sword yet when a golden light surfaced on Yi Yuan's body. In midair, Yi Yuan forcefully changed his move. The essence of sundering stars, this move, lay in the word chop. Jinyu's move was in order to break Yi Yuan's chop. Hence, Yi Yuan's move change was to pull back this chop word. Yi Yuan's move changed, chopping toward Jinyu's sword body. Jinyu did not have Yi Yuan's powerful fleshy body. He was currently in midair, unable to borrow strength, and could only toughen his scalp and exchange a blow with Yi Yuan. Clank. Two swords intersected. The two people were seemingly struck by a tremendous force, each falling back several dozens of steps. For the first time, someone drove Yi Yuan back. Fine sword. Jinyu praised. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "You're not bad as well." Again. Okay, again. Jinyu was also valiant. The two people's figures moved swiftly, battling together once more. Qiu Shirashing's gaze revealed an incomparably stunned expression. What he was shocked by was not that Yi Yuan could fight to a draw with Jin Yu. It was that he knew that Jin Yu actually lost by half a move just now. Qiu Shirashing understood Jin Yu very well and knew that this guy was a born warrior, his comprehension towards battle very high. In realm and law's comprehension, he was about on par with Jin Yu. But each time they fought, Jin Yu was always able to win him. What he relied on was his instinct towards battles. But just now, Jin Yu relied on this powerful disparity of law's comprehension and realm before fighting to a draw with Yi Yuan. If Yi Yuan and Jin Yu's strength were similar, no, as long as Yi Yuan broke through to Grand Completion Grotto Profound. This exchange earlier, Jin Yu would definitely lose. I didn't expect that Jin Yu will also have a day where he overwhelms people with power. He really met his opponent today, Qiu Shirashing muttered to himself. Opponent? Might not be so. Yi Yuan hasn't used all his strength yet. At this time, there was suddenly one more person by Qiu Shirashing's side, voicing out. Chapter 1403 The Brave Wins When Meeting on a Narrow Path. Chapter 1403 The Brave Wins When Meeting on a Narrow Path. Qiu Shirashing's brows furrowed, looking at the arrival. You're a fellow disciple of Yi Yuan? Qiu Shirashing asked. Qin Shao nodded his head and said, his vanquished foe. Qiu Shirashing did not reveal a surprised look. To be able to be evenly matched with Jin Yu, this one in front of him could not possibly be Yi Yuan's match no matter what. In front of Jin Yu, no body can hold back. Furthermore, Jin Yu didn't exert his full strength as well. Qiu Shirashing said indifferently. Qin Shao gave him a glance and said, your experience doesn't work on Yi Yuan. He is a person born to create miracles. Qiu Shirashing could not help laughing and said, you have some jitters from imaginary fear after being defeated under Yi Yuan's hands, right? Martial artists mustn't lose their own heart of martial Dao. Qin Shao said nonchalantly, you'll know when you keep watching. Hearing the news of Yi Yuan battling heroes alone, Qin Shao was inexplicably amazed at first too. But very soon, he felt at ease. He knew what Yi Yuan was thinking. No occasion was more suitable to temper oneself than this place. It was just that Yi Yuan's method to temper himself was too capricious. Even Jin Yu did not dare to do so either. This guy was really crazy. Qin Shao was also considered to know Yi Yuan very well. Back then, him agreeing to a life-and-death battle seemed very reckless. Actually, he had absolute confidence in himself. Hence, he knew that this time was no exception too. Yi Yuan and Jin Yu, the two people, deconstructed moves upon seeing them, being tangled up in a fierce struggle, making everyone dumbfounded. This Yi Yuan is actually so strong, to be able to fight to a draw with Jin Yu. When did such a formidable figure emerge from Wu Meng capital city? We actually don't even know. Vaulting into prominence in one battle. This battle, regardless of whether win or lose, Yi Yuan's name shall spread throughout the 100 cities. In these 100 cities area, Jin Yu was a benchmark. It was completely impossible for anyone to beat him. Qiu Shirashing could not either. But today, Yi Yuan was actually able to be locked in battle with him. It was just that they did not know. The current Jin Yu was the same as He Ning, actually depressed to the extreme. It looked like the two of them were about on par, either able to do anything to the other. In reality, when he exchanged moves with Yi Yuan, it was completely relying on all-round Serpa's sing in realm and laws that he could barely manage to fight to a draw. The more Jin Yu fought, the more alarmed he got. He had long seen through that Yi Yuan's sword art was only that one move back and forth. No matter how he made his move, it was all a chop word. The sword was the king of 100 weapons, with a myriad of variations. People who used the sword would also mostly pursue the limits of variation, using it to subdue the enemy and win. But Yi Yuan acted in a diametrically opposite way, forcefully changing the sword into a chopper, only knew chop chop chop. But Jin Yu had no choice but to admit that Yi Yuan already utilized a chop word to a transcendent realm. Furthermore, no idea why, Jin Yu kept feeling that the divine essence Gus Hi plussing out from Yi Yuan's move was grand and boundless, with a feeling of unable to overcome with force. His divine essence was seemingly a small rowboat in the ocean in front of Yi Yuan, he might capsize at any time. Hence, similarly one move, he had to use much more divine essence than Yi Yuan before he could barely manage to suppress Yi Yuan. This kind of feeling, he had never encountered it before. All in all, clearly his strength was much greater than Yi Yuan's. Yet, he could not gain the slightest bit of advantage. This sort of feeling made him depressed until he wanted to vomit blood. In a twinkle, the two people fought for 1,000 moves. You deconstruct my move, I deconstruct your move, shaving off a large chunk of the entire hilltop. Can't carry on like this anymore. Yi Yuan's divine essence is endless, as if a boundless sea, unable to see the slightest hint of drying up. No wonder he said that no need to rest earlier. Carry on expending like this, the first to fall will definitely be me. Jin Yu was considering this in his mind as he fought. If outsiders knew his thoughts, they would definitely get a huge shock. A half-step heaven glimpse realm powerhouse actually lost to a late-stage grotto profound in divine essence. This was simply too inconceivable. Clank. Jin Yu deliberately opened up a flaw and was slashed by Yi Yuan's sword, his body flying out backward. Jin Yu's body hung in midair, without anywhere to borrow strength. How could Yi Yuan let go of such a chance? He followed up with sundering stars once more. Seeing this scene, a hint of a smile flickered across the corners of Qiu Shuisheng's mouth and he said to Qiu Shuisheng, Yi Yuan is losing. Qin Shao was stupefied, not quite certain what it meant. Qiu Shuisheng smiled and said, Yi Yuan is indeed very strong. But this move, roaming qi returning to bowels, I'm unable to crack it no matter what. Under this sort of circum stance, it's even more impossible for Yi Yuan to resolve it. Yi Yuan was currently in the midst of pursuit when suddenly, his expression changed. An incredibly dangerous aura hit him head-on. Jin Yu's body drew a perfect arc in midair, his long sword sweeping off the ground, his body flying up once more. This series of actions was done in one breath. Jin Yu's entire person seemingly transformed into a sharp sword, charging over towards Yi Yuan. Roaming qi returning to bowels. Yi Yuan's expression changed, discovering that Jin Yu really achieved unison of man and sword. This move, roaming qi returning to bowels, had an indomitable imposing momentum, not stopping without seeing blood. Under this sword, everything was eclipse. This was the true strength of the 100 Cities #1 person. It's roaming qi returning to bowels. Yi Yuan will definitely lose without a doubt. This move, roaming qi returning to bowels, to be able to force Jin Yu to use roaming qi returning to bowels, Yi Yuan can be sufficiently proud. Under the situation where everyone thought that it was impossible, Jin Yu used his ace in the hole, roaming qi returning to bowels. Yi Yuan already did not have room to maneuver. The only path of survival was to crush the jade pendant. But right then, everyone's faces changed once more. What's he trying to do? Out of everyone's expectations, under the situation where the initiative was already lost, Yi Yuan did not retreat, but he advanced instead. Every fraction he advanced, Yi Yuan's aura would be a fraction stronger. Sundering stars. The evil extermination sword in Yi Yuan's hand was not sluggish in the slightest, still chopping down with an indomitable will. The two swords had yet to intersect when two surges of overwhelming auras collided together, stirring up the surrounding divine essence into an upheaval. One pressed forward with an indomitable will, one had an overwhelming imposing momentum. It was truly a meeting on a narrow path. Boom. Two surges of refined to the extreme power of laws collided together violently. The air billows stirred up shook until everyone could not open their eyes. Two figures each flew out backward like kites with broken strings. Slam. Slam. The two people each fell onto the ground, smars. I plusing a deep pit in the ground. Everyone all held their breaths, not knowing just who won and who lost in this fight. Qiu Shuisheng sucked in a cold breath. He did not expect that under that kind of circum stance, Yi Yuan could still release that kind of domineering counterattack. Not only was Yi Yuan's strength overpowering, but his battle will was also unyielding and dauntless. Right at this time, Yi Yuan slowly crawled out from inside the deep hole, bleeding all over his body, his aura chaotic, looking very miserable. Qin Shao gave Qiu Shuisheng a glance and said, I wonder if after today, You still have the courage to fight with Yi Yuan or not? Chapter 1404 Mindsy. Chapter 1404 Mindsy. Qiu Shuisheng opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he discovered that he really could not say anything. Jin Yu was still defeated by Yi Yuan under the situation where he had the initiative. He could not even resolve Jin Yu's roaming qi returning to bowels, let alone talk about dealing with Yi Yuan. Qiu Shuisheng was a proud son of heaven. Apart from Jin Yu, he did not attach importance to anyone in the land of 100 cities. But now, he really did not have the courage to fight with Yi Yuan anymore. Meeting on a narrow path, the brave wins. Under that kind of situation just now, anyone would probably consider how to protect themselves at the first moment. At least, there would be that tiny hint of hesitation. But Yi Yuan did not hesitate at all, chopping over with a sword just like that. At this time, Qiu Shuisheng unwittingly recalled Qin Shao's words previously. He was a person born to create miracles. He was previously still very disdainful towards Qin Shao's words. But now, he discovered that Qin Shao did not exaggerate in the slightest. Take the chance while he's ill and take his life. Kill this guy, the storage rings on him will all be ours. In the crowd, no idea who suddenly shouted out, startling everyone awake all at once. 2 consecutive great battles, 1,000 people already gathered around in the vicinity. With this roar, immediately, there were quite a few people who had the intention of fees. Hi plusing in troubled waters. For some time, a large group of people surrounded over toward Yi Yuan. Not just him, there were even quite a few people who rushed over toward Jin Yu. A bunch of shameless things. You guys are also fit to make a move against Jin Yu? Qiu Shuisheng gave a cold snort, his figure das. Hi plusing out like lightning. Qin Shao's face fell as well, speeding over in Yi Yuan's direction. Facing the tidewater-like student's Russ. Hi plusing over, Yi Yuan just laughed coldly. His wrist shook, evil extermination sword attacked once more. Although his current state was not very good, that was also just relative to Jin Yu, this kind of expert. The fleshy body technique that Yi Yuan cultivated was the Black Tortoise clan's Black Tortoise treasure body divine art. Even though this cultivation method did not count as some peerless divine skill in the Heavenspan world, the power of its defensive strength was absolutely not what average cultivation methods could compare to. The Black Tortoise clan's talent was that their defensive strength was astonishing. Hi plusing. The cultivation method that they cultivated was naturally not too poor as well. Although that blow just now was heavy, it was not to the extent of making Yi Yuan lose his combat power yet. Dealing with these trash, he still had the strength to spare. Swiss. H. Plus Yi Yuan waved his hand and chopped. The powerful force made the faces of those few meeting it head-on greatly astonished. They completely did not expect it. Yi Yuan was already injured until like this, he could actually still release such a swift and fierce attack. Caught off guard, that person right at the front did not even get to crush the jade pendant and was eradicated by Yi Yuan. The few people at the back had no time to run at all and only had time to crush the jade pendant, transporting back to the altar. No need to be afraid, he's already an arrow at the end of its flight, deliberately using this sword to scare people. Kill him. In the crowd, no idea who shouted loudly again. The flood of people who originally paused slightly because of this sword pounced toward Yi Yuan once again. The corner of Yi Yuan's mouth sneered coldly, not taking this seriously at all. One comes, he would kill one. Read more chapter at Read Novel Full 2 come, he would kill a pair. These people were all harboring hopes of getting lucky, thinking that Yi Yuan was already at the end of his rope. How could they know the terror of Yi Yuan's cultivation method? This bit of consumption was nothing to him at all. Even if his divine essence already did not have much left, the time it lasts would still exceed all of their expectations. Yi Yuan waved his sword continuously, reaping these outer court disciples' lives without restraint. But in the crowd, a viper-like gaze was watching Yi Yuan close. His realm strength was no different from the others. It appeared very ordinary in the crowd. Nobody would pay attention to him at all. But at this time, he came to Yi Yuan's back along with the crowd. Following that, he brazenly attacked. Qin Shao's heart suddenly stirred, seeing a familiar figure, his gaze revealing a look of astonishment. "Yi Yuan, be careful at the back," Qin Shao shouted. But right at this time, a powerful aura arrived with a howl. "Qin Yuanlong, you dare?" This figure was none other than precisely the thunder cry who came from afar. When he heard the news of Yi Yuan challenging all heroes, he knew that Qin Yuanlong definitely came here. But he never thought that he would see the scene of Qin Yuanlong sneaking into the crowd and ambush. Plussing Yi Yuan when he just arrived. Without a doubt, Yi Yuan was Wu Meng Academy's student with the greatest potential. It even surpassed said Qin Tian's already. Before departing, Wen Yang specially ordered to definitely keep a lookout for Qin Yuanlong and not let him deal with Yi Yuan. He did not expect that this guy still escaped. An origin deity powerhouse ambush. Plussing the grotto profound realm Yi Yuan, this already did not have any suspense. Qin Yuanlong mingled in the crowd and was too close to Yi Yuan. He did not give Yi Yuan a chance to crush the jade pendant at all. A hint of a hideous smile flashed across the corners of Qin Yuanlong's mouth. Finally could kill Yi Yuan. This punk who made the Qin family utterly lose face could finally go and die. It was just too bad that Yi Yuan had his back to him at this time. He could not see the mocking smile on Yi Yuan's face. Boom. Qin Yuanlong only felt a blur before his eyes. Yi Yuan's figure suddenly disappeared. His palm directly hit thin air, landed on those students opposite of Yi Yuan. How powerful was the palm of an origin deity powerhouse? Those students directly had a large swarm exterminated by Qin Yuanlong being caught unawares. Everyone was stunned. Where did Yi Yuan go? Qin Yuanlong's scalp exploded. He discovered that he seemed to have overlooked an extremely important thing. Not just him, everyone overlooked it. Yi Yuan knew sword maneuvering flight. Teacher Qin, are you very disappointed? You all are also too careless to actually forget that I know sword maneuvering flight. In midair, Yi Yuan looked at Qin Yuanlong and said with a smile that was not a smile. Qin Yuanlong's face was livid, his gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was full of killing intent. Such an important intel was actually overlooked by them. No, it was actually that Yi Yuan deliberately guided them to overlook it. Ever since after the battle with Qin Shao, Yi Yuan never displayed the ability of sword maneuvering flight in front of people anymore. In a flash, 6 to 7 years went by. Yi Yuan had always been fighting with people on the ground and had never exhibited this ability. Due to this, everyone all overlooked this fact. After all, being unable to fly while being below the Divine Lord realm was the Heavenspan world's common sense. This kind of mindset was deeply ingrained in people's thinking, very hard to eradicate. 7 years ago, Yi Yuan's astonished plussing flight had indeed stunned everyone. But later, Yi Yuan's sundering stars was even more eye-catching than sword maneuvering flight. Sword maneuvering flight. Yi Yuan actually knows sword maneuvering flight. My god, just how monstrous is this guy? This fellow concealed too deeply. With this move, he's already established in an undefeatable position. I didn't expect it. Really didn't expect it. The land of 100 cities #1 genius actually changed owners just like this. Yi Yuan's breathtaking fly aroused everyone's shock once more. Forget about the land of 100 cities, even the land of 1,000 cities, land of 10,000 cities, might not produce a genius capable of comprehending sword maneuvering flight either. But Yi Yuan did it. Qin Yuanlong, you disregarded your status and attempted to assassinate an academy's disciple. This matter, I'll definitely inform City Lord, His Excellency. You, be prepared for a reckoning. Thundercry's angry roar sounded at this time. Chapter 1405 Harvesting. Chapter 1405 Harvesting. Qin Yuanlong's expression changed several times. He naturally knew the consequences of this matter. But Qin Nantian had long already hated Yi Yuan to the bones. This trip, the price expended in order to kill Yi Yuan was not small. Returning empty-handed, he had no way of giving an account to Qin Nantian. Humph. This Qin had long found this punk displeasing to the eye, so what if kill him? From this day forth, I, Qin Yuanlong, renounce Wu Meng capital city and turn my back on the Qin family. Farewell. Done talking, Qin Yuanlong turned right around and left. Thundercry's expression changed, not expecting that Qin Yuanlong was actually so decisive. Humph. Want to leave? How can it be that easy? Since you've turned your back on the Qin family, Ambus. Plussing my Wu Meng Academy's disciple and disrupting the 100 Cities smelting trial, you deserve the death penalty. Thundercry gave a cold snort, his figure moving swiftly, charging over towards Qin Yuanlong. Qin Yuanlong did not think that Thundercry was actually so unrelenting, speeding away into the distance with a scurry. The two people, one chased, one fled, disappeared in everyone's line of sight very quickly. This series of unforeseen changes were seriously too fast, catching everyone off guard. Read more chapter at Read Novelful in a hidden corner. Qin Tian gnashed his teeth in hatred as he watched this scene, his expression ugly to the extreme. Failed again. Could it be that this guy was unkillable? Why did the Qin family scheme meticulously and even send out an origin deity realm expert, and still unable to kill him? Clearly just a grotto profound realm rookie, so why could he not be killed? Not only could he not be killed, the Qin family even lost a direct lineage disciple and an origin deity realm academy teacher. This price was too heavy. Big brother Qin Tian, what should we do? Qin Zheng asked. Let's go. Qin Tian gnashed his teeth in hatred and said. He knew that in the 100 Cities smelting trial, they had no chances at all already. This match was ultimately still a complete miss. Yi Yuan maneuvered the sword and slowly landed, saying with a light smile, you guys, each and every one of you, can forget about running. Woos. Plus Yi Yuan was not long-winded either, directly sweeping a sword out, felling a large group. How could those students who had designs on him previously still dare to stay? Each and every one scattered like birds and wild animals. Yi Yuan hacked and killed, directly eradicating several dozen people. The remainder all ran. Hence, Yi Yuan started cleaning up the battlefield, collecting the storage rings left behind. This battle, the harvests were abundant. The storage rings in his hands were more than 500 in total already. What was even more liberating for him was that Qin Yuanlong, this fellow, withdrew from the Qin family himself. It was also considered to have made the Qin family lose a general. This Qin Yuanlong thought that he hid very well. Actually, his every movement and action was all under dustless surveillance. When he ambushed, Yi Yuan had long made the preparations for sword maneuvering flight. Sword maneuvering flight speed was very fast. Evading Qin Yuanlong's sneak attack under the circum stances where he was prepared was nothing. While at this time, Jin Yu hobbled in front of Yi Yuan with the help of Qiu Shuisheng. He took out his own storage ring, Pares said it to Yi Yuan, and said, I loss. This is yours. Yi Yuan smiled and received the storage ring. This was his spoils of war, he had no reason to refuse it. I really didn't expect that the Wu Meng capital city actually produced a genius like you. I was defeated utterly convincedly. Jin Yu sighed with admiration. Yi Yuan smiled and said, you're very strong too. But although your laws are strong, it's still a little weak in terms of utilization. Given time, you're bound to be a region's absolute ruler. If it were before, Yi Yuan saying these words in front of Jin Yu would definitely be thought of as crazy by people. But now, No body would feel brusque, even Qiu Shuisheng did not feel so too. Yi Yuan had the qualifications to lecture Jin Yu like this. Yi Yuan's sword Dao First Layered Heaven had yet to reach grand completion, but he could defeat the strong with the weak. It was because his application of sword Dao laws had reached a transcendent realm. In this aspect, Jin Yu was not just a tiny bit worse than him. Yi Yuan comprehending the sword in the sword tomb, what he comprehended was not just sword Dao laws, he was even comprehending the stories behind the laws. Inside the sword tomb, each sword had its story. It was precisely because so that Yi Yuan could create Sundering Stars, such a powerful martial technique. Sundering Stars was a martial technique that Yi Yuan comprehended that maximized the power of sword Dao laws. Its degree of power could only be imagined. Jin Yu clasped his hands and said, got it. Today's battle, this Jin broadened his horizons and gleaned considerable gains. Especially the last sword move, it will probably have a tremendous impact on my life. Yi Yuan's final sword was absolutely a sword that set the world on fire. This sword, what it displayed was not just a martial technique, but the all-round strength manifestation of Yi Yuan's martial Dao will, law's utilization, divine essence thickness, and so on. Rather than saying Yi Yuan won with sundering stars, it was better to say that Yi Yuan won with his determination to absolutely win. If it were others, even if their strength was identical to Yi Yuan's, they completely could not achieve that step too. Jin Yu's words did not have any intention of flattering. Yi Yuan's final sword virtually subverted his understanding toward martial Dao. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Those guys have already ran away, so I have to go hunt them down. There are quite a few storage rings in their hands. I got to go and collect them. Farewell." Jin Yu and Qiu Shuisheng, the two people, clasped their hands and said, "Farewell." Swoosh, swoosh. Yi Yuan casually threw out 100 storage rings and flew straight to Qin Shao. "Thanks, brother." Qin Shao's actions landed in his sights. Even though this guy was born in the Qin family, he was completely different from the Qin family's people's personality of seeking revenge for the smallest grievance. He was defeated at his hands. That kind of situation just now, he still voiced out to warn, it was truly not easy. These storage rings, just take it as a bit of thanks then. Yi Yuan did not give Qin Shao a chance to speak, directly maneuvering the sword and flying away. Watching Yi Yuan's profile disappear into the horizons, Qiu Shuisheng said with a sigh, "This guy isn't to be trifled with. Once provoked, one will probably have nightmares every day." Jin Yu nodded his head and said, "Avenging grievances when there are grievances, avenging enmity when there is enmity, repaying kindness when there is kindness, acting according to his nature, not violating his consciousness. This is the Tao of might. This Yi Yuan, a measly Wu Meng capital city, probably can't trap him." Qiu Shuisheng came in front of Qin Shao and said with clasped hands, "Brother, apologies. Previously, my words have offended, please don't take offense." Qin Shao said coolly, "No harm. This guy's strength is too baffling. Not truly exchanging blows with him, you forever won't know how strong he is." Qiu Shuisheng secretly nodded, deeply acknowledging Qin Shao's words too. The 100 Cities smelting trial was set as a year. The remaining time, all of the outer court disciples sunk into a nightmare. A devil who rode the wind and rode a sword might appear beside them at any time, reaping their lives. They all knew Yi Yuan's prowess. At the start, they all found a place and hide, not daring to come out. But later, they discovered to their dismay that no matter how they hid, Yi Yuan could always accurately find their locations. Hence, Amar's Seika unfolded in the outer court region. Later, those people seriously could not live on in the outer court region and could only escape to the inner court region one after another. However, Yi Yuan rode the sword to flow. Even when inner court disciples saw him, they could not do anything to him at all. Of course, there were those with good luck too, finding their senior brothers and sisters, before barely managing to preserve their lives. In a blink, a year's time was up. The 100 Cities smelting trial was already drawing near its end. Chapter 1406 Owners HI plus P of the 4-star Divine Pill. Chapter 1406 Owners HI plus P of the 4-star Divine Pill. On the altar plaza, one figure after another was being transported back. During previous trials, the later it was, the fewer people sent back. But this time, there were still people being transported non-stop. "You still ran into that malefic star in the end? Isn't that so?" No idea what method that guy used either. I clearly already hid very covertly, but was still found by him. Me too. This malefic star is too vengeful. I was very far away from him at that time. There was no chance to make a move at all and he still didn't let me go. You don't know it. Later on, as long as everybody sees him, they directly crush the jade pendant. This malefic star kills on sight, completely unreasonable. An outer court disciple was just transported back, so he started chatting with his fellow disciples who were finished off by Yi Yuan previously. Upon mentioning Yi Yuan, each and every one of their faces all revealed an extremely depressed look. In the entire plaza, several thousand students taking part in the trial were virtually all talking about Yi Yuan. The 100 Cities smelting trial this time, Yi Yuan alone shone in the limelight. Virtually everyone lived in his shadow. At this time, a virtual image descended from the sky. It was precisely Xian Ling. Xian Ling's gaze swept slightly and said nonchalantly, "The hour has arrived. Everyone return." Finished talking, he flicked his sleeves grandly. All of the altars flickered with light, summoning all of the remaining people back. Yi Yuan just felt a blur before his eyes and returned back on the altar once again. "How is it, Yi Yuan? You wouldn't really have finished off everybody, right?" Little Fatty asked curiously. When Yi Yuan challenged everyone, he settled Little Fatty down in a concealed place. He knew that the Qin family would definitely target him. If he brought Little Fatty by his side, it would definitely be very dangerous. Now, the trial ended. Little Fatty came back together with Yi Yuan and did not know what happened in the outside world. Junior apprentice brother Xie, your relations. HI plus P is the closest with junior apprentice brother Yi. You actually don't know his earth-shaking record? A Wu Meng's inner court student poked fun at him. Little Fatty looked at Yi Yuan in surprise and said, Why, really did it?" That inner court student laughed and said, "More than just did it. Yi Yuan challenged the entire Zhuoxiong capital city's outer court 15 people with his sword alone, completely annihilating the other party. Then, under the circumstances where he did not rest, he defeated the 100 cities' #1 person, Jin Yu. Following which, under the circumstances where he was seriously injured, he killed until everybody threw away their helmets and armor, running wildly all over the place. When he spoke, he intentionally raised his voice. Next to them were Zhuoxiong capital city students. Hearing these words, each and every one of them was depressed until they wanted to vomit blood. When Wu Meng capital city students heard this, they all guffawed with laughter. This time, they really walked with their heads held high. The 100 cities smelting trial took place once every 300 years. Every time, Wu Meng capital city was targeted by Zhuoxiong capital city, losing very tragically. But this time, Yi Yuan alone won back some ground, directly shaving them bald. How could this not make them feel great? But at this time, Little Fatty jumped up all at once, pointed at Yi Yuan, and said angrily, "You are really too treacherous. I said that I wanted to go together with you, but you just refuse. Such a spectacular sight, Lord Fatty, I actually missed it." Sniff, sniff. Little Fatty had an aggrieved look. Clearly, he was regretting missing such a grand occasion immensely. "If you went, you might already be a corpse." Lin Xiu's voice suddenly sounded out behind Little Fatty, making him jump in fright. "Xiu, senior apprentice sister, where did this come from?" Little Fatty said puzzledly. Lin Xiu let out a sigh and briefly recounted the incident of Qin Yuanlong's sneak attacking Yi Yuan. Pooh. The Qin family's people are indeed all still so shameless. To actually do such a shameless thing, doing this sort of thing in the 100 cities smelting trial, they have utterly lost their face. Everyone says not to wash your dirty linen in public, but they are good, directly making it known throughout 100 capital cities. After Little Fatty finished listening, he spat indignantly. Yi Yuan did not turn back and he was able to feel that there were several murderous gazes at the back. Little Fatty clearly saw it too. Eyes glaring, he said disdainfully, "What? Did this kind of thing that will leave a stink for 1,000 years and still don't let people say? If you have the capability, come and bite me." Qin Tian's gaze sharpened and he said in a cold voice, "Dam and Fatty, I've remembered you." "Yo, threatening Lord Fatty? Did Lord Fatty grow up being frightened?" Xie Jingyi said without showing weakness in the slightest. By the side, Lin Xiu's brows furrowed but did not say anything. "Qin Tian, you shut your mouth for me. This matter won't end because of Qin Yuanlong's death. Your Qin family must give the academy an account." By the side, Thundercry said in a solemn voice. After that day, Thundercry pursued Qin Yuanlong for 2 months, finally executing him under his palm. Although Qin Yuanlong shouldered all of the blame that day, even an idiot knew that this matter could not get away from the Qin family. Qin Tian's face fell and he controlled his temper and said, "Teacher Thundercry, since Qin Yuanlong has already turned his back on the Qin family, what he did has nothing to do with my Qin family. Isn't it rather biased for you to do so?" Thundercry smiled coldly and said, How this matter will be ruled, that city lord, His Excellency's business. But the events here, I'll report them truthfully. Qin Tian could not help choking up when he heard that and could only stop speaking. Clearly, Qin Yuanlong's actions already thoroughly infuriated this teacher. At this time, Xianling's voice sounded out once more, saying slowly, "All right, the 100 cities smelting trial this time ends here. Now, I'll examine your storage rings and distribute the rewards for this trial." While talking, Xianling's gaze actually looked over at Yi Yuan's side. No one knew if it was consciously or unconsciously. Not seeing him take any action either, all of the storage rings broke free of the student's body on their own, flying in front of Xianling. With just a glance, Xianling finished checking all of the storage rings and called out, "Inner Court Disciples first place, Yongdang Capital Cities by Tianju, obtained a total of 621 stalks of Tier 2 spirit medicine." It's indeed by Tianju. Yongdang Capital City is too strong. The inner court has by Tianju, outer court has Jinyu. These two people are simply usurper. Sable existences. That's in the past. Didn't Yi Yuan emerge this time? Jinyu has already lost to him. No idea how many Tier 1 spirit medicines Yi Yuan obtained in the end. 5 stalks of Tier 1 spirit medicines can offset 1 stalk of Tier 2 spirit medicines. Wonder who the 4-star divine pill this time will end up with. Should be Yongdang Capital City still, right? No matter how formidable Yi Yuan is, it's also just one person. Yongdang Capital City has more people than just by Tianju. Even though Jinyu was defeated, the inner court disciples' total amount of Tier 2 spirit medicines is also quite a lot. After Xianling announced by Tianzhou's results, it immediately aroused a wave of speculation. Actually, the inner court's first place and outer court's first place did not have any suspense. The only suspense was the owners. HI+P of this 4-star divine pill. In terms of value, 5 stalks of Tier 1 spirit medicines naturally could not compare to 1 stalk of Tier 2 spirit medicine. But in this smelting trial, the difficulty in obtaining Tier 1 spirit medicines was not too different from Tier 2 spirit medicines. 5 to 1, this ratio was what everyone could still accept. At this time, Xianling continued, saying, Yongdang Capital City obtained 2,126 stalks of Tier 2 spirit medicines in the end. 1,000 stalks of Tier 1 spirit medicines. Chapter 1407 The City Lords ATTI. Chapter 1407 The City Lords ATTI. It's indeed still Yongdang Capital City's foundation that is deep. Their might is not just because of by Tianju alone, but it is their overall strength being powerful. For Wu Meng Capital City to want to surpass them, the difficulty is likely quite high. No idea how many people Yi Yuan killed either, and just how many spirit medicines he has in his hands. Everyone was very curious about just how many spirit medicines Yi Yuan had on hand. According to the ratio of 5 to 1, Yi Yuan needed to reach at least 10,000 stalks of spirit medicines and above to have a possibility of winning. This figure was unimaginable in the past 100 cities smelting trials. After Yi Yuan obtained the storage rings, he would transfer the other people's spirit medicines all into his own storage ring. Hence, Nobody knew just how many spirit medicines he acquired either. Right then, Xianling slowly opened his mouth. Outer Court's first place, Wu Meng Capital City's Yi Yuan, obtained a total of 21,300 stalks of Tier 1 spirit medicines. The moment Xianling's voice faded, the entire plaza burst into an uproar all at once. According to the ratio of 5 to 1, the spirit medicines that Yi Yuan alone obtained, said Yongdang Capital Cities by 1-fold. Just how many people did this guy kill? Didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it. Wu Meng Capital City actually produced such a freak. So strong at late-stage grotto profound already. When he breaks through to the heaven glimpse realm, what would it be like? Before the 100 cities smelting trial this time, probably Nobody would have thought that Wu Meng Capital City could obtain first place, right? They all did not know that Yi Yuan killed a total of 2,000 people in these last 3 months. Even if each person only had 10 stalks of spirit medicines in their hands, adding it up also had 20,000 in number. With Yi Yuan's sword-maneuvering flight plus the extensiveness of Dustless's divine sense, he was simply ever victorious under this kind of situation. Even if you hid any more covertly, as long as you entered Dustless's detection range, it could not escape a death word. Xian Ling waved a hand, 3 streaks of light flew out. 2 of them flew toward Yi Yuan, the other flew toward Bai Tianju. "These are your rewards," Xian Ling said coolly. In front of Yi Yuan were 2 jade boxes. One of them was a little smaller, the other slightly narrower. Clearly, the smaller one was that 4-star divine pill, while the narrower one was naturally the weeping spirit fruit. About the function of this weeping spirit fruit, Yi Yuan had heard Dustless say before too. It was indeed good stuff. This weeping spirit fruit was a heaven and earth spiritual item, containing Ma's Civ spiritual energy inside. It was even much stronger than ordinary medicinal pills. Consuming a weeping spirit fruit was equivalent to 100 years of bitter cultivation. 10 weeping spirit fruits could let Yi Yuan break through to grand completion grotto profound no matter what. Yi Yuan put away the 2 items and said to Xian Ling with clasped hands, "Thank you, Lord Xian Ling." Xian Ling gave Yi Yuan a deeply profound glance and said with a smile, "That's what you all deserve. Yi Yuan, you're very good. When you leave the capital city in the future, you can come to Heavenly Eagle Imperial City to find me." Xian Ling's words made everyone's expression turn austere. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, that was the administrator of Wu Meng Capital City. Its might was simply what they all could not imagine. To these students, their lifelong wish was to enter Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. In their mind, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City was a holy land-like existence. These 100 cities smelting trial had been held for no idea how many times, but Lord Xian Ling had never said such words before. But this time, he made an exception and opened his mouth. This showed that he really had the appreciation of a talent stirred. At this time, all the students used extremely envious gazes to look at Yi Yuan. Even Bai Tianzhou's gaze also had an additional trace of weird look. "Alright, the 100 cities smelting trial this time ends here. You all go back then." Xian Ling finished talking, kneading seals with both hands. The hundreds of altars activated at the same time. Everyone's figures disappeared from the mystic realm. After the 100 cities smelting trial, the news of Wu Meng Capital City seizing first place spread throughout the entire Wu Meng Capital City very quickly like the wind. Wu Meng Capital City's strength had always been unremarkable among these 100 cities. Not considered very weak but also absolutely not considered strong. 100 cities first place, this sort of thing, had never been related to Wu Meng Capital City. But this time, Wu Meng Capital City actually overpowered Yongdang Capital City, becoming the 100 cities first place. This news was too exciting. Yi Yuan is really too awesome. He sent Wu Meng Capital City up to the throne of first place with his power alone. Still remember when he just entered the academy back then, everybody still thought that his strength was weak. Didn't expect that just 10 years or so Pares said, he already soared to the sky with one bound. He even defeated Jinyu. In Grotto Profound Deity Realm, he no longer has any opponents, right? Within the academy, there were people praising Yi Yuan everywhere. Back then, even though Yi Yuan defeating Qin Shao was Astonis. Hi+ing, that was just Wu Meng Academy's internal affairs. But now, it was different. Yi Yuan obtained first place in the 100 cities smelting trial, completely with a sweeping attitude. In the City Lord Manor, a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance sat in the hall. In front of him was the academy head, Wenyi Yang, and Thundercry. Thundercry bowed his body, recounting the incident of Qin Yuanlong signating Yi Yuan, saying indignantly, "City Lord, the Qin family is simply too much. No matter what grievances they have with Yi Yuan, using this sort of method to deal with a Grotto Profound Realm student seriously makes people despise." Actually, the enmity between the Qin family and Yi Yuan, everyone was aware of right and wrong. The Qin family was used to being overbearing. They could not stomach the smallest bit of offense. Wu Meng City Lord said coolly, "Wenyi Yang, what do you think?" Wenyi Yang clasped his hands and said, "City Lord, Yi Yuan is a genius hard to come by in 100,000 years. His significance to our Wu Meng capital city is self-evident. The Qin family was indeed a little too much this time. Wen Yang as the academy head, for such a genius to be able to be produced under him, he naturally cherished Yi Yuan immensely. The Qin family's actions had already touched his bottom line. Wu Meng city lord fell into a long silence. Wen Yang and Thunder Cry did not dare to say any more. The two people exchanged a glance, both seeing the puzzlement in the other party's eyes. This matter was too obvious, it did not seem to need additional considerations, right? If a lesson was not taught to the Qin family with even this incident, they would be even more reckless and unscrupulous in the future. Only after a long time did Wu Meng city lord slowly say, the Qin family's action was not appropriate, but since Qin Yuanlong has already turned his back on the Qin family and was killed by Thunder Cry, this matter is already settled. The city lord manor has no excuse to find trouble with the Qin family again as well. The Qin family is Wu Meng capital city's senior family clan and has performed outstanding contributions for Wu Meng capital city before. We mustn't easily jump the gun. This matter ends here. This seat will warn the Qin family and let them pay attention to it. This time, Yi Yuan performed notable merits for the capital city and even won for this seat the 4-star awakening divine pill. You guys give Yi Yuan a good reward. Wen Yang was shocked inwardly, not expecting that City Lord, His Excellency, brushed his matter over so casually. City Lord's meaning was to reduce a big trouble into a small one, and a small one into nothing. Although the Qin family was deeply entrenched in Wu Meng capital city, City Lord did not need to be so fearful either, right? Handling it like this was naturally nothing to Wen Yang. But he was worried that Yi Yuan would have some opinions because of this. Chapter 1408 Myriad Longevity Heavenly Soul Stone. Chapter 1408 Myriad Longevity Heavenly Soul Stone. A warm current flowed in Yi Yuan's abdomen. His divine sea was currently in the midst of slowly expanding. This was the 5th weeping spirit fruit that he swallowed. He finally found the opportunity to break through. At this time, he was currently breaking through the bottleneck, further expanding the divine sea. Yi Yuan's divine sea exuded an archaic aura that had experienced the many vicissitudes of life. It was as if it came from ancient times. The weeping spirit fruit strength was being continuously refined by the chaos heavenspan cannon, pouring into his divine sea. Finally, the divine sea started expanding outwards, forcefully expanding the space of Yi Yuan's Dantian area by a great deal. With this expansion, the divine sea became empty all at once. Then, Yi Yuan started to frantically absorb the outside world's spiritual energy, pouring it into the divine sea. No idea how long had Pa-S said either, everything quietened down. This chaos heavenspan cannon truly seizes the good fortune of heaven and earth. The divine essence inside your divine sea is getting thicker and thicker, almost becoming a starchy paste already. The thickness of this divine essence may be rated as invincible within the same realm, Dustless said with an emotional sigh. Other people's divine sea was akin to a vast ocean. But the divine essence inside Yi Yuan's divine sea was extremely thick, already almost turning into a lump of paste. This was also to say that when the realm was the same, the thickness of Yi Yuan's divine essence was what others were unable to match. Yi Yuan said, in a blink, already cultivated to grand completion 1st level. It looks like the mission for the period of time next is to create the Chaos Heavenspan Cannon's 2nd level. It's just that so many years have Pa-S said, I still don't have any leads at all. These few years, Yi Yuan had always been trying to create the Chaos Heavenspan Cannon's 2nd level but had ended without any fruits. Yi Yuan knew that the higher the realm, the greater the difficulty of creating this cultivation method. In particular, the Chaos Heavenspan Cannon, this cultivation method, had once triggered a heaven and earth phenomenon. The difficulty was even more conceivable. The more profound the comprehensive, the clearer one needed to be about heavenly Tao and overall understanding. This absolutely took time and effort. Yi Yuan's grotto profound realm was not yet perfected. His understanding of heavenly Tao was still stagnated at the comprehension of the lesser Heavenspan mountain and was naturally unable to create the 2nd level. Now, Yi Yuan already cultivated to grotto profound to the grand completion. The biggest goal of the next step was to create the Chaos Heavenspan Cannon's second level. 1. You should go out to experience and temper. Shutting yourself in the room to make a cart, this second-level cultivation method probably isn't so easy to create. Dustless suggested him. Yi Yuan nodded and said, indeed. After coming to the 100 Cities smelting trial, too much time was on closed seclusion cultivation. It's precisely because of that I would go and take part in the 100 Cities smelting trial this time. The battle with Jin Yu, I still gained quite a lot. Dustless nodded and said, Amen, it's good that you have this idea. But there's something that you still have to take heed of. Yi Yuan said curiously, Senior, please say. Dustless said, the soul-suppressing pearl can protect Mu Lingxue, that Lane SS spiritual consciousness from extinguish. Hi plus ing. But it doesn't mean that it can let her spiritual consciousness forever not extinguish. H. Plus my state, you're also aware. I could only recover some power by borrowing those evil spirit strengths. But I'm still too far away from my peak state. Yi Yuan's expression changed and he said with a frown, Senior, why didn't you tell me this in the past? Dustless smiled and said, what can you do if I tell you? To you, the biggest task is to cultivate. Some things, I'll naturally tell you when the time comes. Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath and said solemnly, then what should I do now? Dustless said, go find myriad longevity heavenly soul stones. The impurities of evil spirits are too many, unable to support my maintaining this Lane SS spiritual consciousness for a long time. Myriad longevity heavenly soul stones are a good tool to nourish the divine soul and can help me restore my strength further. As long as my divine soul recovers to 2-star, I can preserve this girl's divine soul from extinguish. Hi plusing for 10,000 years. Yi Yuan's heart sunk and he said, only 10,000 years. Yi Yuan knew that the cultivation in the future will probably easily require several hundred or thousands of years. 10,000 years' time was really not considered very long. Dustless nodded and said, once a person dies, the spiritual consciousness dissipating is nature's maxim. Maintaining her spiritual consciousness from extinguish. Hi plusing goes against the heavens to begin with. Unless one can reach Tao Ancestor, that kind of height, otherwise, no body can ensure that her spiritual consciousness won't dissipate at all. Your current strength can barely enter the martial arts world to experience and temper, and search for myriad longevity heavenly soul stones in the martial arts world. Your state in the past, telling you this kind of thing won't have any use apart from interfering with your cultivation. Yi Yuan admitted that if Dustless told him this news earlier, it would indeed have affected his cultivation. More haste, less talk. Yi Yuan knew that Mu Lingshue's spiritual consciousness could not be imperishable and would be bound to be overly eager for success. The impact on his future would probably be very great. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Senior, I'll go to the academy to accept missions right now, and enter the martial arts world. Yi Yuan knew that the academy's inner court students could accept missions and go out to train. Some were like Wang Song, appointed as a region's city lord. However, Wang Song they all did not have confidence in themselves or had no courage to enter the martial arts world. Powerhouses who truly had strength would enter the martial arts world to train, completing the missions provided by the academy. And the Immortal Grove world was one of the martial arts world. The Heavenspan world had existed for God knows how many billions of years. The powerhouses account you mulated were goodness knows how many. One had to know that being able to cultivate to the Divine Lord realm, one could hew open an inner world, going a step further to derive a small world. That was the martial arts world. Hence, the Heavenspan world had many spatial rifts that were all connected to martial arts worlds. Those ownerless martial arts worlds were the perfect places for Heavenspan world powerhouses to explore and seek treasures. Because each martial arts world had its own unique aspect. It might give birth to natural treasures unavailable in the Heavenspan world. Some far-back era martial arts worlds, it might be left behind by a heavenly emperor, even a transcendent heavenly emperor. Inside might contain the cultivation methods and supreme treasures left behind by these major powers. Once obtained by people with heaven-defying destiny, they could even leap over the Dragon Gate. Apart from this, Martial arts worlds still had something that everyone coveted, the Dao fruit. Powerhouses above Divine Lord realm would condense a Dao fruit belonging to them. They would normally hide the Dao fruit in their own small world to nurture. Once an explorer obtained the Dao fruit, that was truly soaring to the skies in one move. Just like Heavenly Emperor Ju Shong, he ascended to Heavenly Emperor one step ahead of Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove because he obtained a Heavenly Emperor Dao fruit. Of course, martial arts worlds also contained enormous dangers. A single mishap and one would perish, their Dao disappearing. Firstly, deity realm powerhouses also existed in martial arts worlds. Some were even very powerful. Secondly, there were also some danger zones in martial arts worlds, such as the Immortal Grove world's Gods mountain range. Quite a number of martial artists never came out again after venturing in. Dustless said, "No rush. I know that you're worried about that lane SS, but I have a score in my heart. There's probably still some time before you break through to Heaven Glimpse deity realm. But before going to a martial arts world, cultivate sword Dao laws to grand completion first. Laird Heaven first, thoroughly completing this Sundering Stars move. 1. I also don't understand why the previous paragraph says not perfected, but this paragraph says already reach grand completion. Think author made a mistake somewhere. Chapter 1409 Grudge. Chapter 1409 Grudge. At Yi Yuan's residence, Thundercry's face was rather awkward. When in the mystic realm, he still flared up and solemnly vowed to Qin Tian to have the Qin family give an account. Who knew that now, it was all talk and no action, no more follow-up. Yi Yuan, you made great contributions to Wu Meng Academy and the capital city. These are the rewards that City Lord gave you. Thundercry said. The Academy's rewards were not ungenerous. 150,000 points, plus 50 Tier 2 low-grade divine pills, plus a profound divine artifact battle armor. The 100,000 points awarded to Yi Yuan previously were already pretty much depleted by him. These 150,000 points, to Yi Yuan it was as if delivering charcoal in the snow. And a profound divine artifact battle armor could even have the effect of defending against the attack of Heaven Glimpse deity realm powerhouses. Except, Yi Yuan was not so easy to fool, and said with a faint smile, I didn't expect that the Qin family's ability is actually so great. Doing this sort of thing and actually still made teacher Thundercry run into a wall. Thundercry did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually so smart, actually seeing through the whole thing so quickly. He was originally still planning on fighting a quick battle to end things fast and slip away after giving Yi Yuan these rewards. Looking at it now, he could not avoid it. Since Yi Yuan exposed it, Thundercry had nothing to hide either, heaving a sigh. He said, the Qin family is one of Wu Meng capital city's oldest families. A Wu Meng capital city's city lord had even once emerged from that family before. The Qin family's forces span every corner of the entire Wu Meng capital city. Even if City Lord, His Excellency, wants to touch them, he would also have to weigh it over. Yi Yuan smiled and said, so that's how it is. Thank you, Teacher Thundercry, for making a trip. Thundercry froze. He originally thought that Yi Yuan would rebuke him in a fit of rage, saying that he failed to act. He did not think that Yi Yuan just casually brushed it off. This Yi Yuan was really different from the rest. Thundercry let out a long sigh. If Yi Yuan kept on pressing, he would not know how to answer instead. Too courteous. Hope that you don't have any thoughts and just cultivate well. After all, this Wu Meng capital city, it's still City Lord, His Excellency, who calls the shot. Thundercry said with an said smile. Yi Yuan nodded with a smile and said, Yi Yuan understands. After some time, I plan on going out to train and won't disappoint Teacher Thundercry. Thundercry's expression could not help changing when he heard that and said, going out to train? You just broke through to Grand Completion Grotto Profound not long. It's not too late to go out and train after breaking through to the Heaven Glimpse deity realm. Going out to train right now is too dangerous. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Teacher Thundercry, rest assured. Yi Yuan has a score in his heart. When Thundercry saw that Yi Yuan's mind was made up, and also recalling his outstanding strength, he could only nod and said, all right, you be careful yourself then. These are 3 heavenly thunder swift talismans that I refined. It's a great deal faster than your sword maneuvering flight speed. Perhaps it will be of aid to you. Thundercry took out 3 yellow talismans and Pares said them to Yi Yuan. A powerful lightning attribute law aura hit him head-on. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised, but he still accepted the heavenly thunder swift talismans and said with clasped hands, "Then I'll have to thank teacher Thundercry." After Thundercry left, Yi Yuan's face turned sullen. He felt that this matter was probably not so simple. The Qin family's forces in Wu Meng capital city were deeply entrenched. This point, Yi Yuan acknowledged it. But was this kind of deep-rootedness capable of making a divine lord realm powerhouse compromise? Yi Yuan felt that Wu Meng city lord was probably not coming to terms with the Qin family, but was not willing to punish them. It looked like there was quite a bit of connection between Wu Meng city lord and the Qin family. For him to send these over, looks like he wants to pacify you, make you live together in harmony with the Qin family. It looks like he doesn't want to offend both sides, Dustless said. Yi Yuan said, "The Qin family isn't to be offended, but what's not to be offended about me? I helped him obtain the 4-star divine pill, and he didn't even show his face. Looks like in his eyes, I'm just an insignificant student. Sending these seems fair, actually, his siding with the Qin family there." Dustless could not help being stifled and said, "What you said is right. If this Wu Meng city lord targets you, you'll be in danger." Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "This Wu Meng city lord really disappoints me. Now, I really love and hate this Wu Meng capital city." After all, Yi Yuan's Sundering Stars was comprehended in Wu Meng Academy. It was also considered receiving Wu Meng Academy's grace. But Wu Meng city lord's way of doing things made Yi Yuan rather disappointed. Yi Yuan comprehended Sundering Stars and contributed Sundering Stars to the Wu Meng Academy without holding back in the slightest, and also radiated splendor in the 100 Cities smelting trial. One could say that his repayment to the Wu Meng Academy was already far more than what should be demanded. Just a 4-star divine pill was worth several cities. But in the end, what it exchanged for was such an outcome. Dustless said, "You'd best be a little more careful in the future. Don't get into a conflict with the Qin family anymore. Otherwise, what kind of attitude Wu Meng city lord has is hard to say." Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "It's naturally well if they don't come and provoke me. If they really provoke me, I, Yi Yuan, have never feared anyone before." Yi Yuan stayed for 5 years in the Sword Tomb's 5th level. 5 years later, Sundering Stars was finally completed. Close to 20 years' time from start to finish, Yi Yuan finally completed the Chaos Heaven Opening Sword ART's 1st level sword move. Presently, when Yi Yuan deployed Sundering Stars, this move, with the Chaos Heavenspan cannon at full power, he had the confidence to have a showdown with newly advanced Heaven Glimpse powerhouses. Although there was a tremendous gulf between Heaven Glimpse powerhouses and Grotto Profound martial artists, when Yi Yuan was at late-stage Grotto Profound, his strength already swept across those in the same rank. Now, his realm and martial technique both had an all-round improvement. It was sufficient to make up for this enormous chasm. At least, he had the power to fight. Coming out of the Sword Tomb, Yi Yuan went straight to the Merit Hall. This was the place where Wu Meng Academy students received missions. It was also Yi Yuan's first time coming over. That inner court disciple in charge of missions clearly knew Yi Yuan and said with a laugh, "Yo, what wind blew our 100 Cities #1 person here? Junior apprentice brother Yi hasn't entered the inner court yet. Could it be that you're already planning on receiving missions?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior apprentice brother, I plan on going out to train for a bit. Is there a list of missions for me to take a look first?" That student's expression changed and he said solemnly, "Junior apprentice brother Yi plans on going out to train? The danger of that kind of mission is very high. Even if inner court students go, the rate of death is also extremely high. I know that junior apprentice brother's strength is quite strong, but shouldn't you go out to train after being promoted to the inner court first?" Yi Yuan saw that the other party's concern did not seem to be false, and he could not help feeling touched. Yi Yuan's prestige in the inner court was also extremely high, not just in the outer court. After all, he helped Wu Meng capital city seize the champions. Hi+P with his power alone, and even shaved their mortal foe, Zhuxiong capital city, bald, making everyone hold their heads up high. Before long, Yi Yuan would even release splendor in the inner court. Such a promising junior apprentice brother, everyone was naturally willing to get closer. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "Thanks for senior apprentice brother's concern. But cultivating for a long time in the academy, I feel like I've already reached a bottleneck period. When training, I'll be more careful." Chapter 14 10 Sky Foothill World. Chapter 14 10 Sky Foothill World. Alright then. There are 5 jade pillars over there, representing the difficulty of the missions from low to high. You can go and check it out yourself. After examining them, come to me to register will do. That inner court student saw that Yi Yuan's attitude was firm and could only agree. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Many thanks, senior apprentice brother." On one side of the Merit Hall's Great Hall, 5 jade pillars were placed from low to high. Yi Yuan arrived in front of the jade pillars and poured divine essence into the first jade pillar. The jade pillar immediately erupted with rays of brilliant light. A whole bunch of information entered Yi Yuan's mind. Breath Rain World, Divine Lord Rank Small World. Highest Level Powerhouse, Grotto Profound Deity Realm. Dangerous Places, Western Fame Valley, Heavenly Melody Mountain. Basic Missions, Black Hewn Metal, Splendid Flora Fruit. Difficulty, 1 star. Completing a mission one could obtain 800 points. Advanced Missions, Divine Lord Profound Treasure left behind by Breath Rain Divine Lord. Difficulty, 2 stars. Completing a mission one could obtain 1,500 points. On it was a detailed description of the Breath Rain world, including the local customs, topography, and so on, very detailed. Information after information filtered through in Yi Yuan's mind very quickly. Yi Yuan discovered that the information on the 1-star jade pillar was actually not that hard. With his current strength, he could at least protect himself. The strongest powerhouses in these worlds were mostly just Grotto Profound Realm. Yi Yuan's strength could virtually sweep across. Of course, only he, this Grotto Profound martial artists, dared to say sweep across, this kind of words. The Myriad Longevity Heavenly Soulstone was a very rarely seen natural treasure. It would not appear in every small world. But if someone discovered Myriad Longevity Heavenly Soulstones in a small world, it would definitely be listed as one of the missions. It was just too bad that the 1-star jade pillar did not have news about Myriad Longevity Heavenly Soulstones. Hence, Yi Yuan came to the 2-star jade pillar to check. The worlds recorded on the 2-star jade pillar was clearly much more dangerous than on the 1-star jade pillar. Quite a number of world's highest level powerhouses were all Heaven Glimpse deity realm. Of course, the danger level was not just according to the highest level powerhouse. Each small world situation was different, the situation very complicated. Some people training suck. You embed inside without even figuring out the situation. Yi Yuan skimmed over the 2-star jade pillar and still did not find news about the Myriad Longevity Heavenly Soulstone. His heart could not help sinking. He was not afraid of danger. What he feared was not being able to find the Myriad Longevity Heavenly Soulstone. As long as there was news about Myriad Longevity Heavenly Soulstones, even if it was a dragon's lair or tiger's den, he would also brave it. Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath and started investigating the information on the 3-star jade pillar. He secretly praised, on this 3-star jade pillar, there must be information about the Myriad Longevity Heavenly Soulstone. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Information entered his eyes. Sky Foothill World, Celestial Deity Rank Small World. Highest Level Powerhouse, Origin Deity Realm. Dangerous Places, Unclear. Basic Missions, Myriad Longevity Heavenly Soulstone, 9 Melody Psychic Immortal Fruit, Purple Sand Gold, Difficulty, 3 stars. Completing a mission one could obtain 100,000 point. Advanced Missions, Celestial Deity Dao Fruit, Difficulty, 4 stars. Completing a mission one could obtain 300,000 point. That was it. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan found that inner court student. Senior apprentice brother, I want to choose the number 8 mission on the 3-star jade pillar, Yi Yuan said. That student was stupefied, somewhat doubting if his ears heard wrongly or not. Junior apprentice Brother Yi, this is a 3-star mission. Are you mistaken? This 3-star mission, as long one of the missions was completed, one could get 100,000 points. The difficulty and level of danger could be seen. It was on a completely different level than the 1-star and 2-star missions previously. Yi Yuan was merely a grotto profound realm martial artist. Wanting to challenge such a high difficulty mission as soon as he came up, his astonishment could be imagined. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "That's right, this is it. I'll have to trouble senior apprentice brother to give me the coordinates of the Sky Foothill world." Junior apprentice Brother Yi, it's your first time taking part in a training mission, you might not know the difficulty of 3-star missions. This number 8 mission, over 5,000 students have done it in the past. The majority of them were all middle stage, heaven glimpse, late stage, even grand completion powerhouses. But the ones who came back in the end were less than 10%. Among the 10%, those able to complete the mission were even fewer. That student was warm-hearted too, worried that Yi Yuan did not know the danger and urged earnestly with good intentions. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Many thanks, senior apprentice brother, for cautioning. I'll be careful." That student opened his mouth but did not say anything. This junior apprentice Brother Yi never seemed to do things according to the convention. Missions that other people avoided like the plague, he was eager to go. More importantly, Yi Yuan was too weak currently. Even if Yi Yuan's strength was superior, far surpassing same rank martial artists, his realm was too low after all. He did not even enter the inner court and want to challenge a 3-star mission. Wasn't this somewhat overestimating his own ability? Alright, since junior apprentice Brother Yi insists on going, then you'll have to be more careful. Entering a small world to train, the most important thing is to protect yourself. Missions and whatnot are second. That student reminded him again. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "That is, of course. I don't wish to court death too." That student nodded and said, "The number 8 mission's information is already stored in your academy token. You can go back and study it well. But you have to swear a heavenly Tao oath right now, to absolutely not reveal the mission's information for others to know." Yi Yuan nodded his head slightly, swearing a heavenly Tao oath on the spot. Each small world was a treasure trove and also a precious resource of Wu Meng capital city. They naturally did not allow it to be leaked out. Watching Yi Yuan leave, that student's face revealed a puzzled look and muttered, "This junior apprentice Brother Yi really exceeds all expectations. It's just that this 3-star mission is a little too dangerous. He's my Wu Meng Academy's future, hope that he'll be fine." Right at this time, another figure walked in. That student's expression changed and he hurriedly saluted and said, "I pay respects to Elder Qin." He was secretly alarmed. Elder Qin Tianing was one of the few existences whose status was second only to the academy head. Normally, he was in closed seclusion and rarely appeared. Why did he suddenly show up today, and even came to the merit hall? He suddenly thought of the Yi Yuan who just left and could not help becoming fearful in his heart. Elder Qin wouldn't be here aiming for Yi Yuan, right? Qin Tianing snorted lightly, considered to have acknowledged it, and said coolly, "What mission did Yi Yuan draw just now?" That student's expression changed and he said awkwardly, "Elder Qin, this. The missions that students draw are strictly confidential. This isn't complying with the rules." Qin Tianing's brows furrowed and he said with a cold snort, "This old man is an Elder Association's member. Is it confidential even from me? If you don't wish to stay in the academy, just say it straight. This old man will send you out tomorrow." That student's expression changed and he said fearfully, "Elder Qin is mistaken. The mission that Yi Yuan drew was the number 8 mission on the 3-star Jade Pillar. The coordinates are..." Qin Tianing nodded slightly and said, "Amen, that's more like it. You don't think too much. This matter was personally ordered by City Lord, His Excellency. If you let a third person know, the consequences, you know it." Chapter 14:11 Heavenly Tao Rejection. 14:11 Heavenly Tao Rejection. Qin Tian, have you thought it over? This mission that Yi Yuan chose isn't simple. It's said that the strongest person in that Sky Foothill world's Sky Foothill Divine Palace is a grand completion origin deity powerhouse. Once you're outsider a dent. One tie is exposed, you'll suffer endless pursuit. Inside a Wu Meng Academy's secret room, Qin Tianing and Qin Tian sat opposite each other. Qin Tianing warned Qin Tian with a solemn look. When Qin Tianing learned that what Yi Yuan was carrying out was the Sky Foothill World's mission, he got a shock too. The difficulty of the Sky Foothill World's mission, he was aware. The mortality rate was very high. Yi Yuan, a newcomer, actually challenged such a dangerous world. It was seriously out of his expectations. Along with it, he also became somewhat worried about Qin Tian's safety. Qin Tian was the Qin family's #1 genius, the only candidate for the next family head. If some accident happened to him, the Qin family could not bear it. However, Qin Tian had a decisive appearance as he said calmly, Yi Yuan already became my mental demon. Not killing him, I may never be able to step into the Divine Lord realm in this life. Qin Tianing was deeply aware of the terror of mental demons and said with a nod, it's too bad that origin deity realms can't enter the Sky Foothill world. Otherwise, they're a dent. One ties will be revealed very quickly and suffer the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's pursuit. Entering the Sky Foothill world, everything can only be up to you. Qin Tian nodded and said, I have a score in my heart. Yi Yuan's greatest reliance is that late-stage 2-star evil spirit and sword maneuvering flight. After entering the Sky Foothill world, there isn't the Heavenspan world's spatial suppression and I can fly too. At that time, all the things he relies on don't exist at all in front of me. However I want to kill him, I'll kill him. Although Qin Tian hated Yi Yuan but was not a reckless person. If there isn't absolute certainty, he would not take this risk. After all, in Qin Tian's view, his life was much more valuable than Yi Yuan's. He, Qin Tian, was an existence who would step into Divine Lord realm in the future. While Yi Yuan was destined to be a wisp of a deceased soul under his sword. At Sky Foothill World's borders, above the void, a majestic world-locking gate slowly manifested itself. A tiny figure shuttled out of the world-locking gate, stopping above the vast sea. I really didn't expect that the Heavenspan world still has stable wind needle, this kind of divine artifact, capable of moving freely in a spatial storm. Back then, if I were to have such a magic treasure, why would I be injured so miserably? The one who came through the world-locking gate was precisely Yi Yuan. Before he came, he got 2 divine artifacts called Stable Wind Needle from a teacher in the Academy's artifact refining hall. Using this stable wind needle to shuttle back and forth in a spatial storm, one could actually SHI plus ELD against those violent spatial turbulent flows, letting him arrive at the opposite short safe and sound. This involuntarily made Yi Yuan recall the scene of escaping by a hair's breadth in the spatial storm back then. If he had this stable wind needle in his hands back then, it would not be to the extent of being so miserable either. The Heavenspan world's artifact refining methods are what the small world's people cannot imagine. But stable wind needle, this thing, is strictly controlled in the hands of capital cities, this level of forces. Once discovered in the outside world, they will immediately be sentenced to capital punishment. The stable wind needle is just a one-time consumable. You'll only be given 2 when you're carrying out the mission to avoid it falling into outsiders' hands, Dustless said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, looks like I need to get more of those divine artifacts. Otherwise, it will really be quite troublesome to want to search for the myriad longevity heavenly soulstone in the future. While talking, a series of air bubbles suddenly emerged in the ocean. Swooze. H. Plus swooze. H. Plus swooze. H. Plus several hundred fish-shaped monsters came out of the water, pouncing crazily towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed. His aura surged, rippling out. Pew, pew, pew. Those fish-shaped monsters' bodies directly exploded into clouds of blood mist under this terrifying undulation. Mere Tier 9 demonic beasts also dare to attack me. Really overestimating your own ability, Yi Yuan said disdainfully. But right at this time, another 3 fish-shaped monsters came out of the water. These 3 auras were clearly much stronger compared to those previously. It was shockingly a rank 1 divine beast. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. H. Plus 3 streaks of sword light burst forth without any signs, akin to a squall, shredding those 3 monsters into pieces without the slightest sluggishness. Senior, what's going on? I didn't provoke them, Yi Yuan said helplessly. Yi Yuan was just standing there quietly and did not provoke anyone, but these fierce beasts unleashed attacks at him without heed for their lives. This made Yi Yuan very perplexed. Back then, when those fiend race powerhouses entered the Immortal Grove world, they suffered Immortal Grove Heavenly Dao's repulsion. Now, you're the outsider to the Sky Foothill world. Those fierce beasts' intelligence has yet to be unlocked. Their actions are entirely based on instincts and are the most sensitive to external forces, Dustless said. Yi Yuan felt his head swell and he said, "Doesn't that mean that I'll be exposed very easily?" Dustless nodded and said, "That's right. The aura on your body is incongruous with Sky Foothill World's Heavenly Dao. Deity realm powerhouses can identify it very easily. Furthermore, the stronger the attacks you exhibit, the stronger the Heavenly Dao's suppression. If not because of this mission's death rate naturally wouldn't be so high either." Yi Yuan fell silent. He had really never considered this problem before. But now, it became a very troublesome matter. The myriad longevity heavenly soul stones, this kind of precious natural treasure, would probably be monopolized by the Sky Foothill Divine Palace. No matter how careful he was, it was also impossible to avoid their investigation. Those trial takers who entered in the past were all late-stage Heaven Glimpse powerhouses. There were even powerhouses at Qin Tian's level. But their auras were too obvious. Once they clashed with the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's powerhouses, it was basically no return. Hence, that was why this mission was designated as a 3-star difficulty mission. Yi Yuan said helplessly, "Senior, could it be that there's no way?" Dustless shook his head and said, "Forget about you. Even Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove enters a small world, he'd be rejected by Heavenly Dao too. Unless, you can obtain this Sky Foothill world's Dao fruit, or, you can be like with the Immortal Grove world, obtaining this Sky Foothill world's Heavenly Dao's recognition." Yi Yuan could not help losing all hope when he heard that. This way, wanting to obtain the myriad longevity Heavenly Soulstone was really bleak. Yi Yuan fell silent, falling into hard thinking. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, giving rise to enlightenment in his heart. Yi Yuan's figure moved, directly Vonnie's. Hi plussing above the sea. When he appeared again, he already arrived in an enormous forest. Yi Yuan searched for an open space, sat down cross-legged, and started revolving the Chaos Heavenspan cannon, communicating with the lesser Heavenspan mountain. No idea how long had Par said either, Yi Yuan's body suddenly emitted a sacred aura. The world-suppressing steely flew straight out of Yi Yuan's body, suspending above his head. A pale white light halo poured down, enveloping Yi Yuan's body. Seeing this scene, Dustless's entire body involuntarily shuddered, his gaze revealing astonishment. This kid is really too talented. To be able to achieve this step, there's probably only him alone since time immemorial, right? Said Dustless, who was shocked to the core. Chapter 1412 by Chen. 1412 by Chen. After a long time, the milky white light halo dissipated. Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes, his eyes revealing a look of excitement. It really worked. The current Yi Yuan already completely could not feel the Sky Foothill Heavenly Dao's rejection any longer. How did you think of it? To actually think of using the lesser Heavenspan mountain to imitate the Sky Foothill Heavenly Dao's aura, Dustless exclaimed. Small worlds are created by martial artists. Their Heavenly Dao is naturally born from the Heavenspan world's Heavenly Dao too. Since that's the case, the parent body imitating the child body's aura shouldn't be hard. Therefore, I tried communicating with the lesser Heavenspan mountain. Didn't expect that it really worked, Yi Yuan said with an excited look. Dustless was speechless. This boy would frequently have some whimsical ideas. Even he was endlessly amazed. This time, it clearly succeeded again until it shocked him. With the lesser Heavenspan mountain protecting him, however vast this Sky Foothill world, it was free for him to roam. Even if origin deity realm powerhouses stood in front of him, they could not recognize him either. Yi Yuan's mind stirred, The deity realm powerhouse aura on his body gradually faded away. Very soon, the martial Dao aura on Yi Yuan's body completely disappeared, looking just like an ordinary person. Yi Yuan was confident that unless he encountered origin deity realm powerhouses, otherwise, no body could see through him. Want to integrate into this world, it was better to be more low profile. Actually, the Sky Foothill world information grasped by Wu Meng Academy was not much. What Yi Yuan understood was very limited too. Hence, he must first understand this world before he could know how to obtain the myriad longevity heavenly soul stone. Finus. Hi+ing with this, Yi Yuan took a step and directly disappeared from where he stood. In the forest, Yi Yuan seemed to be strolling idly in a courtyard. In reality, his speed was swift to the extreme. Taking a step out, it was 1,000 miles away. Mn. Yi Yuan's figure suddenly paused, stopping. Arriving at the Sky Foothill world, his divine sense recovered to an extremely terrifying range again and already detected several figures ahead. At the same time, Yi Yuan even detected that a deity realm fierce beast was currently coming in his direction. The fierce beast is in that direction. Teacher Mo Yun, this time, I can definitely personally capture that fierce beast and tame it. Don't intervene today. A young voice sounded out. Who? Mo Yun naturally believes in young Lord Bai Chen's strength. You just feel free to act. Not reaching the final juncture, I won't intervene, Mo Yun said with a light laugh. He knew that this young Lord Bai Chen enjoyed success at a young age and was very proud. Suffering major losses under the hands of this fierce beast repeatedly, he was very pent up. However, young Lord Bai Chen's talent was indeed astonishing. Hi+ing. In less than a year's time, young Lord Bai Chen already became much stronger under this fierce beast stimulation. Although he was still not that fierce beast's match yet currently, defeating it alone was already something sooner or later. Teacher Mo Yun, this time, you absolutely mustn't be like last time, repelling it when I only suffered a bit of injury, otherwise, I'll really fall out. Bai Chen said unhappily. Haha, young Lord rest assured, I definitely won't this time. Unless it concerns life and death, I absolutely won't take action. Mo Yun laughed and said. Come on, young Lord. You can definitely defeat that fierce beast this time. Young Lord is mighty. Young Lord is mighty. Several accompanying martial artists were all cheering Bai Chen on. Bai Chen smiled proudly and rushed over in the fierce beast's direction. Roar. When Bai Chen rushed over, the fierce beast was currently roaring madly in Yi Yuan's direction, the commotion extremely terrifying. Originally, the dense woods blocked the view. Only when Bai Chen came near, did he discover that there was a young man standing there. And the fierce beast was currently baring its fangs and brandies. Hi+ing its claws, summing a posture about to pounce at Yi Yuan. Don't move. Leave this guy to me. Bai Chen shouted loudly, his figure Hi+ing towards that fierce beast like lightning. That was a lion-type fierce beast. Yi Yuan did not recognize it. Although this species of fierce beast was extremely strong, it was not civilized and did not belong to the category of the demon race. Bai Chen had an imposing momentum, brandished a divine artifact heavy spear, and clashed together with the fierce beast. The moment he got started, Bai Chen thoroughly suppressed the fierce beast. With this, he pressed on relentlessly, one spear following another, fighting until the fierce beast fell back repeatedly. When Bai Chen saw this, he had an even more excited look, growing in bravery as he fought. While at this time, Mo Yun and the rest also said through the dense forest and arrived here. When they discovered Yi Yuan, they all could not help being stunned. Before this, they all sensed two powerful auras. They were precisely from Bai Chen and the fierce beast. Apart from these two, they completely did not sense other people's auras. Did not expect that there was actually still a person here, an ordinary person. Mo Yun's gaze sized up Yi Yuan. But no matter how he sized up, Yi Yuan was an ordinary person. Boom. Right at this time, a heavy spear of Bai Chen's knocked the fierce beast over. When those followers saw this scene, they immediately applauded. Good. Young Lord Bai Chen, beautifully done. Continue, young Lord. Kill it. When these people saw that Yi Yuan was just an ordinary person, they directly ignored him. Reckon that this guy was long frightened silly by the fierce beast, right? Only Mo Yun's brows furrowed slightly, seemingly pondering about something. By Chen's attack succeeding, he gave even less of a chance for the fierce beast to catch its breath. One spear followed another, very quickly beating the fierce beast until it did not have the strength to retaliate. Boom! Bai Chen gasped heavily for air, pounding the heavy spear on the ground. A golden collar appeared in his hands at no idea when. Summon. Bai Chen muttered words under his breath, then threw the collar. The collar slipped onto the fierce beast's neck. The fierce beast already did not have the strength to resist and could only helplessly watch Bai Chen's action, with its eyes revealing a look of despair. Leave it to you guys. Bai Chen roared loudly to the entourage, but he then turned to Yi Yuan, patted his shoulders, and said with a smile, "Kid, scared silly, right? Just now, if this young master, came a bit later, you'd have become a meal in this guy's belly." Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, "Many thanks for young Lord Bai Chen's life-saving grace." It was just that he had a calm and collected appearance. How was it at all like being scared silly? But Yi Yuan did not say much, going along with things. Bai Chen did not put on much air, waved his hands, and said, no need, just a simple matter not worth mentioning. But your guts are really plucky. This wilderness forest is full of danger. Even deity realm powerhouses don't dare to easily set foot inside. You actually dared to come here by yourself. Yi Yuan smiled and did not dispute further. Bai Chen put away the fierce beast and was in a great mood, saying to Yi Yuan again, "Forget this young lord's mood today is pretty good, I'll bring you out together." Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, "Then I'll have to thank young Lord Bai Chen very much. Haha, you, kid, are really lucky. Running into young Lord Bai Chen coming out to train today. Otherwise, you wouldn't even have bones left. When you exit the wilderness forest, you have to thank young Lord Bai Chen properly. It's also young Lord Bai Chen who is kind-hearted. If it were others, they wouldn't even be bothered with you." Those followers all came in front of Yi Yuan to poke fun, all feeling that Yi Yuan survived by a fluke. Chapter 14:13 Par S. Serbi A. 1413 Pascals S. Serbi A. Bai Chen rode the lion mirage beast, looking awe-inspiring and very pleased. Yi Yuan already got to know from Bai Chen that this lion-shaped fierce beast's name was called Lion Mirage Beast. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he was very curious too. That collar seemed to have considerable magical powers. Latching onto that Lion Mirage Beast's neck, that guy submitted. "Young Lord Bai Chen, I wonder what kind of wondrous object this collar is?" Yi Yuan asked. Bai Chen smiled and said, "This is an imperial spirit circle. It's also normal for you mortals to not have heard of it before. This is a high-grade spirit divine artifact. As long as I drip blood for it to acknowledge as master, then put it onto the neck of a fierce beast, it can suppress rank 1 deity realm fierce beasts and let it submit to me. Of course, the prerequisite is that I must beat it until it doesn't have the strength to retaliate." Yi Yuan secretly marveled. He did not expect that this Sky Foothill world actually had such impressive artifact refining means. Seeing Yi Yuan's curious appearance, Bai Chen smiled and said, "Want to come up and experience it?" Yi Yuan smiled and shook his head, saying, "This thing is too formidable, I'd better not ride." "Haha, you, this kid, look like a pale-faced scholar. Your guts are also too small. This lion mirage beast is already subdued and won't attack people." A follower mocked him. Yi Yuan just smiled and did not explain. Not that he did not want to sit, but he did not dare to sit. If he were to sit on it, how could this lion mirage beast still move? The reason why Bai Chen was able to easily bring down the lion mirage beast was all because of Yi Yuan's intimidation. Currently, Yi Yuan's body simulated the aura of Sky Foothill's heavenly Tao. Those fierce beasts would not be averse to him like before. Hence, they could also sense the terror on Yi Yuan's body. The demon race bloodline in Yi Yuan's body was incomparably noble. Furthermore, the power was extremely formidable. That lion mirage beast bearing its fangs and brandies. Plussing its claws at that time was not scaring Yi Yuan but being afraid of Yi Yuan. It was just that when Bai Chen saw it, he thought that the lion mirage beast wanted to attack Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan took Bai Chen's strength into his sights. Although he recently entered the Grotto Profound deity realm and his spear art was not bad as well, wanting to deal with this lion mirage beast, it was still a little lacking. But by the side, Mo Yun was constantly on heightened vigilance constantly. The rest did not have any suspicions about Yi Yuan. But he kept feeling that this Yi Yuan was problematic. It was just that where was the problem? He could not pinpoint it either. Swooze. H. Plus swooze. H. Plus swooze. H. Plus suddenly, over a dozen figures dashed out of the dense forest, surrounding Bai Chen and company. Ha ha ha. Bai Chen. I've waited for this chance for a very long time. Today is your death date. A young figure divided everyone and said this with a wild laugh. Bai Chen's expression changed and he said in a solemn voice, Bai Chong, what's the meaning of this? Bai Chong smiled hideously and said, what's the meaning? My strength is more powerful than you, age is older than yours. Why is it that you're the young lord? While I have to become a dog under you. I'm unwilling. I want to become the young lord and rule the White Knight Sacred Palace in the future. Mo Yun reproached furiously, Bai Chong, are you crazy? For this, you recruited the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's people. You have to know that they are our White Knight Sacred Palace's mortal enemy. Bai Chong sneered coldly and said, so what? As long as I can get the position of the young lord, what does it matter what means I use? Behind Bai Chong, a middle-aged man looked at Mo Yun and said with a laugh, Mo Yun, didn't expect it, right? Heh, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Kill Bai Chen, then join our Autumn Rain Sacred Palace. With your strength, you'll be put in an important position. Mo Yun ignored him but glared at Yi Yuan and said, your Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's spy. Otherwise, such a vast wilderness forest, how did you guys find us? Bai Chen's entire body trembled, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. You actually repaid kindness with Ingrat. One tude. Bai Chen pointed at Yi Yuan and said with bitter resentment. Humph. I've observed him for very long already. He isn't some ordinary person at all, but a hidden expert. On his body, there's probably an aura-concealing divine artifact. Mo Yun said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan did not expect Mo Yun to suddenly point the spearhead at him. He said with a guileless look, I'm really not a spy. You all should be able to testify for me, right? Who Yi Yuan asked was Bai Chong. He instantly felt that he was being wronged. Currently, this sort of situation, Bai Chen's side was a certain death situation. Mo Yun was merely half-step heaven glimpse realm. The others were mostly initial stage grotto profound strength. While opposite, that man's strength was more or less the same as Mo Yun's. Apart from him, the other over dozen people were all grotto profound realm powerhouse. Quite a few among them were even middle stage, even late stage existences. The overall strength was significantly stronger than this side. But Bai Chong smiled coldly and said, Mo Yun, you're right. He was sent by us to investigate your whereabout. When Bai Chong saw Bai Chen's side having internal strife, he was naturally happy to see them fight in the nest. He did not mind sowing discord. Sure enough, when Bai Chen and Mo Yun heard this, their faces changed, glaring at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan, I really misjudged you. If I had long known it would be like this, I'd have let the lion mirage beast eat you. Bai Chen said angrily. Mo Yun said in a cold voice, young lord, no need to talk rubbish with him anymore. Kill him. Done talking, Mo Yun lifted his hand and it was a palm with boundless might. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man opposite and Bai Chong both revealed delighted faint smiles. Boom. The outrageously shocking palm struck right onto Yi Yuan's chest. However, Yi Yuan stood there without moving an inch, forcefully receiving this palm. Everyone's ALLS popped out, looking at this scene in disbelief. Yi Yuan was completely fine. How is this possible? The middle-aged man muttered. Mo Yun's strength, he was still aware. This palm, even he did not dare to forcefully receive it. This young man actually forcefully withstood this palm. Yi Yuan was wearing Wu Meng Academy's profound divine artifact battle armor. This degree of attack naturally could not threaten him. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, "Actually, I'm just Pares Serbi A and really didn't have the intention of getting involved in your struggle for the position of young lord. Alright, in order to express my innocence, I won't take part in your fight. This will do, right?" Finished talking, Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and really retreated to one side. With this, it was Bai Chong's side's turn to lose composure. This young man was a little too unfathomable, right? The expression of the middle-aged man opposite turned stern. Suddenly recalling something, he whispered in Bai Chong's ear, "They are definitely putting on an act, wanting to scare us away. No need to care about him, the most important thing is to kill Bai Chen." Bai Chong's expression turned austere, nodded his head, and said in a solemn voice, "Attack. Whoever kills Bai Chen will be heavily rewarded. Kill." Those doze-over people shouted loudly, "Russ." Hi plussing over towards Bai Chen in a swarm. Mo Yun's expression changed and was just about to take action when the middle-aged man's figure already arrived. "Your opponent is me. Bai Chen is dead for sure today. Stop putting up a last-ditch fight," the middle-aged man said with a hideous grin. Bai Chen's few followers protected Bai Chen in the center tightly and faced the besieging of over a dozen grotto-profound powerhouses. Very soon, they were running low in strength. When Mo Yun saw this, he could not help becoming greatly anxious. Yi Yuan stood tall and upright at one side. Suddenly, he let out a sigh and said, "Sure enough, I still can't look on." Chapter 14:14 Playing Cat and Mouse. 14:14 Playing Cat and Mouse. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Several dozen sword lights tore across the sky, lighting up breathtakingly. Bai Chen only felt a blur before his eyes, and his long spear pierced right through his opponent's chest without the slightest hindrance. Bai Chen had yet to have time to rejoice when he discovered that fresh blood sprayed off the other party's body, then he broke off into several pieces. The other party opened his eyes wide, not understanding how he died towards the end. Bai Chen opened his eyes wide too, similarly not understanding how his opponent died. Very clearly, it had nothing to do with his spear at all. Not just Bai Chen, his several followers were stunned in place too. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The autumn rain sacred palace's powerhouses were all diced into pieces, deader than dead. What happened just now? So strong. T2 strong. This is a true expert. Bai Chen's followers all drew a cold breath, gazes looking towards Yi Yuan in horror. That expression, there was surprise, gratefulness, but even more, it was fear. In a blink of an eye, annihilated over a dozen grotto-profound deity realm powerhouses. Among them, even included a half-step heaven glimpse powerhouse. This kind of strength, they did not dare to imagine it at all. Even if a heaven glimpse powerhouse was here, he probably could not do it so neat and tidily either, right? Those were over a dozen deity realm powerhouses. He actually killed them like chopping melons and vegetables. Mo Yun's face was white as a sheet, the muscles on his body SHI plus veering endlessly because of fear. What did he do previously? Slammed a palm at Yi Yuan? Was he tired of living? Wanting to seek death? That autumn rain sacred palace's middle-aged man's strength was similar to his, but the former was exterminated by Yi Yuan without even reacting in time. He absolutely would not last an additional half a breath's time in front of him either. The shock that this opening move of Yi Yuan brought was too intense. Mo Yun sucked in a breath deeply, forcefully suppressing the horror in his heart, and bowed to Yi Yuan and said, "Mo Yun has wronged your excellency previously, resulting in doing a foolish thing. Many thanks to your excellency for disregarding my former suspicions and saving our lives. Mo Yun is aware that I'm guilty, your excellency, please punis. Plus it's just that. Your excellency, please let young Lord Bai Chen off." Bai Chen's entire body trembled, hurriedly saying, "Yi. Your excellency, teacher Mo Yun was just anxious to protect his student. Your excellency, please give him a way out. Bai Chen is willing to pay any price." Mo Yun watched him grow up all the way, like a master and like a father. The two people's relations. Hi plus P was extremely good. Letting Bai Chen helplessly watch Mo Yun be killed, he could not do it. Mo Yun's expression changed and he said, "Young lord, don't need to plead. Mo Yun offended His Excellency and has committed a capital offense. For His Excellency to make a move and save us is already magnanimous and broad-minded. Young lord, don't need to plead for Mo Yun." Yi Yuan looked at this master and disciple, two people, and could not help feeling somewhat funny, but was also rather touched. This Bai Chen was pure in nature, very much to his liking. Otherwise, he would not have made a move earlier as well. Yi Yuan suddenly grinned and said, "If you guys keep arguing here, that fellow is going to escape." Mo Yun's expression changed. It was only now he detected that Bai Chong did not die yet and already escaped like a wisp of smoke. Yi Yuan making a move just now, Bai Chong was scared silly too, directly freezing there. Now, seeing Mo Yun master and disciple having small talk with Yi Yuan, how could he still care about so much, hurriedly escaping? Mo Yun gave a cold snort, his figure flying out like lightning. His strength was much greater than Bai Chong's. But Bai Chong took the lead and already flew out far away. Mo Yun actually could not catch up for some time. Bai Chen's expression changed. If Bai Chong were to run, there would be no end of future troubles. In his anxiety, he could not refrain from begging Yi Yuan, "Your Excellency." Yi Yuan was not long-winded either. Waving a hand, a sword slashed out. This sword, everybody saw it clearly. Bai Chen and his followers' expressions were white as paper, being deeply shocked by this sword. They were still singing their own praises previously, feeling that they saved Yi Yuan's life. Actually, he was completely disdainful to take action. Bai Chen suddenly understood why the lion mirage beast was so subdued this time, being brought down by him with 2 or 3 hits. It was completely in fear of Yi Yuan. The swift and fierce sword light streaked across the horizon as if splitting the entire sky into 2 halves. Wrapped in an outrageous momentum, this streak of sword light arrived first despite launching later, cutting off Bai Chong's path in virtually a blink. Bai Chong was currently sprinting crazily when suddenly, an earth-shaking sword light cut right across ahead, scaring his pants off. How could he still run? With this delay, Mo Yun's figure was like lightning, finally catching up. Bai Chong was scared by this sword's shocking presence until his legs turned soft. How could he still be Mo Yun's match? He immediately had his divine sea sealed by Mo Yun and carried back like a chicken. When Bai Chen saw this, he heaved a great sigh in relief and said gratefully, "Many thanks, Your Excellency, for taking action." Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "All right, this matter is done, I should go too. Don't need to see me off." Yi Yuan waved his hand and was about to leave. Bai Chen's expression changed and he hurriedly shouted, "Your Excellency, Amen. Is there still anything else?" Bai Chen said, "I wonder, where Your Excellency is going?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Wandering around the world, without any permanent residence." Bai Chen was delighted the moment he heard. It turned out that Lord Yi Yuan was a reclusive expert. He did not expect that his luck was so good, to actually run into him. Otherwise, the one dead today would probably be him. Since Your Excellency doesn't have a play to go, why not go to the White Knight Sacred Palace to be a guest? How about that? For Your Excellency's life-saving grace, Bai Chen has nothing to repay with. Please allow me to carry out the hospitality of a ghost. Bai Chen looked at Yi Yuan and said with hopeful eyes. Yi Yuan naturally did not really want to leave. He just played a little cat and mouse trick, that was all. He had long seen through that this Bai Chen's ident. One Tai was probably not ordinary in the Sky Foothill world. Furthermore, the faction that Bai Chen was at was called White Knight Sacred Palace, while the Sky Foothill world's supreme ruler was the Sky Foothill Divine Palace. There might be some connection between the two. Entering the White Knight Sacred Palace, he might be able to inquire about the myriad longevity Heavenly Soulstones information. It was just that, Yi Yuan also knew that the trial takers who entered the Sky Foothill world over the years were quite a number too, all aiming for these few items. If Yi Yuan's goal was too obvious, it would probably arouse people's suspicions. Hence, this matter still needed gradual planning. Yi Yuan deliberately fell silent for a moment, and said with a nod, "All right then. I'm unoccupied, no harm in going to do a little sightseeing either." Bai Chen was overjoyed the moment he heard and repeatedly said, "Great. Many thanks, Your Excellency, forgiving face. At this time, Mo Yun escorted Bai Chong and rushed over, directly pressing until he knelt on the ground. Bai Chen's face fell and he said furiously, Bai Chong, I've always treated you as a biological elder brother and was incomparably respectful towards you from young. Even if you were dissatisfied with me, I wouldn't fuss about anything either. But you actually colluded with the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's people and did this kind of thing today. It really chills this younger brother's heart. Bai Chong hugged Bai Chen's thigh and said, My good younger brother, I was wrong. I really know that I was wrong. I was muddlehead for a moment. I beg you to let me off. Bai Chen said with a cold smile, I know that you all say that I'm weak and incompetent in private, unworthy of this position of young lord. But I'm not stupid. This kind of explanation, you go say it to royal father. Chapter 1415 Bai Chen's Hope. 1415 Bai Chen's Hope. Young lord is back. Young lord, you finally came back. Things are bad. Upon reaching the White Knight Sacred Palace, a steward-looking old man came up to greet them. Bai Chen's expression changed and he said, Uncle Ji, what happened? Uncle Ji had a heartbroken look as he said weepingly, Master, he is almost on his last legs. This news was akin to a bolt out of the blue, making everyone's expression changed drastically. Bai Chen grabbed Uncle Ji and asked, I was only gone for half a year, what in the world happened? Suddenly, the Bai Chong by the side started laughing crazily, ha 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 ha. This old fellow is finally going to die. He deserves death. Ha ha ha, bang. A buzz went off in Bai Chen's head. He gave Bai Chong a kick in an uncontrollable rage, kicking him to the ground. Treacherous villain. You, what in the world did you do to royal father? Bai Chong getting hit by the kick, his mouth was full of fresh blood. But he did not care at all and still laughed crazily as he said, This miserable old fool. I'm so outstanding. Why doesn't he pick me? Not picking me, he deserves to die. Deserves to die. Ha ha ha, Bai Chong's entire person fell into a state of madness. The long-suppressed discontentment in his heart all erupted in this instant. You. Bai Chen's palm was raised in the air but kept failing to find it in him to land it. He wished to kill this elder brother with a palm, but he could not do it. Ha ha ha, kill me. Let me tell you, the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's powerhouses are already on the way. If you kill me, all of you have to be buried in death with me. Now, your only way out is to let me go and let me succeed the position of Palace Lord. Bai Chong said arrogantly. One sentence made everyone's hearts sink to the bottom of the valley. Mo Yun gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, You treacherous villain, truly devoid of all conscience. A person like you becoming the Palace Lord, the White Knight Sacred Palace will be ruined in your hands sooner or later. Palace Lord was quite prescient to not choose you to be the young lord. Humph. Bai Chen becoming the Palace Lord will let the White Knight Sacred Palace to a bad end. You see, this coward, doesn't even dare to kill me. Ha ha ha. My good younger brother, you kill me. Kill. You, Swiss. H. Plus Bai Chong's arrogant voice abruptly ceased, fresh blood splattering all over Bai Chen's face. Bai Chen's expression changed, his gaze looking over toward Yi Yuan in surprise. Yi Yuan said coolly, If you keep dawdling, your royal father will be dead. Bai Chen's expression changed and could not be bothered to wipe the fresh blood on his face, sprinting over towards the palace. All don't be in a daze anymore, go in and take a look, see if you can be of any help or not. Yi Yuan did not care about everyone's shocked gazes. Lifting his foot, he headed towards the depths of the palace too. Mo Yun suddenly startled awake and followed after too. When Yi Yuan saw the already dying White Knight Palace Lord, he knew that he was already deeply poisoned and a goner. Poison entering the heart, even if he could refine a 2-star divine pill right now, it could not save the White Knight Palace Lord either. As expected, before long, news of the Palace Lord's demise came from the depths of the palace. Mo Yun arranged a quiet place for Yi Yuan and he took up his quarters in peace. While at this time, a battle of heirs was currently playing out in the White Knight Sacred Palace. The White Knight Palace Lord did not just have Bai Chong and Bai Chen, 2 sons. Bai Chen still had quite a few older brothers. Now, the palace lord had Pares said, the various factions were starting to become restless and eager to take action. Bai Chen was the palace lord's youngest son. Appointing him as the young lord originally had many people refusing to accept. It was just that Bai Chen indeed lived up to expectations, breaking through to the deity realm at a young age. Plus, there was the old palace lord holding down the fort, that was why nobody dared to gossip. It was just too bad that Bai Chen had not completely grown up yet and the old palace lord was harmed by Bai Chong. This made the others see hope. Mo Yun, the urgent matter on hand is to resist the outside enemy. Bai Chen is still young and normally isn't in charge of the palace's affairs too, it's hard to convince the Ma. S says. Making him lead everyone to go and resist the enemy, isn't it courting our doom? Yeah. Currently, in this sort of situation, we should choose a son with high prestige and commands universal respect to succeed the position of palace lord. The autumn rain sacred palace's people are about to reach soon. Young lord's bit of strength, could it be letting him lead us to go and fight with them? A group of people was trying to get a word in. In short, they were questioning that Bai Chen was young and unable to take on big responsibilities. Confronted by a great enemy, it was just nice to become the excuse for them to force an abdication. Mo Yun gave a cold snort and said, the palace lord appointed the young lord in order to succeed him. Young Lord Bai Chen succeeding the position of palace lord is right and proper. The old palace lord's corpse has yet to turn cold and you all did such a thing. The old palace lord will die with everlasting regret. That's not right. It's a matter of expediency. Right now, it's extraordinary times, there naturally needs to be extraordinary measures. Bai Chen's strength and prestige are insufficient to convince the Ma. S says no matter what. How can he succeed the position of palace lord? An elder came forward to refute. Want to talk about high prestige and commanding universal respect, I feel that it still belongs to deputy palace lord, Bai Xiu. The old palace is not around anymore. In the entire White Knight Sacred Palace, his strength is the strongest. The Sacred Palace's aspects, it's also him who understands them best. Since everybody is currently debating endlessly, in my view, let Deputy Palace Lord Bai Xiu temporarily act in the position of Palace Lord. What does everyone think? Suddenly, an elder's words broke the balance of the scene. Everyone did not expect that a Deputy Palace Lord Bai Xiu actually charged out halfway. It was just that they calmed down and thought about it. This current sort of situation, there was really no one more suitable than Deputy Palace Lord Bai Xiu. Bai Xiu was currently sitting on the seat of honor, both eyes narrowed slightly, seemingly in a daze. When he suddenly heard this, he got a shock too and hurriedly said, no way, no way. The White Knight Sacred Palace's tradition has always been Palace Lord Pares sing to young lord. Where is the logic of Palace Lord Pares sing to Deputy Palace Lord? If I really become the Palace Lord, everybody will feel that I'm scheming to usurp the throne and it will be even harder to convince the Ma. S says. Don't mention this matter again. How about this, since everybody can't come to a conclusion, let's discuss it again tomorrow. As for the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's activities, I've already arranged people to keep an eye on it. There still aren't any movements for the time being. That's it for today. The Palace Lord was already deceased. Bai Xiu was currently the person with the highest prestige and respect in the entire White Knight Sacred Palace. His strength was also the strongest. His words won the group of elders' favorable impression even more. Very soon, inside the great hall was stark empty. There was only Mo Yun master and disciple, 2 people, left in the hall. Bai Chen's entire person was battered out of his senses. He did not say a word from start to end. His thoughts were not on contending for the seat of Palace Lord at all. The blow that the death of the old Palace Lord had on him was tremendous. He still had not come back to his senses currently. Seeing Bai Chen's dejected and disheartened appearance, Mo Yun was burning with anxiety too. Young lord, if you carry on like this, the position of Palace Lord will be gone, Mo Yun said anxiously. Bai Chen looked at Mo Yun with a pair of listless eyes and said, gone then gone. What they said was right. I'm not suited to be this Palace Lord at all. Mo Yun sucked in a deep breath and said solemnly, young lord, you think properly, How much did the old palace lord worry over the White Knight Sacred Palace? In order to let you be the young lord, how much did he rack his brain? Could it be that you're going to hand over his life's effort to people on a silver platter, then be swallowed up by the autumn rain Sacred Palace? You're the old palace lord's favorite successor. Could it be that you're really going to let him die with everlasting regrets? Bai Chen's entire body trembled, his eyes finally had an additional trace of light. But, he dimmed down again very quickly and said, but, under these current circumstances, we already don't have a trace of hope anymore. When Mo Yun saw Bai Chen finally pull it together a little, a ray of hope finally ignited in his heart. He plucked his spirits up and said, no, we still have hope. Bai Chen's eyes revealed a hint of puzzlement and said, still have hope? You look. Right now in this place, there's only you and me left. Mo Yun said, go find Lord Yi Yuan, he's our last hope. Chapter 14:16 Melody Psychic Immortal Fru. 14:16 Melody Psychic Immortal Fru Lord Yi Yuan? Although his strength is powerful, it doesn't reach Heaven Glimpse realm either, right? Bai Chen said with some doubt. In this struggle for the position of Palace Lord, without Heaven Glimpse realm strength, it was impossible to speak any further. The old Palace Lord's death was too sudden and had yet to hand over authority to Bai Chen in time. Hence, there was not a single Heaven Glimpse realm powerhouse currently standing on his side. The only one that he could rely on now was Mo Yun. In the wilderness forest, the strength that Yi Yuan displayed was indeed incredible. But the realm that he exhibited was only grand completion grotto profound. One could only say that his sword Dao law's comprehension was exceedingly high. But facing genuine heavenly Dao powerhouses, it was still inadequate to look at. In front of Heaven Glimpse realm powerhouses, grotto profound martial artists were not enough to look at all. Mo Yun said, I don't know. But I have a feeling that this Lord Yi Yuan isn't as simple as he seems on the surface. Perhaps, he was sent by heaven to save us. Young lord, I know that the old palace lord's death is a huge blow to you, but you must pull it together right now. The old palace lord is already no longer around. If even his foundation is lost, we'd really have no face to face him in the future. Bai Chen's expression became stern, finally forcefully rousing his spirit. Okay, I'll go and find Lord Yi Yuan. What should I do? Mo Yun said without the slightest hesitation, acknowledge him as your master. Bai Chen was stunned and said, acknowledge him as my master? Then what about you? Mo Yun smiled and said, I already don't have anything that I can teach you. But Lord Yi Yuan is different. His understanding of Dao is far above mine. If you can acknowledge him as your master, your future is limitless. At the place Yi Yuan was staying at, Bai Chen's entire person appeared rather overcautious. Lord Yi Yuan, I wonder if your rest yesterday was still well? Bai Chen rubbed the sweat on the palm of his hands, seeming somewhat nervous and uneasy. Still all right. Didn't have time to speak to you yesterday either. My condolences, Yi Yuan said. Hearing these words, Bai Chen's heart became sour, nearly shedding tears. But, upon thinking of teacher Mo Yun's instructions, he forcefully suppressed the grief in his heart and forced a smile as he said, many thanks, Lord Yi Yuan. Originally wanted to invite Lord Yi Yuan to be a guest, didn't expect that the family suddenly suffered a sudden turn of events. Truly, sorry. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, whatever you have, just say it. I don't like to beat around the bush. Bai Chen's bit of shrewdness was not enough to look at in front of Yi Yuan at all. He was seen through by Yi Yuan with one glance. Bai Chen's entire body trembled. He discovered that the things teacher Mo Yun taught were of no use at all. With this, sorrow hit him, and Bai Chen knelt down with a thud. Lord Yi Yuan, Bai Chen is already forced into a dead end. Your Excellency, please take pity and save me. This 9-melody psychic immortal fruit was given to me by Father. Originally, it was intended to help me break through to the Heaven Glimpse deity realm. Now, I'm giving it to Your Excellency. I beg Your Excellency to accept me as a disciple and help me ascend to the position of Palace Lord. Bai Chen said indignantly. Yi Yuan maintained composure on the surface, but in his heart, a series of great waves was stirred up. One of the missions, the 9-melody psychic immortal fruit, He did not expect that it appeared in front of him so easily. As long as he agreed, he could bring it back to hand in the missions. According to the records of the mission, the 9-melody psychic immortal fruit was a heaven and earth spiritual fruit. Grand completion grotto profound realm martial artists just had to consume it and they would have a 30% chance of directly breaking through to the heaven glimpse realm. Half-step heaven glimpse martial artists consuming, there was a 60% chance to break through to heaven glimpse realm. To those powerhouses stuck at this checkpoint, unable to break through, it was undoubtedly a miracle elixir. Using it to refine a 2-star divine pill, the effects were even more terrifying. It was just that to Yi Yuan, his goal was not the 9-melody psychic immortal fruit. No matter how good this thing was, he did not care either. Yi Yuan received the 9-melody psychic immortal fruit and played for a bit, and said with a smile, "Actually, you're not suitable to be the palace lord. Why is there a need to intentionally get involved in a messy situation?" Bai Chen was weak and indecisive, his personality too simple. His strength was not powerful also. Becoming the palace, he would be toyed to death by people sooner or later. This point, Yi Yuan had long understood it. Bai Chong, this kind of person, if it were Yi Yuan, he would have long killed him with a palm, but Bai Chen kept refusing to deal the blow. Such weak and indecisiveness, it was hard to take on major responsibilities. Bai Chen gritted his teeth and said, I can learn. Teacher Mo Yun said, "Even though your excellency is young, your mind is even more mature than his. Furthermore, your martial Dao comprehensions are exceedingly deep, making me acknowledge you as master no matter what. If you don't agree, we'll back out of this struggle for the position of palace lord and go far away henceforth and not come back." Yi Yuan paced around, seemingly thinking. Bai Chen's current mood was like a well where 7 buckets were drawn up and 8 dropped down, 1. Suddenly, Yi Yuan put away the 9-melody psychic immortal fruit and said coolly, "I'll help you take care of this first." Bai Chen was stunned, then immediately revealed a look of wild elation and kowtowed toward Yi Yuan. Disciple Bai Chen, pays respect to master. Yi Yuan took out a small bottle and threw it to Bai Chen, saying, "These things, just take it as master acknowledging gifts." Bai Chen was rather puzzled. He did not recognize these medicinal pills. "Master, then. I wonder what this disciple should do next." Bai Chen consulted. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Go keep vigil for your father properly. Tomorrow, what should be done should still be done." Bai Chen left Yi Yuan's residence with a perplexed look and found Mo Yun. Yi Yuan's words left him at a loss. "How is it? Did Lord Yi Yuan agree?" Mo Yun immediately went up to ask when he saw Bai Chen. Bai Chen nodded his head woodenly and said, "Agreed." Mo Yun could not help being overjoyed the moment he heard and said, "Excellent. I indeed didn't see it wrongly. He definitely has a way to save us. How is it? What instructions did he have?" Bai Chen repeated Yi Yuan's words with a puzzled expression and said, "Teacher Mo Yun, what do you think Master Yi Yuan meant?" Mo Yun was even more overjoyed the moment he heard and said, This child, seriously. Lord Yi Yuan not saying anything means that he already has a well-thought-out plan. Tomorrow's discussion, let's just care about showing up. Leave the rest to him." Bai Chen was still somewhat only half understood it. Mo Yun let out a sigh and asked, "That 9-melody psychic immortal fruit, he accepted it?" Bai Chen nodded and said, "Yeah, he even gave me a large bottle of medicinal pills as a master-disciple acknowledgement gift." As he said, Bai Chen took out the medicinal pills Yi Yuan gave. Mo Yun received the medicinal pills and examined it in detail. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. This, Bai Chen had a blank look as he said, "What is it, Teacher Mo Yun? Do these medicinal pills have anything wrong?" Mo Yun looked at him with a complicated expression and only said after a long time, "These medicinal pills, if I didn't see wrongly, it should be called divine essence pill. It's just that, these medicinal pills grade is extremely high. It should reach divine grade. Divine grade medicinal pills. The legendary divine grade medicinal pills?" Bai Chen said in shock. Due to the limitations of heavenly Dao, inside ordinary small worlds, it was totally impossible to refine divine grade medicinal pills. But the Sky Foothill world continuously had Heavenspan World's powerhouses entering to train and was not completely ignorant about Heavenspan World's medicinal pills. Divine grade, middle grade, that was the legendary grade. Mo Yun nodded his head deeply and said with a complicated expression, many years ago, the old palace lord had once killed a trial taker who came from the outside world and obtained this kind of medicinal pills from here. 1. In Turmoil. Chapter 1417 I disagree. 1417 I disagree. Bai Chen's entire body trembled. His gaze revealed a look of astonishment. Impossible. How can Master Yi Yuan possibly be an outside trial taker? I completely couldn't perceive it at all. Trial takers were not some secret among the Sky Foothill world's upper echelons. With Bai Chen's status, he had clearly heard before. Mo Yun sucked in a deep breath and said, I won't see wrongly. These medicinal pills are extremely similar to the medicinal pills on that trial taker's body. It's just that the medicinal properties are much stronger than that. Bai Chen's eyes revealed an extremely complicated look. Clearly, his inner heart was also struggling fiercely. The Sky Foothill Divine Palace had once issued a strict order. Upon discovering trial takers, kill them without amnesty. Now, what should they do? This trial taker was the life savior of these master and disciple. Then what should we do? Go to the Sky Foothill Divine Palace and report him? No way. Absolutely not. Master Yi Yuan is my life savior. I can't do this kind of repaying kindness with an ingrat. 1. Action. Bai Chen directly denied the idea of going to report Yi Yuan. But he also did not know what he should do and fell into a dilemma for a moment. Mo Yun said in a solemn voice, these trial takers treat our Sky Foothill world as a breeding ground, taking whatever they please, and is the enemy of all of us Sky Foothill martial artists. How can this kind of person be indulged? Bai Chen's expression flickered incessantly, falling silent. Finally, he still said, I, Bai Chen, would rather be reviled for generation after generation and also not be willing to be a person who repays kindness with ingrat. 1. Master Yi Yuan agreed to help me under this sort of circumstances. If I betray him instead, what's the difference from a pig or a dog? Teacher Mo Yun, if you disagree with my decision, I won't force you either. You can go and report Master Yi Yuan, but I'll live and die together with him. Mo Yun did not expect that his disciple would actually say these words. A conflicted look appeared on his face and he finally still heaved a sigh and said, all right then, who asked you and me to be as close as father and son? Since you've already decided, I'll walk this path with you until it's dark. Bai Chen did not know that his every action was all under Yi Yuan's surveillance. And his decision saved his own life too. With Yi Yuan's cautiousness, how could he possibly make this kind of low-level mistake? Him deliberately doing so was actually giving Bai Chen a chance to choose. If he helped Bai Chen sit on the seat of Palace Lord and he opened his mouth to ask for the myriad longevity heavenly soulstone in the future, Bai Chen would definitely suspect. Since he was going to expose his ident. 1. Sooner or later, might as well let Bai Chen know earlier. If Bai Chen betrayed him, he would kill Bai Chen without the slightest hesitation. Yi Yuan's objective of coming to the Sky Foothill world was very simple. It was for the sake of the myriad longevity heavenly soulstone. That was Mu Lingshue's life-saving object. Yi Yuan absolutely would not allow any accident, even if he was not willing to kill Bai Chen. Fortunately, Bai Chen chose to stand on his side. In the White Knight Sacred Palace's Great Hall, Bai Xiu sat on the seat of honor, his brows tightly knitted. I've just received the news. A large group of Autumn Rain Sacred Palace powerhouses has already entered the White Knight Sacred Palace's sphere of influence. There are probably still a few days and they'll reach here. Most likely, we must come up with a conclusion today. The moment these words came out, the expressions on everyone's faces were all different. Some were worried, some were afraid, some were angry. The truest face of human nature could probably only be seen at this time as well. Deputy Palace Lord, Your Excellency, I think there isn't anything to discuss. This position of Palace Lord, regardless of which son takes it, it's not suitable. Best for you to take over the position of Palace Lord, said an elder. The moment these words came out, somebody immediately concurred. Yeah. Facing a formidable foe, although the young masters are all pretty good, they don't enjoy high prestige and command universal respect like Deputy Palace Lord, Your Excellency. There's nothing to discuss, so it's decided like this. Deputy Palace Lord, Your Excellency's strength is the most powerful, prestige the highest. Only with you coming forward, can it lead us to resist the powerful enemy. This position of Palace Lord, accept it, said another person. There were a total of 8 elders present. They were all Heaven Glimpse realm powerhouses. The moment they spoke, there were already 3 elders who agreed. The remainder, each and every one of their faces all revealed looks of struggle. But they were leaning toward Bai Xiu as well. What are you all still waiting for? Could it be waiting for our White Knight Sacred Palace to be exterminated? Then you all will choose the new Palace Lord, said the elder who spoke first earlier. Everyone's expression changed. This sentence became the last straw that broke the camel's back. All right, I agree. I agree too. I agree. The elders all expressed their attitudes one after another, all agreeing for Bai Xiu to take over the seat of Palace Lord. Bai Xiu was wildly elated in his heart, but on the surface, he put on a difficult expression and said, "This. How can this do?" The White Knight Sacred Palace was established by the previous generation Palace Lord single-handedly, and brought to greater heights in the hands of the old Palace Lord. What capabilities do I, Bai Xiu, have, to dare succeed the position of Palace Lord? My Lord Deputy Palace Lord, stop declining it. You're surnamed Bai too, and are brothers in arms with the old Palace Lord. Why can't you be the Palace Lord? Keep declining and the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace will slaughter to the doorstep. Yeah, Deputy Palace Lord, just agree. The few elders were anxious too, all urging Bai Xiu to succeed the position of Palace Lord. Although Bai Xiu was also surnamed Bai, he was not a blood relative of the old Palace Lord. In terms of blood lineage, it was naturally the few sons who were the most orthodox. It was just that at this time, there was already no one who cared about what they thought. Bai Xiu heaved a long sigh and said, "Since that's the case, then Bai Xiu will make the best of things and take over the position of Palace Lord. But I'll declare it first, I'm only temporarily acting in the position of Palace Lord. When they grow up, we'll choose a young master with the greatest prestige to succeed the position of Palace Lord again." The moment these words came out, the elders' faces all revealed looks of relief. Palace Lord, Your Excellency, truly understands the principles of right and wrong, to actually consider so thoroughly. Then this matter is decided. Today, we'll announce to the entire White Knight Sacred Palace in the name of the Elders Association, Deputy Palace Lord Bai Xiu will take over the position of Palace Lord, said the elder. The other few elders also nodded slightly, clearly very satisfied with Bai Xiu's attitude. Bai Xiu smiled and said, "All right, then that's it for today first. Facing a formidable enemy, I must go and arrange for some things. This matter of announcing to the world will have to trouble the elders." I disagree. Right at this time, the Yi Yuan who remained silent all along finally spoke up. The elders looked at Yi Yuan like looking at a fool, not recognizing this guy at all. A guy without the slightest divine essence undulation on his body actually dared to talk drivel here? Where did this crackpot come from? To actually dare act wildly in the Elders Association? How can the matters that the Elders Association decided be what you can disagree? That elder who had always endorsed Bai Xiu immediately spoke up to berate. Under this current situation, Bai Chen had long already been marginalized. Although he came to the Elders Association, nobody would care about his opinion at all. As for who he brought, there was naturally even less who paid attention. Moreover, Yi Yuan looked just like a mortal. Too unremarkable. Yi Yuan could not even be bothered to look at him. He just looked toward Bai Xiu and said with a faint smile, "Hey, your acting is pretty good. But, it ends here. I don't agree with you becoming the Palace Lord." Chapter 14:18 Domineering Subjugation. 14:18 Domineering Subjugation. The group of elders had baffled looks, exchanging glances. Who was this? He had a problem with his brain, right? Who the hell were you? You said disagree and we would follow your words. What has it got to do with you? Bai Chen, Manage the men under you properly. I know that you have grievances in your heart, but you have to put the interests of the whole above all else. Right now isn't the time to throw tantrums. Yeah. Where did this brat pop out from? To actually dare talk drivel here. The group of elders all turned the spearhead at Bai Chen. After all, they could not see through Yi Yuan's depths at all and even thought that Yi Yuan was deliberately sent by Bai Chen to cause trouble. Bai Chen said coolly, "Forgot to introduce to everyone, this is my newly acknowledged master. In the future, he shall also be the White Knight Sacred Palace's Grand Elder. His words are my opinion." The moment these words came out, everyone's faces all changed. Nonsense. Bai Chen, if you're so unbridled again, then don't blame us, this bunch of old fellows, for not caring about the old palace lord's old sentiments, and chase you out of the White Knight Sacred Palace. The elder who endorsed Bai Xiu reproached Bai Chen. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, "Elder Bai Rong, right? Is your brain damaged?" You and Bai Xiu, two people acting out a carefully chapter choreographed dance, and still want to chase the young lord appointed by the old palace lord out of the White Knight Sacred Palace? Bai Rong's expression turned sullen and he said, "Ignorant child, keep talking nonsense. Do you believe this old man will tear your mouth or not?" But Yi Yuan ignored him and said to the other elders, "I'll only ask everyone one sentence. Is Bai Chen the most qualified to succeed the position of palace lord as the successor that the old palace lord appointed?" The various elders exchanged glances. Suddenly, someone spoke up, "That's of course. According to the White Knight Sacred Palace's rules, the young lord is the first-in-line successor. It's just," that elder still wanted to carry on speaking, but he was directly interrupted by Yi Yuan. "Good that there's that. You all not letting him be the palace lord is nothing more than feeling that he's still young and his strength is insufficient to convince the public, yes?" The elders nodded their heads slightly, not having any objections about this. Facing a great enemy, letting a young man still wet behind his ears go and preside over the overall situation, this was no different from courting death. Yi Yuan said coolly, "I'll now support Bai Chen up onto the position of palace lord in the name of Bai Chen's master. Those who are unconvinced, come and battle." It was this simple and crude. Whatever schemes and intrigues were all paper tigers in front of absolute strength. It was just that Yi Yuan's words in other people's views were a total joke. Because Yi Yuan looked just like an ordinary person. Even Bai Chen's palms were sweating too. Bai Xiu was a late-stage heaven glimpse powerhouses, much stronger than Master Yi Yuan. But he forcefully calmed down. He did not wish to lose face for his master at this time. Bai Xiu's eyes narrowed slightly. The pressure of Heaven Glimpse realm slowly released and he said in a solemn voice, "Your meaning is that you want to challenge me?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Not you, it's you all. Those who are not convinced, attacking together will do too." Wildly arrogant, ignorant, insolent. Yi Yuan's arrogance finally aroused the elders' wrath. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Don't talk crap anymore, attack." Bai Xiu slowly walked down and said with a cold smile, "If you can beat me, what's wrong with letting Bai Chen inherit the position of palace lord?" With the old palace lord not being around any longer, Bai Xiu was the White Knight Sacred Palace's #1 person. If not for so, he would not dare to usurp this position of palace lord either. Yi Yuan said coolly, "You? Too weak. Don't blame me for not giving you guys a chance. Attack together. All of the elders, attack together." What a conceited and ignorant brat. This old man is going to measure just how much you weight today. This old man has lived to a ripe old age. It's still my first time seeing such a wildly arrogant person. Fine, as you wish. Plus forget it, a farce. Since you're seeking death yourself, this old man will send you on your way too. 8 great elders stepped out of the ranks one after another, standing together with Bai Xiu. 9 mighty heaven glimpse deity realm powerhouses standing together. How shocking was the imposing momentum. Bai Chen's heart almost leaped to his throat. He completely did not think that Master Yi Yuan was actually arrogant to such a degree, wanting to challenge 9 great heaven glimpse powerhouses with his power alone. A grotto profound deity realm martial artist challenging 9 great heaven glimpse deity realm powerhouses. This was crazy, right? Yesterday, Yi Yuan made him ignore everything. But he did not think that Yi Yuan used this kind of method to let him ascend to the position of palace lord. Although the effect of this approach was immediate, the prerequisite was that Yi Yuan had to defeat them. Bai Chen could not resist exchanging a glance with Mo Yun, discovering that Mo Yun also had an inexplicably stunned appearance at this time. It was just that things already developed to such a degree, it was impossible for them to go and stop it anymore. There were still a few of the old palace lord's sons present, all using gloating expressions to look at Bai Chen. No idea where Bai Chen found such a living treasure either. This was the tempo of playing himself to death. Yi Yuan alone faced 9 great heaven glimpse powerhouses but stood firm as a rock. The 9 people's auras completely could not affect Yi Yuan. "Kid, you're seeking death yourself, don't blame us for being ruthless," Bai Rong said with a hideous grin. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Attack then, don't talk nonsense anymore." Wildly arrogant, Bai Rong was furious. His aura instantly soared to the peak. Russ. Hi plussing over toward Yi Yuan. The others did not hold back either, all displaying divine abilities. A terrifying power shook until the entire great hall was quaking. Every one of them, especially Bai Xiu, each suppressed a stomachful of anger. It was just that it was inappropriate for Bai Xiu to flare up. Now that Yi Yuan was seeking death, he did not hold back even more. The moment he made his move, it was the fiercest killing move. Under the besiegement of 9 great experts, Yi Yuan was weak like an insignificant ant. Except, Yi Yuan did not have the intention of making a move. He still stood with his hands behind his back. It looked like he was waiting for death. "Master Yi Yuan." Bai Chen's expression changed drastically, suddenly standing up, wanting to rush over, but was held back by Mo Yun. "Got to be joking, Russ." Hi plussing over at this time, Bai Chen would be blasted into smithereens too. It was indeed a farce. What the 9 great elders were thinking in their hearts at this time was all this. But right at this time, a gust of sinister wind howled. Beside Yi Yuan, a figure appeared since no idea when. The moment he appeared, the temperature in the entire great hall plummeted by a few degrees. Ever since cultivating the Ghost Dao 100 runes, Gui Yun seemed to have become even gloomier and colder. It was only to see him mutter under his breath, drawing a bizarre rune on his hand, and saying indifferently, "Ghost Dao 100 runes. Nether Ghost Claw." Suddenly, a surge of terrifying aura came from underground. A dark enormous claw seemed to have extended out from the netherworld. The 9 great elders' bodies were all in midair. But seeing this, their expressions changed greatly. An aura of death hit head-on. After the enormous claw extended out, it seemed to have grown eyes, clawing over towards the 9 great elders. The few people revealed a look of great shock. How could they still care about Yi Yuan? They slammed all their attacks at the ghost claw. Boom. The ghost claw directly smacked those attacks down. Pew, pew, pew. At virtually the same time, the 9 great elders spewed fresh blood wildly one after another, being smacked down onto the ground by this ghost claw's power. Chapter 1419 Taking the initiative to meet the attack. 1419 Taking the initiative to meet the attack is so strong. Bai Chen drew a mouthful of cold air, being stunned by the nether ghost claw's power. One claw bringing down 9 great heaven glimpse deity realm powerhouses. This strength was simply too heaven-defying. That is a late-stage heaven glimpse ghost Dao powerhouse, right? Such a powerhouse, why would he follow this guy? Deputy Palace Lord Bai Xiu and this ghost Dao powerhouse's strength is more or less the same, but he was actually defeated so badly. The aura of that ghost claw just now was too terrifying. I felt that my soul was taken away. Just what the hell was that? When the few young masters saw this scene, each and every one of them was shocked until they could not close their mouths. Gui Yun's appearance was seriously too astonished. Hi plussing, mowing down 9 great heaven glimpse powerhouses in one move. The key was that this kind of powerful ghost Dao powerhouse actually submitted under Yi Yuan's rule. Each and every one of them was incredibly envious. If they had a hired thug like this, wouldn't becoming the palace lord be a cinch? In the end, a large fist was the absolute principle. Whatever legitimacy, whatever schemes and intrigues, one could only submit in the face of absolute strength. Yi Yuan looked at the 9 great elders in a sorry plight and said coolly, I wonder if now, young Lord Bai Chen has the qualifications to succeed the position of Palace Lord or not. The 9 great elders' faces were all incomparably ugly, but nobody said anything. If you all are not talking, I'll take it as you guys agreed. Bai Chen, sit on the seat that belongs to you in the first place. Yi Yuan said coolly. At this time, Bai Chen started trembling all over because of agitation. Even after Yi Yuan yelled out, he still stood there in a daze, at a loss on what to do. Mo Yun was incomparably joyful too. Giving him a pat on the back, he said with a smile, Go on, what are you still in a daze for? Only then did Bai Chen suddenly wake up fully, walking step by step over toward that seat belonging to the palace lord. Hang on. Bai Xiu struggled to stand up as he stopped. Yi Yuan swept a glance over him indifferently and said, Why? You still have objections? Bai Xiu said in a solemn voice, Bai Chen, this guy's origins are unclear. Your act of simply acknowledging a master, are you going to push the White Knight Sacred Palace into an abyss of eternal doom? At this time, Mo Yun spoke up, Lord Yi Yuan is a reclusive powerhouse. As for the thing that you're worrying about, that's impossible. Bai Chong, that treacherous villain, colluded with the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace, wanting to besiege young Lord Bai Chen in the wilderness forest. Lord Yi Yuan annihilated over a dozen deity realm powerhouses, including Wu Xin, with one sword, only then, rescuing us. It's precisely because Lord Yi Yuan's strength is formidable, that I let young Lord Bai Chen acknowledge him as master, assisting young Lord Bai Chen to defend the foreign enemy together. When Bai Xiu and the 8 great elders heard this, their expressions changed once more. They still thought that Yi Yuan's might was entirely dependent on this ghost Dao powerhouse. They did not expect that his own strength was actually so formidable too. More importantly, they actually could not fathom Yi Yuan's depth. Wu Xin's strength, they were naturally very clear. It was evenly matched with Mo Yun. One sword annihilating over a dozen deity realm powerhouses, even they could not do it too. With this, no one had objections anymore. No matter how the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace used a ruse of inflicting self-injury in order to win the confidence of the enemy, it was also impossible to give away the lives of over a dozen deity realm powerhouses in vain. Although the Sacred Palace's Grotto Profound powerhouses were quite a few, over a dozen Grotto Profound powerhouses was already a force that could not be ignored. No matter how foolish the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's Palace Lord was, he would not do this kind of thing either. If nobody has objections, then I'll invite the Elders Association to announce to the world. Young Lord Bai Chen will take over the position of Palace Lord from this day forth. Deputy Palace Lord Bai Xiu, I wonder if you still have objections? Yi Yuan used a very indifferent gaze to look at Bai Xiu. No idea why, Bai Xiu involuntarily shuddered. I have no objections. Young Lord Bai Chen taking over as Palace Lord is right and proper to begin with, Bai Chen said with some unwillingness. Even Bai Xiu had no objections, the others naturally had no objections too. Just like this, Bai Chen successfully became the White Knight Sacred Palace's new Palace Lord. The matter was urgent, the Elders Association announced to the world on that day, proclaiming that young Lord Bai Chen succeeded the position of Palace Lord. Having come this far, the struggle to become the Palace Lord finally settled down. Master Yi Yuan, what should my next step be? Although he became the Palace Lord, Bai Chen had no plans at all. Right away, he fought Yi Yuan to inquire about the plan. Yi Yuan smiled and said, You're the Palace Lord. What should be done? You need to have a score in your heart. I can help you be the Palace Lord, but I can't possibly help you for life. Those old fellows are all not to be trifled with. If you don't grow up as soon as possible, you'll be eaten by them until not even bone residue is left. Bai Chen's expression changed, suddenly recalling Yi Yuan's ident. One Tai. He would eventually leave one day. It was impossible to keep on helping him by his side. Once Yi Yuan left, what he would be facing was a horde of savage beast. Mo Yun's expression turned slightly grim too and he said, Palace Lord, what Lord Yi Yuan said makes sense. In the past, you had the old Palace Lord protecting you, so the others don't dare to do anything to you. But now, everything can only rely on yourself. Bai Chen's expression flickered incessantly and he said rather jittery, "But Yi Yuan said, just go do what you want to do. With me around, you can be unrestrained. What you have to do is to grow up within the shortest time." Bai Chen's entire body trembled, looking at Yi Yuan with a strange gaze. Meeting Yi Yuan's calm gaze, not knowing why, Bai Chen's originally fluid turd thoughts calmed down a lot suddenly. "Teacher Mo Yun, summon all of the White Knight Sacred Palace's deity realm powerhouses. Tomorrow morning, set off for the frontiers, we'll take the initiative to meet the attack. I'm going to let the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's people know that our White Knight Sacred Palace is not easy to bully," Bai Chen said in a solemn voice. At this moment, Bai Chen's body inexplicably had an additional trace of domineeringness. When Yi Yuan saw the situation, he could not help smiling slightly. It seemed like a series of setbacks finally made this greenhouse flower grow up. At this time, Yi Yuan threw out a small medicinal bottle and said, "Take this thing. The effect shouldn't be inferior to the 9-melody psychic immortal fruit. In the Elders Association, we need our own elder too." Mo Yun's entire body trembled, looking at Yi Yuan with great surprise, and looked at the medicinal pill in his hands again. Lord Yi Yuan, Mo Yun, is forever in debt. At this time, the excitement in Mo Yun's heart truly could not be greater. He was stuck at half-step heaven glimpse realm for no idea how many years already, but kept being unable to break through this hurdle. The 9-melody psychic immortal fruit, this sort of thing, was too precious. Not everybody could obtain it. The old palace lord also only had that one in his hands. It was left to Bai Chen. And now, Yi Yuan casually gave him a medicinal pill that could break through this heavenly chasm. How could he not be agitated? This medicinal pill was called Jade Dragon Heaven Glimpse Pill, a pill formula in Dustless's hands. When Yi Yuan was practicing medicinal pills, he casually refined it. This medicinal pill was a pinnacle most existence among Tier 1 medicinal pills, capable of increasing the chances of a martial artist's breakthrough. This was especially true for half-step Heaven Glimpse powerhouses. They already had a certain understanding of Heaven Glimpse realm. Consuming the Jade Dragon Heaven Glimpse pill, the effects were naturally greatly increased. As long as Mo Yun's talent was not too poor, breaking through to Heaven Glimpse should not be an issue. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a faint smile, "Presumably, you guys also know, I'm not devoid of desires or requests by helping you all. Just take this as a bit of repayment." Mo Yun and Bai Chen trembled all over, their gazes revealing a complicated look. Chapter 1420 With me around, you can be capricious. 1420 With me around, you can be capricious. Above the sky, several dozen figures whistled past, with a shocking commotion. With so many deity realm powerhouses moving out at the same time, this was absolutely an extremely rare situation in the Sky Foothill world. The mortals were all guessing that some earth-shaking major incident must have happened, and that was why there were so many major figures moving out at the same time. Deity realm powerhouses traveled 10,000 miles in a twinkle. 3 days later, the White Knight Sacred Palace and the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's deity realm powerhouses finally met on a narrow path. The person in the front ranks of the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace was an old geezer. Seeing the White Knight Sacred Palace's people, he could not help being surprised. He already got the news that the White Knight Palace Lord, Bai Yehai, was poisoned and died. Hence, he brought a large group of experts and charged over. It was just that he did not expect that the White Knight Sacred Palace's people actually dared to charge right out. He swept a glance through the crowd and said with a big laugh, "Where is Bai Yehai, that old thing? Why didn't he come? He didn't dare to come, so he sent you, a little child, here to court death." Ha ha ha, Bai Chen was angered until he was trembling all over. He pointed at the other party and said furiously, "Hu Tianyang, you're shameless." This Hu Tianyang was precisely the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's palace lord, a grand completion Heaven Glimpse realm powerhouse, and the White Knight Sacred Palace's internal strife was precisely plotted by him single-handedly. This sowing discord strategy could not be said to not be ruthless, directly making the White Knight Palace Lord Bai Yehai perished, his Tao disappearing. Right now, the White Knight Sacred Palace was a host of dragons without a head. They were about to borrow this opportunity to thoroughly wipe out the White Knight's sacred palace. Bai Chen was still not mature enough in the end. With this anger, it thoroughly gave the whole thing away. When the 8 great elders behind him saw the situation, they all secretly shook their heads. At this time, they should be putting on a false show of strength and let Hu Tianyang be unable to make a decision. Only then would they have hopes of scaring away the other party and win a chance to eke out a meager existence. The moment Hu Tianyang heard, he laughed even more arrogantly and said, "My good nephew, looks like you have already become the palace lord. It's just too bad that you as the palace lord can only be until today." Bai Chen said furiously, "Hu Tianyang, don't be impudent. Today, even if we fight it out till the fish dies and net tears, I'll also make you pay a blood price." Hu Tianyang laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Till the fish dies and net tears? Ha ha ha, even if the fish dies, the net won't tear. Bai Yehai is not around. Just based on you guys, this bunch of stragglers and stray soldiers, also want to fight it out to the death. Today, your White Knight sacred palace will be struck off the books from the Sky Foothill world." Hu Tianyang was in high spirits currently, full of domineeringness. The moment Grand Completion Heaven Glimpse Realm released, the White Knight sacred palace's powerhouses all changed countenance. Under this pressure, Bai Chen's complexion became deathly pale, and he unconsciously looked over towards Yi Yuan there. However, Yi Yuan was expressionless, as if he was in a daze, not giving him any hints at all. He resolved his heart and mustered up all of his strength to resist this pressure. His gaze suddenly focused toward Bai Xiu. He said, "Bai Xiu, if I die in battle today, you'll be the Lord of White Knight. I hope that you'll lead everybody to keep fighting regardless of death. Even if one last person is left, don't shrink back either." Bai Xiu's entire body trembled, not expecting that Bai Chen would actually say such words. At this moment, Bai Chen's image in his heart was magnified infinitely. Originally, he was only forced to acknowledge this palace lord because he was afraid of Yi Yuan. But now, Bai Chen's gust actually stimulated him until his hot blood boiled. In reality, although Yi Yuan defeated them, Bai Xiu did not think that Gui Yun could defeat Hu Tianyang. At most, it was also just adding a little confidence to them. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up too, his gaze revealing an approving look. Who knew how many hearts this sentence would buy over for Bai Chen? This kid was also not absolutely without merit her. Bai Xiu's eyes were actually slightly wet. Gritting his teeth, he cupped his fists and said, "Rest assured, Palace Lord, Bai Xiu will definitely fight to the bitter end. Bai Rong, if I die, you'll be the Lord of White Knight. We'll fight to the end and absolutely not shrink back." Bai Rong's entire body trembled too and said, "Fight to the end and absolutely not shrink back. Fight to the end and absolutely not shrink back. Fight to the end and absolutely not shrink back." The resounding slogan shocked the entire world. The moral on the White Knight sacred palace's side rose unprecedentedly. Seeing this scene, Hu Tianyang's expression changed slightly too. He did not expect that this brat still wet behind the ears actually had such magical powers, to actually be able to trigger the fresh blood of that bunch of old fellows which had long turned cold. An army burning with righteous indignation was bound to win. Under this sort of circum stance, even if he won today, it would definitely be a Pyrrhic victory too. The generals disregarding their lives, the soldiers not fearing death. This battle was not easy to win, except, when the arrow was on the notch, it must fly. He did not believe, with his Grand Completion Heaven Glimpse strength, these guys could still flip the heavens. However, before he could react, Bai Chen raised his long spear and stabbed over towards him brazenly. "Kill!" Bai Chen gave a fierce cry, carrying indomitable imposing momentum, and charged over towards Hu Tianyang. At this moment, a hint of understanding was actually born in his heart. His spear art achieved a breakthrough at this moment. Except, no matter how he broke through, he still could not stand up to a single blow in front of Hu Tianyang. "Palace Lord, you mustn't." Bai Xiu completely did not think that Bai Chen actually charged straight at Hu Tianyang. This move did not hold back. Bai Chen went harboring the resolve of certain death. The words earlier were not in order to inspire their morale. He was really going to show his determination with death, stimulating everyone's fighting spirit. One Bai Chen had no influence on the battle situation. But the moment he died, the situation would be completely different. At this moment, he actually gained admiration towards this palace lord, and also truly acknowledged him in his heart. It was just too bad, he was already too late. Hu Tianyang naturally understood this logic too. His brows furrowed and he said with a cold snort, seeking death. Hu Tianyang raised a pair of fleshy palm and smacked over towards Bai Chen. A palm move of a grand completion heaven glimpse powerhouse. What kind of power was that? A hint of a liberated faint smile actually revealed at the corners of Bai Chen's mouth. But right at this time, a dark black enormous claw extended out from the void. Bai Chen's spear had yet to stab out and was bounced back by Ma's sieve force. Boom! Hu Tianyang's palm collided together solidly with the enormous claw, kicking up a wave of Ma's sieve undulation, evenly matched. Hu Tianyang's expression suddenly changed, staring fixedly at Gui Yun, akin to being confronted by a formidable enemy. I actually stopped it. Truly inconceivable. When Bai Xiu saw this scene, his gaze was full of disbelief. A late-stage Heaven Glimpse Ghost Dao powerhouse actually blocked the all-out attack of a grand completion Heaven Glimpse. Only at this time did he know that Yi Yuan showed mercy to them that day. Otherwise, not a single one of them could live. So strong. What's that black ghost claw? Why would it have such a terrifying strength? That Ghost Dao powerhouse has such formidable strength, to actually be able to fight to a draw with the Palace Lord. The Autumn Rain Sacred Palace that side, each and every one of them also cried out sounds of exclamations all around, being utterly stunned by this scene. The originally almost guaranteed battle had a sudden turn of event. And the White Knight Sacred Palace this side seeing this scene, each and every one of them was greatly roused. Hu Tianyang was like a huge mountain, pressing on their hearts, making them unable to gasp for air. Now, this huge mountain was actually held up by someone. I've said it before that with me around, you can be capricious. Bai Chen's entire body trembled. Yi Yuan already arrived behind him at no idea when. Chapter 1421 Writing a Myth. 1421 Writing a Myth. What are you still in a daze for? What I said earlier, you forgot it all? Yi Yuan said coolly. Bai Xiu and the rest trembled all over and cried out fiercely, kill, fight to the end and absolutely not shrink back. The rest were inexplicably stimulated too, pouncing over together. Everyone came harboring the resolve to die, but did not expect that Yi Yuan actually had the ability to resist the grand completion Heaven Glimpse Hu Tianyang. The hot blood was still there, but they did not need to die. At this time, Gui Yun already clashed fervently together with Hu Tianyang. The Nether Ghost Claw was extremely powerful. Matching up against Hu Tianyang, it did not fall into a disadvantage in the slightest. Master Yi Yuan, thank you. Bai Chen said gratefully from the bottom of his heart, having barely escaped with his life. Yi Yuan smiled and said, what you just did was pretty good. Bai Chen was like a child who was being praised, excited until he did not quite know what to do. He smiled bashfully and said, "Ah, really?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Giving a peach, repaying with a plum. You treated them with a sincere heart, so they will naturally support you too. However, in the martial artist world, strength is forever the kingly way." Bai Chen's gaze revealed a determined look as he nodded and said, "Master, I got it. If we can defeat the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace in this battle, this disciple will definitely cultivate hard." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "There's no if, we'll definitely win." Truly shameless boasting. I wonder if you'll still be so conceited if you know that you're going to die. Bai Chen was suddenly startled. It turned out that an expert from the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace already arrived not far from them since no idea when. Yi Yuan did not reveal a surprised expression. He just said coolly, "Conceited? Very sorry, I have never been conceited." Bai Chen said worriedly, "Master, his Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's ninth elder, Lan Jiru, initial stage Heaven Glimpse powerhouse. We already don't have Heaven Glimpse powerhouse on our side." At this time, both sides were in a tangled melee, but the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's Heaven Glimpse powerhouses had one more person. Lan Jiru could not find an opponent. He thought of coming to kill Bai Chen and Yi Yuan at the first moment. Yi Yuan said coolly, "You retreat to one side." Bai Chen's gaze turned intent and he said disbelievingly, "Master, you want to deal with him alone? He's a heaven glimpse powerhouse. Come, men. Quickly come, men. Everybody, deal with Lan Jiru together." Yi Yuan used a hand gesture to stop Bai Chen and said coolly, "No need. You go and help the others, leave this guy to me." Bai Chen's expression changed, not knowing where Yi Yuan's confidence came from. Grotto Profound Deity Realm fighting Heaven Glimpse Deity Realm one-on-one, was this a joke? Lan Jiru looked at Yi Yuan and said disdainfully, "Arrogant fellow, you think that by bringing along a ghost Dao powerhouse by your side, you're invincible? If I didn't guess wrongly, you should only be Grotto Profound Realm, right?" He discerned from Bai Chen's reaction that Yi Yuan was definitely a Grotto Profound Deity Realm. Reckon that he carried some strength concealing divine artifact on him, that was why he could not see through his depths. Except, this Grotto Profound Deity Realm was so conceited, to actually dare go one-on-one with him. What a joke! Yi Yuan slowly pulled out the evil extermination sword and said with a calm look, "So what?" Lan Jiru laughed loudly and said, "So what? In front of Heaven Glimpse Deity Realm, Grotto Profound Deity Realms are ant-like existences. Since ancient times, there has never been an instance of Grotto Profound Realm defeating Heaven Glimpse Deity Realm. Do you think that you're writing a myth?" Yi Yuan cracked a smile and said, "Is that so? Then I'll write a myth." Lan Jiru had yet to retort back in time and Yi Yuan already move. Sundering stars. The cutting edge of the sword drew a beautiful half-moon, bringing along a heaven-shocking sword Dao law, and chopping down towards Lan Jiru. This sword move was swift to the extreme, not giving Lan Jiru any time to react at all. Although Lan Jiru was alarmed, he did not panic. Since he could not dodge, then raise the sword to block. How strong could a mere Grotto Profound martial artist's sword be? But when this sword's light landed on his sword, an overwhelming force instantly spread to his whole body from the sword body. Clank! Lan Jiru's body was akin to a cannonball, being dropped by Yi Yuan rapidly from the air. Boom! Lan Jiru's body was smashed heavily into the ground, smars. Plussing out a deep pit. When Bai Chen saw this scene, his eyeballs were almost popping out. This was also a little too powerful, right? Was Master Yi Yuan really a Grotto Profound Deity Realm? Bai Chen suddenly felt that his understanding was completely being subverted. Are my eyes *King failing? Is Lord Yi Yuan really a Grotto Profound martial artist, actually bringing down Lan Jiru with a sword? No mistake, the strength that Lord Yi Yuan used earlier was Grotto Profound Deity Realm and did not surpass this realm. A Grotto Profound martial artist is actually able to overpower a Heaven Glimpse powerhouse. This is too inconceivable. A myth. This is absolutely a myth. Since time immemorial, there has never been a Grotto Profound martial artist capable of leaping realms to overcome Heaven Glimpse powerhouses. Lord Yi Yuan, he actually did it. This scene was overly shocking, even alarming the crowd who were currently in tangled warfare. Especially those Grotto Profound Deity Realm martial artists, the White Knight Sacred Palace's side occupied a considerable advantage. This point was naturally credited to Yi Yuan slaying over a dozen of the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's Grotto Profound powerhouses with one sword. Not just the Sky Foothill world, even in the Heavenspan world, there were totally no Grotto Profound martial artists capable of overcoming Heaven Glimpse powerhouses too. Even Jin Yu, that kind of genius with extremely deep comprehensions into sword Dao laws, could not do this either. Between Heaven Glimpse Deity Realm and Grotto Profound Deity Realm, these two major realms, there was an insurmountable chasm. Heaven Glimpse Powerhouse could completely rely on the suppression of realm and forcefully crush Grotto Profound martial artists. In the Sky Foothill world, this kind of place, it was even less likely for a situation of jumping realms to battle to happen. But now, this mythology actually appeared in front of them. How could they not be shocked? Swoos. Plus Lan Jiru sprang out from the ground and flew high in the sky once more, facing off with Yi Yuan. Damn it. You despicable person, to actually dare ambush. Plus Lan Jiru cursed. The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly and he taunted, "Ambush is it?" Lan Jiru's expression was incomparably ugly. Regardless of whether he admitted it or not, that sword move earlier had indeed posed a great threat to him. If not for his timely block, that sword could have taken his life. Until now, his arm was still numb. The power of that sword move was too terrifying. He was completely unable to imagine a grotto profound deity realm martial artist actually could unleash such a terrifying sword move. Clearly seemed to be an ordinary and insignificant slash, but transmitting onto his sword, it was actually able to produce such a tremendous force. This guy's utilization of the power of laws had simply reached the acme of perfection. Humph. Don't you get COC Kai? This seat admits that your strength is pretty good, it's just too bad that you're still only a grotto profound martial artist in the end. Such a formidable martial technique, you probably can't unleash more than a few sword moves, right? Your outcome is just death in the end. Lan Jiru shouted fiercely, raising his sword and attacking. Spirit devouring 9 swords. Sundering stars. A heaven glimpse deity realm, a grotto profound deity realm, 2 silhouettes, clashed together in the midst of everyone's dumbfounded eyes. Chapter 1422 Complete Version Sundering Stars. 1422 Complete Version Sundering Stars. 2 figures were like phantoms, intertwining each other in the air, emitting a series of horrifying sound waves. Regardless of whether it was the White Knight Sacred Palace's martial artists or the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's powerhouses, they were all made uneasy by the great battle here. Hua Tianyang's expression was even more incomparably ugly. Just what kind of a freak did the White Knight Sacred Palace find? Grotto profound deity realm fighting fiercely with Heaven Glimpse realm, and this battle was actually evenly matched. Really a sheer fantasy. On Lan Jiru's side, the more he fought, the more alarmed he got. He simply did not dare to believe that such a horrifying attack, Yi Yuan was actually able to unleash it move after move. Those who did not know would even think that Yi Yuan was a Heaven Glimpse powerhouse. However, Yi Yuan was clearly just a grand completion grotto profound martial artist. He did not even reach half-step Heaven Glimpse. This guy in front of him completely ran counter to common sense. Yi Yuan's chopping strike was overwhelming, making Lan Jiru want to vomit blood several times. Facing a grotto profound realm martial artist, he was actually being suppressed all round. I want to see just what your limit is. I don't believe that you, a grotto profound realm martial artist, can really release this kind of martial technique limitlessly. Lan Jiru was beaten by Yi Yuan until he had no strength to retaliate. He also resolved his heart to continue dawdling with Yi Yuan. Of course, he seemed to not have better ideas too. Under this sort of circum stance, the only thing that he could do was to wait for Yi Yuan's divine essence to run out. At that time, it would be the chance for his counterattack. Bai Chen was excited until his face flushed red. He knew that Master Yi Yuan was very strong, but did not think that he could be strong to such an extent. This battle, Yi Yuan would most certainly win. Suddenly, he raised his long spear and said sternly, "Kill, kill, kill. Blood debts need to be paid in blood. Today, we'll make the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's vermins come without returning." Done talking, Bai Chen brought along an indomitable imposing momentum and joined the tangled warfare. His spear art broke through before this. Now, his strength had increased greatly. Facing off against the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's grotto profound powerhouses, he did not fall into a disadvantage in the slightest. Under this sort of circum stance, the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's declining trend gradually manifested. Due to low-end combat power being lacking, the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's grotto profound martial artists often had to face 2, even 3 opponents. In Hua Tianyang's original plans, although the manpower on their side was low, the high-end combat power was very adequate. The White Knight Sacred Palace missing by Yehai, their side would be able to directly crush with the high-end combat power. In front of Heaven Glimpse deity realms, those grotto profound had no place to show their abilities at all. But now, he was hindered by Gui Yun, unable to make time at all. This way, both parties' combat power became much more balanced. What was even more damnable was that Yi Yuan actually tied down the only additional Heaven Glimpse powerhouse, Lan Jiru. The White Knight Sacred Palace's advantage in numbers became increasingly evident. By Chen joining the group battles, he had an appearance that feared no death, charging ahead crazily. He hated Hua Tianyang to the extreme. When fighting at this time, it was really without regard for his life. The others being infected by him, each and every one of them also became greatly roused in spirit, killing until the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace threw away their helmet and coat of mail. Very soon, casualties started appearing on the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's side. Hua Tianyang was burning with anxiety, but could not do anything to Gui Yun at all. The Nether Ghost Claw was truly incomparably powerful. No matter how hard he attacked, it was to no avail. Gui Yun's Ghost Dao 100 runes was already cultivated to the 3rd rune. Although his realm had yet to break through, his strength advanced by leaps and bounds. Jumping realms to battle was not a big deal to him. After all, this Ghost Dao 100 runes was the Ghost Dao's first-rate secret art. Hua Tianyang never thought that the battle situation would actually play out to this kind of situation. How could he still think about swallowing up the White Knight Sacred Palace now? He only wanted to quickly get away now. But the White Knight Sacred Palace's people were all crazed with fighting. Each and every one of them was like being injected with stimulants, pestering incessantly, not giving them the chance to get out at all. Retreating at this time was too dangerous. They were bound to suffer heavy losses. Boom! Right at this time, a violent explosion sound came from the other side. Hua Tianyang's expression turned austere. Finding time to sneak a glance, he could not help being greatly astonished in his heart. Lan Jiru was bathed in blood from head to toe, in a sorry plight, fresh blood spraying wildly from his mouth. Clearly, he almost could not hold on anymore. In contrast, Yi Yuan raised his long sword and rushed over again. Hua Tianyang was incomparably shocked in his heart. How could a grotto profound deity realm martial artist possibly be tough to such a degree? Looking at it, Lan Jiru was going to fall in Yi Yuan's hands sooner or later. At the start, his thinking was the same as Lan Jiru's, feeling that Yi Yuan could only persist for a little while. That kind of swift and fierce martial technique, it was impossible to release limitlessly. But a long time had already passed, and Yi Yuan had released no idea how many sword moves and still did not show signs of his divine essence being depleted. Could it be that this guy's divine essence was limitless? At this very moment, Hua Tianyang already wanted to beat a retreat in his heart. Carry on hesitating, the situation would probably be even worse. Lan Jiru looked at Yi Yuan, who was walking over slowly. His expression flickered incessantly. You! Could it be that your divine essence is endless? How? How can it be like this? Lan Jiru's voice was filled with helplessness and despair. The existence of this guy in front of him completely subverted his understanding of this world. Everything was completely different from common sense. Now, he smelled the smell of death. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a faint smile, "A dead person doesn't need to know so much." Lan Jiru's expression was ugly to the extreme. Gritting his teeth, he said fiercely, "I don't believe that a grotto profound can really defy the heavens. Soul-devouring 9 swords 9th sword, soul-devouring bloodslaughter." Suddenly, fresh blood surged within Lan Jiru's body. It rose up crazily. Hua Tianyang's expression changed. Lan Jiru was actually being forced to this extent. This soul-devouring bloodslaughter was sacrificing one's life as the price, obtaining a large increase in strength within a short time. Although the power was extremely terrifying, when this move was used until the end, he himself would also kick the bucket. Lan Jiru was going for mutual destruction here. Fat! Bai Chen rallied a spear vigorously, directly penetrating the chest of an opposing grotto profound powerhouse. Right at this time, he sensed a powerful to the extreme aura. Turning back to look, his expression could not help changing drastically. Not good. Master Yi Yuan is in danger. Bai Chen's expression changed as he said. What a powerful aura. Lan Jiru was merely a newly entered initial stage Heaven Glimpse powerhouse before this. The aura now already rose to the peak of initial stage Heaven Glimpse. This guy is going for mutual destruction, wanting to drag Lord Yi Yuan down before his death too. Damn it. What a powerful sword. Lord Yi Yuan is in danger. When the White Knight Sacred Palace martial artists who were just finest plussing off the battles saw this scene, each and every one of their expressions changed greatly. Yi Yuan looked at this scene with an indifferent look and said nonchalantly, "Boring game. Since that's the case, I'll use the complete version Sundering Stars to send you on your way then." Yi Yuan's sword slowly raised up. An ordinary and bland sword, the surroundings did not have the least bit of undulations. The people around them could not even perceive any aura from this act of Yi Yuan. No one could feel any undulations of the power of laws. "My sword. It's actually out of control. Mine too. It's trembling." At this time, the swords in the hands of all people who used swords actually had a feeling of getting out of control. Chapter 1423 Teaching Disciple. 1423 Teaching Disciple. Yi Yuan's wrist shook, waving his sword down. Whoosh. Plus without any grand divine essence undulations, only a soft tearing through the air sound. Lan Jiru's body suddenly turned stiff, and that steadily rising aura suddenly stopped. Yi Yuan slowly put away his sword, his breathing appearing rather disorderly. The expenditure for this move was really quite big for him. What happened? The fight ended just like this? Yeah, I only saw Lord Yi Yuan wave a sword and it's done. What move is this? Why isn't there any undulations at all? Pewalk. Just as the people had dumbstruck faces, Lan Jiru's body exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Soul-devouring blood slaughter, this move, had yet to be used and he already died thoroughly. The shock in Hua Tianyang's heart could not be any greater. Lan Jiru, who used soul-devouring blood slaughter, was actually killed by Yi Yuan with a sword just like this. The truth and falsehood of that sword just now, even he, this grand completion heaven glimpse powerhouse, did not see through. Outsiders looking over, it was just a casual wave, ordinary and bland. Everyone only heard the sound of tearing through the air, and then, Lan Jiru exploded. Retreat. Hua Tianyang made a prompt decision, his aura suddenly erupting, forcing back the nether ghostclaw a bit, his figure fleeing into the distance like lightning. As soon as he ran, how could the others still have the idea of continuing to fight? All were eager to escape. But everyone's strength was more or less the same. So how could wanting to run be that easy? Therefore, the originally tangled melee became a pursuit. The White Knight Sacred Palace's powerhouses became more courageous as they fought, while the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's Deity Realm powerhouses fled as they fought. In an instant, they chased out 100,000 miles away. The Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's Deity Realm powerhouses perished one after another. So much so that during the process of the pursuit, Bai Xiu had a grand display of invincible might, finesse. Plussing off a heaven glimpse deity realm elder of the opposite side. With this, the White Knight Sacred Palace's deity realm powerhouses felt greatly roused in spirits, marching straight in all the way, hunting down frenziedly. Along the way, Yi Yuan followed the group of people unhurriedly. All the way until they killed to the borders of the two great sacred palaces did Yi Yuan call out in a clear voice, "All right, stop here." Only then did the White Knight Sacred Palace's group of powerhouses stop with a feeling of longing for more. "Master Yi Yuan, why not chase further? Isn't it good for us to follow up a victory with pursuit and destroy the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace in one fell swoop, avenging father?" Bai Chen said puzzledly. Yi Yuan smiled but did not speak. Mo Yun spoke up, "Palace Lord, Lord Yi Yuan's meaning is, don't pursue a desperate foe. Hua Tianyang is a grand completion heaven glimpse powerhouse in the end. For us to really push him into a dead end, the consequences are too ghastly to imagine." Bai Chen's expression changed, discovering that Gui Yun had long disappeared already. Most likely, the expenditure of this battle to him was rather huge too. "I understand." Bai Chen nodded his head and said seriously. This fight initially was in the midst of a hopeless situation, but it concluded with a flawless victory, exceeding everyone's expectations. Currently, everyone was dancing for joy, like they were crazy. "Lord Yi Yuan is mighty. Lord Yi Yuan is mighty. Lord Yi Yuan is mighty." They knew that this victory was entirely Yi Yuan reversing the hopeless situation alone. Without Yi Yuan, the current White Knight Sacred Palace would probably already be utterly destroyed. Lord Yi Yuan is truly a god-like figure, to actually be able to slay a Heaven Glimpse realm powerhouse with Grotto Profound Rel. This is an earth-shaking battle achievement, completely subverting our understanding. That last sword move was simply a marvelous work of art. This Heaven Glimpse deity realm martial artist, actually completely could not see through it at all. Everyone chimed in one after another, feeling deeply incredulous at Yi Yuan's miraculous battle achievement. The complete version Sundering Stars was a sword move that condensed sword Dao laws to the extreme. Not that it did not have any trace of divine essence undulation, but all of Yi Yuan's divine essence was compressed into an extremely small range. Condensed but not scattered. This move seemed ordinary. Actually, it was a move that applied sword Dao laws to the limits. The burden of this move on Yi Yuan was huge too. With his thick divine essence, he could pretty much only release one sword move. Once this sword move failed, he would not have the strength to fight again. The great battle ceasing, the White Knight Sacred Palace was in jubilation. Through this battle, Bai Chen established an exceedingly high prestige among the group of elders. Although his strength was still very weak and he also had many lacking aspects when doing things, in terms of sentiments, everybody already accepted this new palace lord. Moreover, behind Bai Chen even had Yi Yuan, this grand elder assisting. Bai Chen finally gained a firm foothold in the White Knight Sacred Palace. Originally, Bai Xiu and the rest were planning on hosting a grand ascension ceremony, but it was refused by Bai Chen. After coming back from the battlefield, Bai Chen trained in the spear art bitterly every day. This war also let Bai Chen mature. He knew that if he could not become strong, all of the authority and all of the wealth and glory were all a fleeting illusion. Could see, could not touch. He did not know how long Yi Yuan would stay here still. He could only train himself to become stronger as soon as possible. Whir, whir, whir. Bai Chen stabbed straight one spear after another, bringing along a piercing wind sound. His spear art seemed to be no different from mortal martial artists. In reality, each spear carried the undulations of the power of laws. This spear art was very powerful and consumed a lot of divine essence. Very soon, dense sweat beads seeped out on Bai Chen's forehead. Whir! Another spear stabbed out. There was suddenly a blur before his eyes. An additional figure actually appeared. Bai Chen was greatly astonished, hurriedly wanting to pull back the spear. But this spear had an imposing momentum. He was not prepared at all. How could there be time to pull back if he wanted to? But in the next instant, Bai Chen opened his eyes wide. His heavy spear was actually unable to advance further. Master Yi Yuan, Bai Chen exclaimed. Yi Yuan just extended two fingers and easily caught his spear. Bai Chen's heavy spear was actually unable to advance further. Such a soft and feeble spear, how can it kill people? Yi Yuan shook his head and said. Bai Chen could not help choking when he heard that and said unyieldingly, I pulled back the spear momentum just now, that's why it would be caught by Master so easily he had just broken through, but Yi Yuan poured cold water on his head. How could Bai Chen not be depressed? He knew that Yi Yuan's strength was formidable, but he was also very confident in his own spear art. To say that it was soft and feeble, he was unwilling to submit. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Is that so? Use your strongest move and try stabbing over. I'm standing right here. A hint of slyness flashed across in Bai Chen's gaze and he said with a smile, Master, that's what you said. Yi Yuan said coolly, I said it. Bai Chen pulled back the spear and stood there. The spear momentum on his body started gradually condensing. Be careful, Master. He knew that Yi Yuan's strength was exceedingly powerful. Even if he used his full strength, it was also not possible to shake Yi Yuan in the slightest. What he wanted to do was force Yi Yuan to defend. He wanted to prove that his spear was not a soft and feeble spear. After several breaths, Bai Chen's spear momentum rose to the peak. Bai Chen suddenly stabbed a spear out. The powerful force made Yi Yuan's clothes flutter wildly. This spear was extremely fast, arriving in front of Yi Yuan instantly. But in the next instant, Bai Chen's gaze turned intent, revealing a look of disbelief. Yi Yuan extended two fingers once more, clamping onto the spear tip in front of his face. No matter how he exerted strength, he was also unable to pierce through in the slightest. Chapter 1424 Divine Ruins. 1424 Divine Ruins. Yi Yuan's finger shook. The hand that Bai Chen was grabbing the long spear with had been directly shaken off. It was only to see the long spear turned lightly, twirling around. It was grasped by Yi Yuan's hands. Although I haven't extensively studied the spear Dao before, the great Dao is multifarious, all roads leading to the same goal. I'll deploy one spear move. You watch closely. Yi Yuan's voice had yet to fade when the aura on his body suddenly changed, suddenly stabbing a spear out. Bai Chen's gaze turned intent, staring fixedly at the heavy spear in Yi Yuan's hands. This spear was the exact same angle and strength of the spear he did just now. It was practically the reproduction of that spear earlier. But the power of this spear was more than 100 times stronger than his. Boom! Yi Yuan's spear momentum abruptly ceased. The entire SPACE produced an intense tremor. The area where the spear tip stopped, the SPACE actually produced fine cracks, then returned to normal very quickly. Bai Chen's expression was incomparably ugly as he said in disbelief, "How? How can it be like this?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "The way of the heavens diminishes the excess and compensates for the shortage. The spear art's heavy momentum, you must pay attention to that indomitable imposing momentum. However, it was easily broken just now. Your spear art has excessive toughness and inadequate gentleness. Although the might of a spear is fierce, once blocked by the enemy, you won't have the strength to battle anymore. When you comprehend a trace of gentle force from the toughness and understand the logic of restraint, your imposing momentum shall continue unbroken, akin to a series of waves, advancing forth irresistible." Bai Chen was still perplexed as he said, "But, wouldn't mixing gentle force in the spear art lose a portion of strength?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "You're still staying at the realm of seeing the mountain as the mountain. In order to have the strength to continue fighting, forcefully pulling back a portion of the force, this is the true way. I'll display it once more, you see if I held back power or not." Bai Chen's expression turned intent, retreating to one side, his eyes glued on Yi Yuan. Still the same identical spear, Yi Yuan made a move again. That indomitable imposing momentum did not hold back in the slightest. Bai Chen stared fixedly at the spear top, his body suddenly shuddered. That spear move just now, Yi Yuan did not point out anything, leaving many details unspoken. But this time, he saw it clearly. Master clearly did not pull back the spear, but at the final juncture, the heavy spear's speed seemed to slow down. It was as if it was traversing SPACE and time. This feeling was indescribably bizarre. Boom! The SPACE produced fine cracks once more. What a terrifying spear! Bai Chen was certain that even if Master's realm was the same as his, using this spear, he could easily kill middle-stage grotto profound martial artists too. Understood it. Yi Yuan said with a smile. Bai Chen shook his head and said, I can't do it." Yi Yuan was tickled the moment he heard it and said with a laugh, "If you can do it, what can I teach you? Carrying gentleness in toughness, carrying toughness in gentleness. A combination of toughness and gentleness, that's the strongest attack. You need to remember that spear move just now in your head and practice hard. There will come a day where you'll be able to understand." Bai Chen nodded his head solemnly and said, "Master, I got it. Thank you, Master, for your guidance." Yi Yuan nodded his head slightly. He knew that Bai Chen really understood. There was no shortcut to cultivation. Only by paying even more sweat than others could only gain even more. But Yi Yuan pointed a direction for Bai Chen. It was like a lighthouse in the vast ocean, able to let Bai Chen take fewer detours. Yi Yuan's words sounded simple. But performing it required many, many years of bitter cultivation. Bai Chen understood that his road was still very long. However, Bai Chen's talent was indeed very decent. It was no wonder that Bai Yehai chose him to be the young lord. Given time, it was merely a matter of time for him to surpass those older brothers of his master. "Are you looking for me for something?" The two people came to a small pavilion by the side to rest. Bai Chen suddenly opened his mouth and asked, Yi Yuan nodded and said, my ident. 1 Tai, I believe you already know, right? Bai Chen's expression changed and he pretended to be puzzled as he said, your ident. 1 Tai? Aren't you my master? White Knight Sacred Palace's Grand Elder? Yi Yuan smiled and said, you still want to play these little games in front of me? Those medicinal pills, if you don't recognize those pills, could it be that Mo Yun can't recognize them either? Bai Chen's expression instantly became incomparably embarrassed. Said. He did not expect that Yi Yuan had everything under control. Master, Yi Yuan stopped Bai Chen from carrying on with a hand gesture. Suddenly, his expression turned stern and he said in a cold voice, my objective of coming to the Sky Foothill world is very simple. It's for the sake of the myriad longevity Heavenly Soul Stone. For this, I'll do whatever it takes. Bai Chen's expression changed. That powerful aura of Yi Yuan's crushed him until he virtually could not breathe. Master, the White Knight Sacred Palace doesn't have myriad longevity Heavenly Soul Stones. Bai Chen said fluid turdly. Yi Yuan withdrew his aura and asked, could it be that myriad longevity Heavenly Soul Stones are all controlled in the hands of the Sky Foothill Divine Palace? Bai Chen nodded his head slightly and said, the myriad longevity Heavenly Soul Stone is immensely helpful toward the breakthrough of deity realm powerhouses. Even origin deity realm powerhouses can't do without it either. Therefore, the myriad longevity Heavenly Soul Stones are basically all controlled in the hands of the Sky Foothill Divine Palace. The myriad longevity Heavenly Soul Stones that flows out of the Sky Foothill Divine Palace are extremely, extremely few. It's basically very hard to see in the outside world. Hearing this, Yi Yuan immediately felt his head swell. Each day that he delayed, Mu Lingshue's spiritual consciousness would flow away a bit. Originally thought that the White Knight Sacred Palace, this kind of powerful faction, would have 1 or 2 pieces of myriad longevity Heavenly Soul Stones. But did not expect that this thing was actually rare to this sort of degree. Bai Chen was very perplexed when he saw Yi Yuan's sorrowful look and said cautiously, Master, according to what I know, don't you all just need myriad longevity Heavenly Soul Stone, 9 melody psychic immortal fruit, purple sand gold, one of the 3 kinds will do? Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, I'm not finding the myriad longevity Heavenly Soul Stone in order to complete the mission, but it is for another purpose. It has a life-saving usage for me, so I have to obtain it at all cost. Bai Chen was slightly surprised, not expecting that it would actually be like this. No wonder when Yi Yuan obtained the 9 melody psychic immortal fruit, he just sized it up slightly, then kept it. It seemed like this master of his was also a person with a story. Not only did Master Yi Yuan save my life, he even gave me a new life. His kindness to me, I can't repay finish even if I die 10 times. The myriad longevity Heavenly Soul Stone must be very important to him. No matter what, I must help him obtain the myriad longevity Heavenly Soul Stone. Without going through much mental struggle, Bai Chen made up his mind. Master, actually, if you want to obtain the myriad longevity Heavenly Soul Stone, there's an opportunity. It's just that, still have to wait for 10 years, Bai Chen said. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up and he said, you say? Bai Chen said, after 10 years, the Sky Foothill Divine Palace will open up the divine ruins. The myriad longevity Heavenly Soul Stone is produced there. It's just that, talking until here, Bai Chen hesitated for a moment. Yi Yuan immediately understood and said with a smile, it's just that that place is very dangerous, yes? Bai Chen nodded and said, that's right. Inside the divine ruins is full of opportunities, but it is also full of dangers. Furthermore, when the time comes, the Sky Foothill world's 7 great sacred palaces will all enter inside. It will be very perilous. Yi Yuan said without any care, I've said it before, at all cost. Chapter 1425 Death Cultivation SPACE 1425 Death Cultivation SPACE. Cough, 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 walk. Inside a hidden underground palace hall in the Sky Foothill world, Qin Tian coughed violently, and following that, vomited a large mouthful of blood. Really damn it. I didn't expect to get implicated by accident, being severely injured by that damn life-end palace lord. With this, no idea how long I'll be delayed. Qin Tian said with a gloomy face. After Qin Tian infiltrated into the Sky Foothill world, he did not dare to move about in the outside world in such a flagrant manner like Yi Yuan. Once discovered by people that he was an outsider, he would face the entire Sky Foothill world's pursuit. Especially that mysterious Sky Foothill Divine Palace. Just how powerful was its strength, nobody knew either. He had laid low for a long time and finally found an opportunity, running into a lone sacred palace elder. With Qin Tian's strength, as long as he did not encounter the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's origin deity powerhouses, he could basically roam as he pleased in the entire continent. Hence, he finished off that elder with momentum like a thunderclap, searched his soul, and knew about this elder's everything. Done with all these, Qin Tian disguised as this elder, covered his face, planning on infiltrating into the sacred palace and borrowing the sacred palace's strength to investigate Yi Yuan's whereabouts. He did not expect that on the way, he encountered the As-Sa. Signation of an As-Sa. Sin with extremely fearsome strength. With this, Qin Tian met with 8 lifetimes of rotten luck. Although that killer's realm was inferior to Qin Tian's, his concealed As-Sa. Signation abilities were first-rate. Under the ambush, he seriously wounded Qin Tian. However, Qin Tian was Wu Meng capital city's peerless genius in the end. By relying on his powerful strength, he slew this As-Sa. Sin. Only upon searching the remnant soul of this killer did Qin Tian learn that this guy's As-Sa. Signation target was precisely that elder. He actually blocked the spear for that old thing. The killer's strength was not weak, causing Ma's sieve wounds to Qin Tian. It was hard to recover in a short while. However, he learned from that killer's remnant soul that this killer was the palace lord of an As-Sa. Sin organization called Life End Sacred Palace. The strength of the opponent this trip was too powerful, and that was why he would personally take action. With this, Qin Tian was even more depressed until he went crazy. What was called sing away before getting the final victory was probably this sort of situation, right? Qin Tian's mind stirred. Might as well disguise as this Life End Palace Lord and hide in the Life End Sacred Palace. This way, it was safer. Suddenly, someone outside the hidden room requested an audience. Qin Tian forcefully suppressed the injuries on his body and pretended to be profound. Reporting to Palace Lord, the thing that you wanted to inquire about, this subordinate has already inquired clearly. Recently, there was indeed an expert called Yi Yuan who rose to fame, even slaying a Heaven Glimpse realm powerhouse with grotto profound deity realm cultivation, already becoming a legend in the entire Sky Foothill world, said the subordinate outside the door carefully. This palace lord did not have a good temper and would kill people at a drop of a hat. Inside the hidden chamber became silent, with no activities for quite a while. That subordinate did not know that the palace lord currently had monstrous waves stirred up in his heart. Grotto profound realm slaying Heaven Glimpse powerhouse. This was also something that virtually no one could accomplish in the Heavenspan world. Yi Yuan actually did it. Although the strength of Sky Foothill World's Heaven Glimpse realm martial artists could not match up to the Heavenspan worlds on the whole, Heaven Glimpse deity realm was Heaven Glimpse deity realm. It was absolutely not what Grotto profound realm martial artists could compare to. This guy's rise already cannot be stopped. If I don't kill him here, probably after he ventures out, I won't have the chance to kill him anymore, Qin Tian secretly thought. Qin Tian imitated the Life End Palace Lord's voice and said in a cold voice, "Go and spread an intel, say that this Yi Yuan is an invader. This matter must be settled, and let all of the sacred palaces know. Lastly, it even has to spread to the Sky Foothill Divine Palace, understood?" That subordinate's expression turned fearful and he hurriedly voiced his assent. "Yes, Palace Lord. This subordinate understands." Pewalk. The moment that subordinate left, Qin Tian could not resist vomiting a large mouthful of blood again. This Life End Palace Lord's concealment killing arts are truly profound. I had my heart meridians wounded by him. Without a few years' time, I probably can't recover. Qin Tian swallowed a medicinal pill, slightly alleviating the injuries. This guy used no idea what kind of method, to actually be able to hide from the Sky Foothill World's powerhouse's eyes and ears. But, you probably never dreamed that I, Qin Tian, would infiltrate into the Sky Foothill world, right? When the Sky Foothill Divine Palace finds you, I see how you still continue to be arrogant. Haha, cough, cough, cough. Yi Yuan indeed did not know that Qin Tian actually followed his footsteps and came to the Sky Foothill world. In Wu Meng Academy, the missions that students accept were strictly confidential. Firstly, it was in order to protect the students' safety. Secondly, it was in order to protect the small world's coordinates from leaking out. Unless there was the Wu Meng City Lord or Academy head's tacit consent, for Qin Tian to be able to get the coordinates already indicated many problems in the first place. Learning that the divine ruins were opening 10 years later, Yi Yuan entered close seclusion. Before departing, Yi Yuan used points and low-grade divine stones, respectively exchanging for a large batch of Tier 1 spirit medicines. These Tier 1 spirit medicines, he had refined all into medicinal pills to use for cultivation. Now, each minor realm that Yi Yuan raised had to expend Ma's civ resources. It was more than 10 times that of other people. Fortunately, he was an alchemist himself. Otherwise, he could forget about breaking through. In a blink, Yi Yuan cultivated for as long as 10 years inside the world-suppressing Steely's SPACE. His realm finally reached the peak state of grand completion. Grotto Profound. Senior, I seem to have already touched the threshold of Heaven Glimpse Deity realm. But this Chaos Heavenspan canon, I keep on being unable to create the second level. Yi Yuan sighed emotionally. With Yi Yuan's comprehension of heavenly Tao as well as comprehension in the power of laws, breaking through to Heaven Glimpse Deity realm was just an inevitable thing. He had just reached peak grand completion. Grotto Profound and already had a feeling in his heart. This was already much stronger than the vast majority of martial artists. It was just that the Chaos Heavenspan canon, this cultivation method, was too heaven-defying. Wanting to go a step further was truly as hard as ascending to the heavens. If not for so, Dustless also would not object to Yi Yuan creating a cultivation method back then. Dustless sighed and said, Grotto Profound, discerning heaven's secrets, it's just having a feeling in your heart. Heaven Glimpse, looking at a leopard through a tube, seeing only one spot, glimpsing a corner of heavenly Tao. The cultivation methods that others cultivate are shallow. The corner of heaven that they glimpse is naturally much smaller. While the heavenly Tao that you have to pry into is too many and too large. This step is more than 100 times harder than others. Yi Yuan said, the battle with that Heaven Glimpse powerhouse the last time, I had a feeling in my heart. It's just that this trace of opportunity, no idea when it will come again. The last time Yi Yuan comprehended the Chaos Heavenspan canon, he opened up a gap with Alchemy Tao as the opportunity. But this time, he could not. Yi Yuan's Alchemy Tao still only remained at the standard of 1-star Alchemy God and was totally unable to open the second level's gap. Dustless fell silent for a moment and suddenly opened his mouth to say, you're in dire need to increase strength currently. Since that's the case, why not activate the world-suppressing Steely's Death Cultivation SPACE then? Yi Yuan froze and said, Death Cultivation SPACE? Dustless nodded and said, this is actually the martial Tao inheritance that Immortal Grave planned on leaving to his disciples. It's just that this cultivation SPACE is too dangerous, so I never told you all along. Death Cultivation SPACE, one will really die. Chapter 1426 Divine Envoy Azure Peak. 1426 Divine Envoy Azure Peak. Pares sing through a water screen. Yi Yuan felt his divine soul quiver a bit. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. But this feeling of discomfort vanished very quickly. Suddenly, Yi Yuan discovered that there was a blurry shadow ahead, gradually becoming clearer. Then, that silhouette walked over towards him like two sides of a mirror. This figure was exactly the same as Yi Yuan. This Death Cultivation SPACE did not have any special aspects. It was just that Yi Yuan's opponent was himself. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's means were exceedingly formidable. This Death Cultivation SPACE was very magical and could perfectly replicate Yi Yuan's strength, creating a clone that was indistinguishable from the real or illusion. And what Yi Yuan had to do was not to kill the other party, but break through his own limits under the other party's hellish training. Yi Yuan, think properly. Once this death cultivation SPSE activates, either you die, or he perishes. Even I'm unable to make it stop either. Dustless's voice sounded out by Yi Yuan's ear. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This is already the 10th time that you said it to me. Let's go." Dustless scolded laughingly and said, "You, brat, are really a monomaniac." Finished talking, Dustless's voice was no longer heard. Then, an ice-cold voice sounded out in the SPACE. Death cultivation activates now. The Yi Yuan opposite released an evil smile, making Yi Yuan's heart turn slightly cold. "You're very strong. To actually give me such a powerful body," said the other Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's expression changed. He did not expect that this guy opposite actually had his own consciousness. The other Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Looking at your expression, you're very surprised, right? I'm not a machine that only knows slaughter. I have an independent personality. I will think about how to kill you." After the shock, Yi Yuan's state of mind also calmed down and he said with a smile, "Couldn't ask for me, bring it." The other Yi Yuan smiled sinisterly, his figure suddenly disappearing. Clank. Yi Yuan waved his hand to execute Sundering Stars. Two terrifying attacks collided together, shocking Yi Yuan's figure back repeatedly. Sundering Stars. What the other Yi Yuan used was also Sundering Stars. Furthermore, the other party's strength, as well as the application of Sundering Stars, was not the slightest bit inferior to his. Even the sword in the other party's hands also perfectly replicated the evil extermination sword. No wonder it was called Death Cultivation SPACE. Yi Yuan did not have the least bit of secret to speak of in front of the other party. Such an opponent was too terrifying. The power of this Sundering Stars is still pretty good, right? Relax, there are even more surprises waiting for you, said the other Yi Yuan with an evil smile. Didn't think that the other me is actually talkative. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, That's just you not understanding yourself. I'm actually just another you. Alright, you win. Can you give me more surprises?" Yi Yuan said. "As you wish H, plus woos. H. Plus another ray of sword light. The two figures moved, class. HI plussing together violently. The two people's battle did not have the slightest skill to speak of. They both understood the other party too well. Any tricks had no place to show its prowess. The more Yi Yuan fought, the more alarmed he got. Not only did the other party perfectly replicate himself in strength, it even perfectly copied in terms of fighting will and combat talent too. The other party's keen insight made all of his schemes fall through in the end. This was a truly powerful opponent. In front of the other party, Yi Yuan did not have a shred of advantage to speak of. Two surges of terrifying power bombarded everywhere in this SPACE, shocking the entire SPACE until it trembled endlessly. Sigh. This kid is bound to encounter many formidable enemies on his rise up. But probably any formidable adversary can't compare to as strong as this time. Immortal Grove, that old geezer is really a genius, to actually be able to come up with this kind of perverted method to hone people. However, if Yi Yuan is really able to defeat himself, it's absolutely a great benefit to him. Dustless said with an emotional sigh. Just as Yi Yuan entered Death Cultivation, the entire Sky Foothill world was lit on fire by a rumor. What? The White Knight Sacred Palace's Grand Elder is actually an outsider world's intruder. Like I said, when did the Sky Foothill world produce such an impressive genius? Grotto Profound Realm actually capable of slaying Heaven Glimpse Realm. White Knight Sacred Palace actually let an intruder become the Grand Elder. This is simply a massive joke. Under the Life End Sacred Palace's deliberate spreading, this rumor spread throughout the various major sacred palaces like the wind. Currently, Bai Chen and Mo Yun duo were like ants on a hot pan, pacing about anxiously. Yet, Yi Yuan was in close seclusion at this time too. This made the two of them lose the main pillar. However, Mo Yun was much more experienced in the end. Seeing Bai Chen's utterly stupefied appearance, he opened his mouth and said, "Palace Lord, the more it's like this, the calmer we have to be. Your appearance, it will be seen through the moment others see it." After Mo Yun consumed the medicinal pill that Yi Yuan gave, he already successfully broke through to Heaven Glimpse deity realm. Currently, he already became White Knight Sacred Palace's 9th elder rightfully. Bai Chen sighed and said, "Of course I know. It's also only in front of teacher Mo Yun that I'll be like this." Mo Yun nodded his head. He knew that Bai Chen was indeed much more mature now. "This matter is a huge deal. Even in front of me, Palace Lord mustn't be like this too," Mo Yun said. Bai Chen nodded his head and said with a resentful look, "This matter, only you and I know. Just who leaked it out? Unless, apart from you and me, there is still someone else who knows about Master Yi Yuan's true ident." "One Tai?" Mo Yun frowned and said, "That's hard to say. But, to be able to spread this rumor to such a degree, the other party's force probably can't be underestimated." Bai Chen said gloomily, "Sigh. I'm not worried about the rumor, what I'm worried about is the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's attitude. The Sky Foothill Divine Palace monitors the world. This matter is probably hard to escape their eyes and ears." Right at this time, the voice of a guard came from outside, appearing rather fluid. Turd. "Palace Lord, the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's divine envoy has arrived. The Deputy Palace Lord requests Palace Lord and Elder Mo Yun to go and welcome the envoy together." The two people's expressions changed. It was really whatever one feared, whatever came. They did not expect that the Sky Foothill Divine Palace was so sensitive toward intruders, actually arriving so quickly. Mo Yun drew a deep breath and said to Bai Chen, "No matter what, we mustn't reveal any flaws. We can take it as we don't know, but we mustn't let the divine envoy see through any further. Otherwise, the White Knight Sacred Palace will be eternally doomed." Bai Chen's expression turned stern and he nodded his head solemnly. Outside the White Knight Sacred Palace, an azure-robed middle-aged man stood in the air. The middle-aged man's expression was frosty, his bearing extraordinary. One look, and it was an expert. Bai Chen swarmed out with Bai Xiu and the others, a large group of deity realm powerhouses, and bowed down toward that middle-aged man. White Knight Sacred Palace's Palace Lord, Bai Chen, leads everyone to respectfully receive Lord Divine Envoy. The middle-aged man lightly gave an and slowly said, "This envoy is Azure Peak. Under the orders of the Divine Palace, I specially came to investigate White Knight Sacred Palace's Grand Elder, Yi Yuan. Now, let him come and see me." Chapter 1427 Might of the Clone. 1427 Might of the Clone. Who? Yi Yuan's breathing became heavier and heavier. The face-off with his other self also became more and more ability falling short of one's desire. These two people already had a great battle in the Death Cultivation SPACE for 3 days and nights. Even if Yi Yuan's divine essence consumption was extremely small, he also could not quite sustain any more at this time. After all, his opponent was not someone else, but himself. This opponent was too strong. In these 3 days, Yi Yuan virtually used all of his means once, but just could not do anything to the other party. "Haha, why are you getting weaker and weaker? Seeing my other self so weak, it really feels shameful. So, you go to Hell." The other Yi Yuan had a mocking smile, the strength in his hands becoming greater and greater. The two people were evenly matched from the beginning. Until now, Yi Yuan could only be wary of warding off blows already. The other Yi Yuan's moves did not deviate from Yi Yuan's vital areas, making Yi Yuan face constant danger. "Hehe, in this Death Cultivation SPACE, my divine essence is limitless. But your divine essence will become lesser and lesser along with the consumption of battle. Your final outcome can only be death," said the other Yi Yuan with a loud laugh. This cloned Yi Yuan did not have the least bit of scion for the original body. The mission that this SPACE gave to him was to kill the original body. In this SPACE, the clone body's divine essence would continually be restored. While Yi Yuan himself, although Yi Yuan drew the surrounding spiritual energy when fighting, the recovery speed clearly could not match up to the clones. Hence, as time went on, Yi Yuan would be in greater danger. Outside the SPACE, Dustless paid close attention to Yi Yuan with a nervous look, clenching both fists together nervously. He knew that Yi Yuan already arrived at an extremely dangerous juncture. If Yi Yuan still could not find the method to defeat himself, he was bound to die inside. Once death cultivation activated, even he was unable to stop it too. Dustless knew that Yi Yuan encountered his greatest challenge since birth. Because his opponent was not someone else, but himself. This death cultivation SPACE's terrifying aspect lied here. Regardless of how powerful your strength was, if you did not have the determination to overcome yourself, you would never be able to walk out of here. Come on, Yi Yuan. Don't disappoint this old man. The expression on Dustless's face was almost twitching, displaying the tension in his heart currently. The reason why he suggested such a dangerous cultivation method was because he knew how difficult it was for Yi Yuan to create the second-level Chaos Heavenspan cannon. If Yi Yuan was unable to surpass himself, he might never find this hint of opportunity as well. Even if he found it, it would also be no idea how many years later. At that time, Mu Lingxue would have long been dead. The current Yi Yuan needed powerful strength. He needed to seize the myriad longevity heavenly soulstone for Mu Lingxue. Although this method was perilous, it was the most effective method to squeeze out potential. When people faced their true self, then get pressed to the limits, they would try everything to surpass themselves, seeking a lease of life from there. Except, people able to do it were extremely, extremely few. Actually, this death cultivation SPACE was an incomplete product of Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Groves. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove had once captured quite a number of people before to go in and experiment, in order to perfect this death cultivation SPACE. He hoped to find a method that could squeeze out potential and also reduce the mortality rate. Among them had Origin Deity Realm martial artists, Divine Lord Realm powerhouses, even Celestial Deity Realm powerhouses. Adding them up, there were probably hundreds. It was just that the final result, not a single person came out of the death cultivation. Those able to cultivate to the Celestial Deity Realm could be said to be 1 in 10,000 geniuses. But such geniuses were unable to overcome themselves too. The danger of this cultivation method could be imagined. When Dustless proposed this method, he was actually very conflicted in his heart too. It was just that spending a long time with Yi Yuan, Dustless more or less received a bit of Yi Yuan's influence. On one hand, Yi Yuan's talent was absolutely very terrifying. On the other hand, Yi Yuan's spirit of betting it all on one throw also unknowingly affected him. Swiss. H. Plus a sword edge tore apart Yi Yuan's clothes, slicing his muscles. Dustless' expression changed. Yi Yuan was starting to get injured. This was not a good sign. It showed that Yi Yuan's divine essence reserves were already inadequate to support this battle. However, this battle had to carry on. Swiss. H. Plus Swiss. H. Plus Swiss. H. Plus. Wound after wound was torn open on Yi Yuan's body. Ha ha ha, you're too weak. Weaklings shouldn't exist in this world. Give up. The clone's sword hacking on the original self's body seemed to have a bloodthirsty delight. Yi Yuan's divine essence became more and more drained. His physical abilities were almost reaching the limits too. Fighting with himself, the load on the body was too great. The current Yi Yuan felt like he almost could not raise his sword anymore. So tired. Could it be that this is the end? Inside Yi Yuan's mind, this voice kept on echoing. Immediately go and call Yi Yuan, no matter what he's doing right now. After 2 hours, if I don't see the person, you all will bear the consequences yourself. In the White Knight Sacred Palace's Great Hall, Azure Peak sat on the Palace Lord's position, his face sullen. This White Knight Sacred Palace's Grand Elder had such haughty airs. He, this divine envoy, descended, and he was actually in closed seclusion. Bai Chen's expression changed and he said, Lord Divine Envoy, Grand Elder, he just went into a retreat not long. At this time, he's probably at a critical juncture in cultivation. Telling him to exit seclusion at this time probably isn't appropriate, right? Why not? Lord Divine Envoy, stay in the White Knight Sacred Palace for some time first. When Grand Elder leaves seclusion, Bai Chen will definitely notify Your Excellency right away, alright? Bang! Bai Chen's voice had yet to fade when Azure Peak gave a palm with a wave of a hand, directly striking him flying. Pewalk. This azure peak was a grand completion heaven glimpse realm. How could Bai Chen's bit of strength be enough to look at? If not because he was the White Knight Sacred Palace's palace lord, this palm would probably directly take his life. This Lord Divine Envoy was so arrogant. The Divine Palace's orders, do you think that it's a joke? This Divine Envoy says 2 hours, means it's 2 hours. Could it be that, whatever Grand Elder really is as the rumors say, an intruder? Mn. Azure Peak stared with his eyes wide. Everyone's hearts turned cold. The moment this unwarranted charge was put on, once ascertained, it would be an apocalyptic catastrophe. Bai Chen struggled to crawl up, glaring at Azure Peak. He was just about to flare up but was forcefully pressed down by Mo Yun. But Bai Xiu came forward at this time and said to Azure Peak with clasped hands, Lord Divine Envoy, this hearsay is absolutely a rumor. Most likely, it was intentionally cooked up by the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace, that bunch of guys. Lord Divine Envoy, please investigate. Grand Elder Yi Yuan had once taken action many times. His strength wasn't rejected by Heavenly Tao in the slightest. It's absolutely impossible to be an intruder. Azure Peak gave him a glance coldly and said, this Divine Envoy is on orders from high up this time, and brought the Qianlu Shrine over. Whether or not he's an intruder, one test and it will be known. Now, don't make this Divine Envoy repeat it again. After 2 hours, this Divine Envoy wants to see him. Chapter 1428 Entering Selfless Realm Again. 1428 Entering Selfless Realm Again. Fat. The clone's sword plunged deeply into Yi Yuan's body. Laws entering the body, Yi Yuan's body seemed to be lacerated. The heart-piercing pain finally made Yi Yuan regain some consciousness. Pain, right? Give up struggling. A weakling like you isn't fit to live in this world. As the other Yi Yuan was talking, he agitated the sword in his hand, churning Yi Yuan's wound bigger and bigger. Golden blood spouted out wildly like a fountain, even being mixed in with some minced meat. The swift and fierce sword Dao laws penetrated the wound and wreaked havoc in Yi Yuan's internal organs. Yi Yuan's consciousness was getting more and more blurry, his eyes becoming more and more lax. Yi Yuan. Seeing this scene, Dustless's entire body trembled, his eyes revealing a look of despair. Along the way, the hope that Yi Yuan gave him was too great. In fact, he never even thought that Yi Yuan would fail. But this time, Yi Yuan really did not have such good luck anymore. That rapidly flowing away vitality was currently showing that Yi Yuan was currently walking towards death. Under this kind of situation, Yi Yuan already completely did not have the possibility of retaliating. Sure enough, it still can't work. Dustless's words actually appeared rather choked up with sobs. These close to 100 years, he and Yi Yuan already fostered extremely deep affection. If one took the length of time into account, his time together with Yi Yuan was even longer than Long Teng's. One could say that he watched Yi Yuan grow up step by step. But now, Yi Yuan was going to die. So tired. Really want to sleep just like this. Yeah, give up just like this then. A burst of intense weariness welled up, making Yi Yuan slowly shut his eyes. Walking all the way was really tiring. Seeing Yi Yuan's aura get weaker and weaker, a hint of a delighted hideous grin flashed across the corners of the clone's mouth, as if this scene made him incomparably refreshed. But if I sleep, what will happen to Lingxue? Leah, she, is waiting for me too. Also, Lu White Light, father, mother, so many concerns. I can't die. The clone Yi Yuan, who saw fresh blood pouring in torrents, seemed to have become even more bloodthirsty. Ha ha ha. Go and die. The clone shouted fiercely and was about to move his sword to cut open Yi Yuan's body. But right at this time, a hand suddenly grabbed the sword body, and slowly pulled the sword out of the body. This action made the clone and Dustless outside the SPSE tremble all over, gazes revealing frightened looks. The clone's gaze turned intent, pouring divine essence crazily into the sword body, wanting to chop off Yi Yuan's palm. But Yi Yuan's palm was like an iron tong. He actually could not cut it. The current Yi Yuan still had both eyes shut like he was sleeping. But the power in his hands was unusually great. Fat. The clone's sword was forcefully pulled out of the body by Yi Yuan. His gaze turned intent, revealing a horrified look. Yi Yuan's body was actually recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. He naturally knew that Yi Yuan had the Tyrant Dragon regeneration art, but those sword Dao laws of his earlier already ravaged Yi Yuan's internal organs beyond description. Wanting to recover absolutely could not be done in a short while. More importantly, Yi Yuan was still in that state of sleep right now. Selfless realm. Selfless realm. The clone and Dustless practically shouted these two words at the same time. But the two people's expressions were completely different. The clone's shock could not be any greater, while Dustless was incredibly encouraged. Dustless completely did not expect that Yi Yuan actually entered the selfless realm once more at the final juncture before death. Humph. So what if you entered selfless realm? You're still that Yi Yuan. I can kill you all the same. The clone gave a cold snort. Lifting his hand, it was sundering stars. Clank. Yi Yuan's sword tapped on the clone's sword at a strange angle, directly sending him flying out. The clone's gaze was full of disbelief as he said in horror, his sword Dao laws broke through just like this. Yi Yuan's sword Dao laws were originally grand completion first-led heaven realm. There was still a Ma's sieve gulf away from initial stage second-led heaven. The power of laws breaking through from first-led heaven to second-led heaven was similarly a huge hurdle. People with poor comprehension might not be able to break through for life. Now, after Yi Yuan entered selfless realm, he directly broke through to initial stage sword Dao second-led heaven. This casual tap earlier seemed simple. But in fact, it was already totally different from sundering stars. This was a brand new move. A move that the clone did not know. What the clone replicated was the original Yi Yuan, not the current Yi Yuan. Now, Yi Yuan Serpa sing himself, it was equivalent to announcing that his doomsday was coming. The clone's expression flickered incessantly, clearly unable to accept this fact. I don't believe that I can't kill you. Sundering stars. This time, what the clone unleashed was the complete version Sundering stars. The power of this move could cut down Heaven Glimpse powerhouses. Its power could be imagined. He previously fought with Yi Yuan, both sides knew the prowess of this move. So he would not give him the time to launch it at all. But now, Yi Yuan was asleep. Clank. The clone only felt a blur before his eyes and the evil extermination sword tapped on his sword body once again, directly resolving his complete version Sundering stars. Kill, kill, kill. The clone's state was as if it was crazy, waving his sword and charging over towards Yi Yuan. But this time, no matter how he used martial techniques, he was unable to touch Yi Yuan in the slightest. Yi Yuan's every action was nimble and precise to the point where it made people's hair stand on end, making people feel a chill from the bottom of their hearts. The current Yi Yuan was like an ice-cold machine, precisely calculating everything around, controlling everything around. Swiss. H. Plus Swiss. H. Plus Swiss. H. Plus the clone could not touch Yi Yuan, but his body unknowingly had quite a number of wounds cut by Yi Yuan. I won't fail. The clone actually had human emotions and was very afraid of failure. However, the current Yi Yuan was very cold until he did not seem like a human. Fut. Yi Yuan's sword pierced right through the clone's sea of consciousness. Clone body, dead. Death cultivation, ended. However, Yi Yuan did not break out of the state of selfless realm. His figure moved, arriving in front of the lesser Heavenspan mountain. A burst of faintly perceptible aura emitted off Yi Yuan's body. The lesser Heavenspan mountain suddenly erupted with a powerful aura and actually produced a resonance with the aura emitting from Yi Yuan's body. Dustless watched this scene fixedly from afar, inexplicably agitated. The current Yi Yuan was unmoving like a mountain, giving Dustless an unreal feeling. As if, Yi Yuan also incarnated into a Heavenspan mountain. Under selfless realm, Yi Yuan inexplicably set up a trace of connection with Heavenly Tao and could be said to have incarnated to become a part of Heavenly Tao. Under this state, he could communicate with the lesser Heavenspan mountain to the greatest extent. Ha ha ha. This kid indeed didn't disappoint me. Indeed didn't disappoint me. Dustless said agitatedly. Chapter 1429 Looking for Trouble. 1429 Looking for Trouble in the Great Hall, Divine Envoy Audiobook's 2 eyes slowly opened. 2 hours is up. Looks like you guys aren't planning on handing over the person. Very good. Since that's the case, this Divine Envoy will go and invite him personally. Audiobook gave no chance to explain, slowly walking out of the Great Hall. The Sky Foothill Divine Palace had always been transcendent, not caring about the various major sacred palaces' fights, letting them develop unrestricted. No idea how long it had been since the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's Divine Envoy had descended upon the secular world already. Everyone did not expect that this Divine Envoy was actually so overbearing. Interrupting other people's closed seclusion cultivation was all martial artists' taboo. It could virtually be mentioned in the same breath as killing one's parents. Because a single mishap and it would ruin other people's cultivation road. This sort of thing, to any martial artist, especially deity realm powerhouses, was unacceptable. Yi Yuan was undoubtedly a savior-like existence to the White Knight Sacred Palace. No matter who it was, they were not willing to risk a grave mistake to go and interrupt Yi Yuan's closed seclusion. Even if this one in front of them was the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's Divine Envoy. Amen. Audiobook's brows furrowed, looking at the Bai Chen in front of him coldly. This kid actually dared to block his path. Are you courting death? This Divine Envoy brought the Sky Foothill Divine token down. If you stop this Divine Envoy from doing my mission, even if you're the lord of a sacred palace, I'll kill you all the same. Audiobook glared, a surge of powerful aura crushed over toward Bai Chen. Bai Chen's entire body trembled, directly backing up a few steps before barely managing to stand firm. The injuries that he had just suppressed flared up again, a strand of fresh blood remaining at the corners of his mouth. But he was completely oblivious of this and said with Audiobook with clasped hands, Lord Divine Envoy, please calm your anger. Bai Chen doesn't dare to contend with the Divine Palace. It's just that Grand Elder is too important to our White Knight Sacred Palace. Once he runs amok because his cultivation is interrupted, it can be said to be a catastrophic blow to our White Knight Sacred Palace. Bai Chen begs Lord Divine Envoy to give us another 3 days' time. We've already sent the communication talisman into Grand Elder's closed seclusion venue. Once he reaches a cultivation interval, he'll definitely exit seclusion to welcome Divine Envoy. Mo Yun was originally on tenterhooks at one side, planning on making a move at any time. But did not expect that Bai Chen actually said these words. It looked like their young lord finally grew up. Get lost. However, Audiobook was not moved at all as he shouted to Bai Chen in a solemn voice. Bai Chen's expression changed, not expecting that this guy was actually so unreasonable. If he's in closed seclusion for 100 years, does this Divine Envoy have to wait 100 years here? This Divine Envoy doesn't have so much spare time. One more time, get lost. Otherwise, don't blame me, Audiobook said coldly. The expressions of Bai Xiu and the rest changed several times and they spoke up to warn him, Palace Lord, move aside. Bai Chen's face actually had a look of unwillingness but knew that this Divine Envoy could not be offended. The consequences of offending the Divine Envoy, the White Knight Sacred Palace could not afford it. If he was just a loner without anyone, he would rather die than take a step back. But he was currently the White Knight Palace Lord, representing the whole White Knight Sacred Palace. Yes, Bai Chen finally still opened up a path. Humph. Audiobook gave a cold snort and walked right by Bai Chen's side. Mo Yun heaved and went up to pat Bai Chen's shoulders, saying, let's go over and take a look too. Just hope that Lord Yi Yuan isn't at the most critical juncture right now. Bai Chen nodded his head unwillingly and followed after helplessly. This is Yi Yuan's closed seclusion place? Replying Lord Divine Envoy, precisely so. Your Excellency. Bai Xiu was just about to persuade some more but was directly interrupted by Audiobook with a hand gesture. The orders of the Divine Palace cannot be defied. If he's really an intruder, no body can shoulder the responsibility. As for whether or not is he currently at a critical juncture of cultivation, it will depend on his fortunes. Audiobook's voice did not carry the least bit of emotion. Clearly, he, this Divine Envoy, had a lofty and aloof perspective. At this time, the aura on Azure Peak's body skyrocketed, suddenly throwing a palm out, slamming right at the door. The hearts of Bai Chen and the rest all leaped to their throats, with Hi plussing to pounce to block this palm. But this palm was very powerful. Even the grand array set up outside the cultivation room was bound to not be able to withstand it too. Boom! This palm shattered the grand array without any surprises, slamming onto the cultivation chamber's door. But right at this time, an incomparably sacred aura enveloped the entire courtyard, making everyone have an impulse to prostrate in whirs. Hi plus P Pewalk. Azure Peak's entire person was akin to suffering a heavy blow, directly spewing out a large mouthful of blood mist, his body flying out backward. He was actually knocked unconscious straight away. Everyone all stared at this scene with dumbfounded looks, completely unaware of what happened. A sacred light screen descended from the sky, enveloping the entire cultivation chamber inside. What on earth is going on here? The aura coming from the cultivation chamber is so terrifying. I actually have an impulse to want to run away. Could it be that Lord Yi Yuan is the legendary son of God? Lord Divine Envoy profaned the might of God just now? Just what is Lord Yi Yuan cultivating? This is too terrifying. Lord Divine Envoy is a grand completion Heaven Glimpse powerhouse. He was actually knocked right out. Seeing the Azure Peak lying on the ground unconscious, no idea why, Bai Chen actually felt satisfied in his heart. This guy really brought trouble to himself. Ha ha ha, Master Yi Yuan is Master Yi Yuan, forever can't be estimated with common sense. Bai Chen was secretly pleased. Before long, the light faded. Everything returned to normal. Creak. The cultivation chamber's door opened from inside. Yi Yuan slowly walked out. The moment Yi Yuan appeared, the many deity realm powerhouses in the courtyard actually felt like Mount Tai Cruz. Hi plussing down on top all of a sudden. That sacred aura on Yi Yuan's body was cut from the same cloth as that light screen earlier. Seeing so many people gathered in the courtyard, Yi Yuan said with a puzzled look, "What are you all doing here?" Bai Chen came before Yi Yuan and briefly recounted the events that happened recently. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly when he heard it. This rumor was clearly intentionally spread by someone. In an instant, Yi Yuan thought of a lot. With Yi Yuan's understanding of Bai Chen, he would not do so. Then, it was Mo Yun. Either that, or it was the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace who was unresigned to suffering a huge loss, deliberately fabricating this rumor and spreading it out. Except, this hearsay was not a rumor, but real. Of course, there was still another kind of possibility, that was that somebody else knew his ident. One Tai and wanted to borrow the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's strength to finish him off. These three situations were all possible. Could it be that Wu Meng Academy also had someone enter the Sky Foothill world? Yi Yuan's heart sunk. An inexplicable anger burned in his belly. It was not without this possibility. The Qin family could even influence Wu Meng's city lord's decision-making. Knowing that he was in the Sky Foothill world and getting this world's coordinates did not seem to be something unthinkable. Yi Yuan gave Bai Chen a glance and said with a frown, "You're injured?" He shot another glance at the Azure Peak lying on the ground and said, "It was done by that guy." Chapter 1430 Secret Tampering. Chapter 1430 Secret Tampering. Seeing that Yi Yuan had signs of flying off the handle, Bai Chen hurriedly said, "Master mustn't get angry. Lord Divine Envoy cannot be offended." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly and he said with a nod, "Fine, I got it." But Bai Chen only felt a blur before his eyes and he lost sight of Yi Yuan. Bang! Everyone only felt their chrysanthemum tighten. 1. Azure Peak's body was directly kicked flying. When Azure Peak made a move earlier, it was precisely when Yi Yuan and the Lesser Heavenspan Mountain produced a resonance. With the might of the Lesser Heavenspan Mountain leaking out, how could it allow a Heaven Glimpse deity realm fellow's impudence? With this, it just nicely knocked onto the spearhead. He was knocked unconscious by the recoil force. Right now, Azure Peak was in a deep coma. Yi Yuan was like kicking a rubber ball, one after another, not letting him land at all. Kicking over a dozen times in a row, Yi Yuan landed floatingly. Bang! Azure Peak's robust body landed, cruise. HI plussing a stretch of green bricks. The group of martial artists all turned their faces over, unable to bear looking straight at it. But no idea why, including by Xiao, each and every one of them all felt very liberated. This Azure Peak relied on that he was a divine envoy. That was why his nostrils were almost pointing to the sky. Furthermore, regardless of whether Bai Chen's strength was strong or not, he was the White Knight Sacred Palace's palace lord. Azure Peak disciplined him like a grandson, that was disciplining the White Knight Sacred Palace as a grandson. How could they all, these people, feel like they had a face? Yi Yuan's way of doing things, they did not dare. But they felt very relieved watching. About there. Either way, he's unconscious and won't remember the things now either. Bring him down and remember to arrange a first-class SS wing room. Don't let people say that we slighted Lord Divine Envoy, Yi Yuan said faintly. Everyone exchanged glances and followed Yi Yuan to the Great Hall. After arriving at the Great Hall, everyone looked at Yi Yuan with eager eyes, wanting to speak, but finding it hard to speak up. Yi Yuan could not help smiling and said, "Say whatever you have. I'm not some ferocious beast either." All of them turned their gazes to Bai Chen. Bai Chen toughened his scalp and said with clasped hands, "Master Yi Yuan, actually, everyone is all worried about this rumor. We all want to ask whether Master, you are an intruder or not. After all, Master Yi Yuan, you were originally a reclusive powerhouse. Furthermore, your age is young, and you have such terrifying cultivation. This is completely out of tune with our Sky Foothill World's powerhouses. But this time, Lord Divine Envoy brought the Tianlu Shrine over. Under the Tianlu Shrine, everything will be revealed." The moment these words came out, everyone's gazes were all glued on Yi Yuan, wanting to see what he had to say. In reality, everyone was stifled until they were about to explode. After all, it was a major life-and-death matter. Furthermore, the more it spread, the more vivid and dramatic. Everyone was naturally anxious and doubtful in their hearts. Bai Chen's complexion appeared somewhat pale because of nervousness and injuries. He was asking questions on the surface but was actually warning Yi Yuan that it could not be hidden anymore. Take the chance when Lord Divine Envoy had not woken up yet and hurry up and leave the Sky Foothill World. Yi Yuan gave him a glance, understanding tacitly, but said with a smile, "It's useless to say any more. Since Lord Divine Envoy brought the Tianlu Shrine over, then let him try. See whether or not he can reflect me, this intruder." The moment everyone heard this, they immediately heaved a long sigh in relief. With Grand Elder's words, "This large stone in our hearts finally landed. How can Grand Elder possibly be an intruder? When he was in a fierce battle with Lan Jiru, they already fought to that extent and didn't see Heavenly Tao produce any rejection towards him either." You don't say. These few days, it spread really vividly and dramatically. I was really somewhat scared. Isn't that so? That's primarily because Grand Elder is too young, too formidable, on a completely different level from us, these mediocre people. Ha ha ha. After everyone dissipated, inside the secret chamber, Bai Chen and Mo Yun's expressions were not too good. "Master Yi Yuan, you'd best go. I know that you said that in order to placate everyone. But the Tianlu Shrine is different. Because it's created to specifically target you all, these trial takers," Bai Chen urged. Yi Yuan could not help becoming interested the moment he heard. Although this Sky Foothill World's Tao of artifact refinement was not above the Heavenspan worlds, it had its uniqueness. "Just what is this Tianlu Shrine? Talk about it," Yi Yuan asked. Bai Chen saw that Yi Yuan had an indifferent look and explained the origins of the Tianlu Shrine in detail. It turned out that the Sky Foothill World discovered that quite a number of trial takers all had many concealment means. As long as they did not urge divine essence to the limit, it was very hard to arouse Heavenly Tao's rejection. Even when facing deity realm powerhouses, they could cover up very well too. Hence, the Sky Foothill Divine Palace refined the Tianlu Shrine in order to make these people reveal everything. This Tianlu Shrine was said to be a celestial divine artifact refined by a peak 3-star artifact God, containing a portion of Sky Foothill Heavenly Tao's oppression. As long as one activated the Tianlu Shrine and intruders drew near within a certain range, it would automatically have a response and attack the other party. Even if your concealment means were heaven-defying and able to hide from the Tianlu Shrine's response, as long as you drip a drop of fresh blood in, it could sense it too. According to what I know, there are already no less than several hundred trial takers who have died under the Tianlu Shrine. Lord Yi Yuan, you'd best leave. Mo Yun also urged bitterly. Yi Yuan also clicked his tongue in wonder when he heard. This artifact refining ability was truly impressive, to actually be able to integrate a trace of heavenly Tao into the divine artifact. This artificer's means were really impressive. After listening to these, Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, I said before, for the sake of the myriad longevity heavenly soulstone, I'll do whatever it take. You guys rest assured, if I really can't hide from the Tianlu Shrine's investigation, I won't implicate you all either. The moment Bai Chen heard, he was indignant and said angrily, Master Yi Yuan, what are you saying? This life of mine was given by you, would I still be scared of you implicating? It's just that this Tianlu Shrine is truly too formidable. I'm afraid, one could tell that Bai Chen was really worried about Yi Yuan's safety. If he really was found out, even if this Azure Peak could not make Yi Yuan stay, it would also be very hard for Yi Yuan to escape the Sky Foothill world. Yi Yuan smiled and patted Bai Chen's shoulder, and slowly left. Azure Peak abruptly opened both eyes and suddenly sat up in shock. Ah, pain. So painful. Green veins throbbed on Azure Peak's forehead, instantly breaking out into cold sweat. Waves of heart-piercing pain seemingly spread throughout his entire body like an uninterrupted electric current. Slam. Azure Peak directly rolled off the bed and tumbled about on the ground in agony. He could not even emit a cry for help. Those few kicks of Yi Yuan seemed ordinary and bland. Actually, each kick was very particular. One should not look at what Yi Yuan's background was. In fact, he was too familiar with the acupoints on a martial artist's body. With the physical body toughness of deity realm powerhouses, those few kicks did not leave any hidden injuries on his body. It just released his backlash injuries to the greatest extent. Now, the moment he was awake, this pain instantly erupted, making him suffer for quite a while. The current Azure Peak was curled up on the ground, his body twitching non-stop, looking incomparably miserable. 1. BUTT Clench. Chapter 1431 Testing Blood. Chapter 1431 Testing Blood. No idea how long had Pares said either, the pain finally subsided. Azure Peak's four limbs finally recovered some mobility. However, he only barely managed to stand up after trying for a long time. His entire person seemed to be drained, without a trace of strength from head to foot. During this long time, he maintained clarity of his consciousness from start to end but was utterly helpless. Every hint of pain on his body was transmitted into his brain clearly, like tidewater, without break. Azure Peak very much wanted to faint, but he discovered to his dismay that he could not do it at all. This period of time was simply even worse than death. DAMN White Knight Sacred Palace. If I discover that Yi Yuan is an intruder, I'll definitely not spare even the chickens and dogs. Azure Peak gnashed his teeth and said in hatred. At this time, Bai Xiu's voice sounded out from outside the door. Has Lord Azure Peak rested well? Palace Lord and Grand Elder have made this lowly one come and invite Lord Divine Envoy to the Great Hall. Whir. The door was opened violently from the inside. Azure Peak's face was sullen until water was virtually about to drip out. Rest. That was called rest just now. He was hurting until he was practically about to commit suicide just now. You guys actually said that it was resting. Azure Peak wanted to kill people right now. He really wanted to kill people. What's with Lord Azure Peak? Could it be that you're blaming our White Knight Sacred Palace for the poor reception? Lord Divine Envoy suffered the backlash force and injured the internal organs. Grand Elder said that he helped Lord Divine Envoy purge the hidden injuries with a special technique. There's absolutely no sequela. Could it be that Grand Elder he didn't cure Lord Divine Envoy's hidden injuries? Bai Xiu pretended to be surprised. Azure Peak was just about to flare up when he suddenly frowned. He viewed internally and discovered that the internal injuries he suffered because of the backlash force were indeed already cured. The meridians in his whole body were UNO bestructed and actually had a refresh. Hi-plussing feeling. This discovery made his expression ease up slightly. Could it be that Yi Yuan really treated him? Recalling that palm of his, the backlash force was indeed not small. It would likely leave behind considerable hidden injuries. Now, the injuries were completely healed. Clearly, he had obtained treatment. It was just that this treatment was a little too painful, right? Amen. The hidden injuries are already healed. Lead the way, Azure Peak said coldly. This Azure Peak, as a divine envoy, was clearly an extremely prideful person. Since the other party was really treating him, he did not wish to let the other party know such a deplorable side of him. Bai Xiu already had flowers bloom in his heart long ago. If he was not in front of Azure Peak, he would practically be laughing until he rolled on the ground. But Bai Xiu was not Bai Chen, that sort of little chapter. He was in a high position all year round. His shrewdness was rather deep. He did not show the slightest hint of emotion on the surface. Yi Yuan invited him to watch a good show. That scene of Azure Peak rolling about on the ground in pain previously, he saw it all clearly outside the window. How smart was Bai Xiu? He knew that it was Yi Yuan's underhanded trick done in secret. Originally, he was still apprehensive, worried that Azure Peak would utterly rampage after coming out. But when he said it according to the words Yi Yuan taught him, he discovered that Azure Peak's complexion immediately became much better. Just as Yi Yuan said, not only would he not blame, he would even be secretly grateful in his heart. Currently, he was simply prostrating on all fours in admiration toward this grand elder. Azure Peak sucking in cold air while on the ground in pain, he heard it clearly outside. To be able to make a grand completion Heaven Glimpse powerhouse agonized until he wished he was dead, that pain could be imagined. Heh. Not only did he not sign blame, but his reaction was also really calm and smooth. This method, probably only Grand Elder, this kind of figure, could accomplish it, right? Coming to the Great Hall, Yi Yuan greeted with a smile and said with clasped hands, White Knight Sacred Palace's Grand Elder, Yi Yuan, respectfully welcomes Lord Divine Envoy. Previously, this Yi Yuan was in closed seclusion, resulting in slighting Lord Divine Envoy. Truly sorry. This Yi apologizes and asks Lord Divine Envoy for punishment. Yi Yuan's attitude was very sincere, like he was really going to bow down. Azure Peak hurriedly supported his arm and said coolly, No need. Yi Yuan said joyfully, Lord Divine Envoy is indeed an exalted envoy, with a broad breadth of mind. Oh, right, the cultivation method that this Yi cultivates is rather peculiar. Once somebody draws near, there will be an extremely powerful backlash force, resulting in accidentally injuring your excellency. This Yi is truly guilty and deserves 10,000 death. Fortunately, this Yi has some unique methods and helped Lord Divine Envoy open up the meridians, relieving the hidden injuries. This method is a bit painful, but the effects are very good. I wonder if your excellency still has ailments now? Azure Peak's muscles twitched slightly. It was more than a bit painful. It was simply painful until he wished to die. However, the effects were really good. Otherwise, if he went back to report completion of the mission with hidden injuries, he really had no idea how he would be laughed at. Amen, it's already well. Azure Peak still said coolly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Then that's good. Since Lord Divine Envoy already arrived, then let's get down to business first. This Yi was just a reclusive cultivator previously. How am I some intruder? Some people like to cause trouble by spreading rumors, truly detestable. Seeing Yi Yuan so calm, Azure Peak unwittingly really started to somewhat doubt it in his heart. Although this rumor started from God knows where, without a doubt, the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's suspicions were the greatest. But, as long as there was a trace of possibility, the Sky Foothill Divine Palace would not let it go either. Furthermore, such an expert suddenly emerged. How could they possibly not be careful? Whether or not it's a rumor, we'll know after testing. Azure Peak still continued his indifferent style. Finished talking, Azure Peak slightly formed a seal. A box-sized shrine rested on his palm. Yi Yuan was currently in a position of face-to-face with Azure Peak. This distance, if the Tianlu Shrine had a response, it should have long unleashed an attack. But the Tianlu Shrine did not have any movements at all. Seeing this scene, Everyone in the White Knight Sacred Palace all heaved a long sigh in relief. Like I said, how can Grand Elder possibly be an intruder? It must be the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace, that bunch of bastards. After the miserable defeat this time, they harbored hatred in their hearts and deliberately fabricated rumors. Damn Autumn Rain Sacred Palace, we are not done with them. The White Knight Sacred Palace's powerhouses all pointed the spearheads at the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace, obviously thinking that this was their idea. However, the worry of Bai Chen and Mo Yun, in the two persons' hearts, did not disappear at this point. After all, the most crucial part of the Tianlu Shrine was still the blood test this checkpoint. Sure enough, Azure Peak said coolly, the aura on the surface can be disguised. But the heavenly Tao laws contained in the martial artist's blood cannot be disguised. Elder Yi, please. A martial artist's growth was the process of absorbing heaven and earth spiritual energy. During this process, one would naturally bring the aura of heavenly Tao into their own blood too. Hence, verifying a martial artist's ident. One Tai, the most reliable, was still blood. When Mo Yun and Bai Chen duo heard this, their hearts leaped to their throats. The rest also stopped the din, looking towards Yi Yuan with unmoving eyes. The instances of finding out using blood were not few. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and did not hesitate either. Only to see a cold light flash. Yi Yuan's finger had a gash added to it. Drip. A drop of fresh blood flowed down the fingertip and dripped into the Tianlu Shrine. Everyone's breathing all became ragged.